T, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever
summer came to an end just a little bit ago, and now it's time for winter or fall, autumn, I suppose. It definitely feels like winter here in Cape Town at the moment. I'm sure everyone here will agree. But it is time now for COWZA's autumn. I keep wanting to say fall. That's very strange. Autumn Cup, the follow-on from the Summer Slam, whatever it was called, the previous tournament that they held. Promised to be a lot of fun, and it seems like it was. All the group stage matches have been concluded, and now it's time for your championship weekend, the playoffs weekend. By the end of this, we'll crown our winner of the Autumn Cup. But before we get there, we've got a couple of games to get through. My name, of course, is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined by a familiar presence, shall we call it? Perhaps not face for many people, perhaps not voice for many people, but you know him, you love him. It is the Peach today, stepping into the caster booth, dual rolling today, Peach.
Yeah, no, this is quite a difficult task for me, but I'm sure going to be giving it all I've got for these lovely teams that are playing this weekend. Like Sun said, we have had a group stage into a double bracket elimination, and just to kick us off, let's have a look at those group standings to see how teams did throughout this last Autumn Cup. What's important to note is that this double bracket playoffs is made up of the top 2 teams of every group and then the 2 best third place teams. So Sun, what do you think of these standings?
Honestly, nothing too unexpected here. I think the biggest surprise is honestly in Group 3. Pink Salamanders not able to top that group. Instead, it's Anomaly. Now, this is not the Anomaly if you're familiar with the tournament at the end of last year. Of course, they've changed a decent amount since then. A few new players coming in, some young guns showing their stuff, and it's definitely showing them some good results. So they take the 3-0 in Group 3 ahead of Pink Salamanders. In Group 1, though, everything you'd expect there. IB versus Vanquish was always going to be the big question mark. In the end, IB comes out on top, and then it's Pangolins at the top. Unfortunately, Peach, I believe we won't be seeing any of Pangolins this weekend.
Yeah, that is correct. Unfortunately, Pangolins, due to some unforeseen circumstances, have had to drop out of the playoffs this weekend. So their matches will be counted as forfeitures, and those teams that were going up against them will get the bye through to the next round.
Very, very sad to see for them, but the cookie doth crumble thusly sometimes, and I'm sure they'll be back stronger than ever next time around. And top in Group 2, I mean, that's a pretty thing against the likes of Five Nights as well, who are not here this weekend, unfortunately. They're -1, not good enough to push them through to the second round here, to the bracket stage rather. But we do have a bracket view if you want to get into that, Peach, and just have a quick squiz of where the weekend is and where we'll go. As we said, EA Pangolins have dropped out, so Team Nameless are the ones who get the bye win there. And then at the top we've got IB versus EEA, one of the teams, Ducklings. We've got Anomaly versus Dyslexic. What is he?
Dyslexic Geese. Yes, it's Dyslexic Geese.
Dyslexic Geese. Yes. Okay, Anomaly versus Dyslexic Geese. And then the match we'll be covering right now is, of course, going to be the Pink Salamanders taking on Vanquish. A match that promises to be a very, very interesting one. But Peach, you were telling me Pink Salamanders not quite the hot stuff we've been seeing in the past.
Yeah, so I'm going to quickly chuck up the Pink Salamanders here on screen for everybody to see. Today we're going to be seeing a bit of Trizzle, Nyan, Blur, Fluffy, and Zlade, all people that are very well known in the community. However, their group standing performance is a little bit less than ideal. If you looked very carefully at the differential, you would have noticed that there were a couple maps dropped here and there. And even then, we kind of question, are they the same powerhouse that we saw throughout last year? And I think that's what Pink Salamanders wants to prove here today, or this weekend even, is that, hey, we're still around. Just because we went 2-1 in the group stage doesn't mean, we're nobody to scoff at. So I think this is going to be a very strong game. And going into the team of Vanquish, there's another important factor here I think we should mention. Vanquish, we see Tox and Lord of Terrans. Now, in the Summer Series, Tox was a previous player on Pink Salamanders, and Lord of Terrans was a previous player of Anomaly. So seeing a little bit of a switch up here is going to be quite the shock. But rounding out the team of Vanquish, of course, we also see Pokemoli and Jilly and Nevi, which is pretty much some same people we've seen throughout the past.
Yeah, no Cheetos, no salmon. That strikes at the heart of this team. I feel like they're a team who who were kind of typified by those two players, Fable as well. So it's a very different look. Vanquish here, still one of the strongest teams in the country, clearly, but a lot of old faces coming forward here in the likes of Tox and Lord of Terrans, at least from a COWZA perspective. So I look forward to seeing what the teams have to offer. We can have a look at the maps quick and see where we are going to be going throughout the weekend.
Oh, the whole weekend,
Is, of
sorry.
course,
I just checked up the one for today.
Oh, there we go. Well, let's quickly, before we check what we're doing now, we can have a look at the whole map pool.
Yes, I'm trying to find it in a second.
It is, of course, a first to three as per usual, and there it is: control, hybrid, escort, push, flashpoint. Nothing too unusual here. Shambali Monastery, not a map we see a lot of, but otherwise everything you'll be familiar with. Probably start on Legion Tower if I had to guess / remember from the screen you showed 1 second ago, and then likely head to King's Row. Hollywood pretty popular as well, and then it's all kind of, you can pick any map, right?
No, yeah, you can pick any map type after the first game.
Gotcha.
The winner gets to, the loser gets to pick the map and the map type. Well, the map type.
Cool.
And the map.
Right, so we do start now on Legion Tower, probably next to King's Row, the most common map in South African Overwatch. I think it's safe to say, Peach.
Yeah, I think so. Although we have seen a lot of people choosing Samoa in a couple other games. Whether that's because of the absence of Lijiang Tower, I'm not entirely sure. But Samoa and also, I think, Midtown are pretty popular picks and getting more popular as we move on throughout the history of Overwatch 2.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to wait and see whether that continues to hold, but I suspect we're going to be seeing Legion Tower first up every time.
I wouldn't be surprised.
We do have bans this weekend. That's good to know. First ban was, of course, Pink Salamanders. They take out the Juno, and Vanquish deciding they do not want to deal with the Farah.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are some really strong characters at the moment. Juno is kind of an all-round good in a lot of different situations. You know, she provides a lot of utility, and the healing and damage output can be quite scary. But I'm more a fan of this Farah ban, I think. This really kind of eliminates a certain playstyle that Vanquish don't want to play against, especially considering both Chisel and Nyan. Like, that can be a very scary demolition comp that you don't really want to go up to. So I think taking that out on Lijiang Tower is a really smart move here.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. And just in general, South African players don't really like playing against the Farah with the 150-ish ping, 190 ping. It can be a pretty difficult hero to counter with the hit scan, and can be very oppressive when especially when backed up with some decent healing. So always a smart neutral ban, I think it's safe to say, and we'll see how the bans kind of progress as the games kind of unfold. I'm interested to see though Lord of Terrans on the enemy team here, what he's able to do up against the likes of who is it, Blur's main tanking, right? Two players who know each other very well. Terrans would have been coached by Blur plenty of times, so it's kind of a student versus the master in some ways here, Peach.
Yeah, I mean, Blur has coached Terran throughout a lot of his esports Overwatch career, if I'm not mistaken, all the way back from, was it the WRG days even? Maybe even before then, I'm not too entirely sure. But looking into these matchups, I'm not surprised to see the two Rams here going to be dueling it out in the middle of the map. The Sinatra TP is probably going to just be a TP, but knowing Jilly, it could also look into a really good sustained damage. But I'm scared of the Freya here, the relatively new character, not as much anymore, but we know how much damage Freya can pump out from her kit, as well as her maneuverability. So let's see how it kind of fits into the frame over here.
Interesting. I love the Junkrat from Chisel as well. This point right here is where that hero excels. Lord of Terrans just going to take the slight off angle here, look to pressure Blur, but Blur going to get aggressive with the Nemesis form here. Not able to find any kills. Pretty decent neutral fight, but that is where this hero excels. Freya pumping out damage from long range, not able to find any kills yet, but making it difficult for Lord of Terrans to stand his ground. Two tanks on the front line, but there we go. It is Chisel who finds an opening kill with a concussive blast. But it's going to be the Venture who finds that return. Blur under pressure here, a little bit isolated. The healing is good though to keep him in the fray, but they're on the back line as well. Venture finds Fluffy, gets that kill. That's two players down now for the Pink Salamanders, and Vanquish in control, on point. Not quite literally yet, but for all intents and purposes, is Freya under pressure. Just going to head off the map there. Oh, never mind. Pokemon actually picks up that kill from all the way on point.
I think the Venture pick here is actually a really good play, especially considering the BAP Lucio. You know, the BAP's going to be hanging back a little bit, which allows them to get into the backline. But I say this as the fight unfolds.
Oh, wow. You called it. There's both supports down. Giliquerda in the background on the Venture, finding a pair of kills, and that allows Lord of Terrans to crack open the front line. Blur down, Drizzle down, team fight over. Swift as you like, Peach here for fight number 2.
Yeah, 9 switching up from Freya onto the Cassidy here to try and counteract that Venture. Let's see how useful it's going to be as these teams kind of move on through the choke point.
Yeah, kind of stuck here. This is kind of the hardest part of this particular map, control center. Blur getting aggro though, sidesteps the Cass out, but it's not going to keep him alive as Lord of Terrans has his number. Dropping low, taking down Trizzle, finds that kill. Is that enough to open things up now? Riptide popped, gonna look around the back here, finds one. Hello, Pokemon, watch yourself there. He was expecting it to come through main, instead it comes from the side. Ooh, Venture ulti was popped here now in the backline. Oh, a great... that circle, I know it has a name, I can't remember what it's called, but it doesn't matter when it takes your life as Slade picks up 2 kills here. Slade, a player we haven't mentioned yet, Peach, a player we haven't seen a lot of recently, that was very, very well known sort of a year or two ago in South African Overwatch.
Yeah, Slade a bit more quiet recently, but one of the best, if not the best Lucio in the country, so I'm very excited to see what he brings out to the table here, and obviously going into his former teammate Tox as well. But let's get started into this team fight, I think.
Oh, Sound Bear to start us off here. Gonna get aggressive here. Tox on the Lucio. Trizzle, though, he's the one who finds the opening pick. It's the Annihilation. They're pumping out damage in the enemy backline. Blur dropping. Nobody doesn't need to hit you. As I say that, though, Jilly does find that kill, but he's lost all of his friends. Thankfully, not too far from spawn here as Blur got hyper aggressive, but good movement now from Salamanders. They're just gonna pull back.
Yeah, I think the key moment of that fight was actually Blur just pushing through. Instead of standing headstrong against Lord of Terrans, both using Annihilation, instead Blur opted to walk into the backline and just shred them, and that's kind of what happened there. Deadeye coming out now, starting with the team fight.
Oh, Deadeye indeed. A lot of damage from the Junkrat being pumped over the top here. Not finding any kills just yet. Those Slade needs to be careful here on the front line. He does go down heavy with the headshot to get rid of the enemy Lucio, and that's exactly what they need to start this team fight. Giliquerda says, thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to take it. Oh my god. The speed boost on the tire, making that a scary prospect to deal with. But Drizzle, he finds a second, but he's last man standing here at 69, 70%. That is going to be it here for this team fight. Pink Salamanders having to regroup here for what might be the last team fight.
I see Trizzle changing up onto the Mei here, trying to see if they can deal with the Genji perhaps a bit more, as well as Terran blocking him off, getting those early picks out. Jilly almost falling out, but Blur getting aggressive now, getting onto that point to make sure that they can contest a lot of turns walled off as these teams now progress really aggressively.
Nice movement from Terran there. Probably got the call that he's walled off, pulls over to the side to get some healing, but here comes the ultimate from Giliquerda. Not going to find anything with the Dragon Blade other than Fluffy, and that's enough to open things up. He plays with his life, but he buys space for his team to secure a couple of quick kills, and that might just be it here. Peach Slade going to move on to point here. Just pop the overtime. Perfect play from him. Picks up the health back, but the Boop going to prevent him from coming through onto point, and that's going to be it here. Vanquish. Too strong for Pink Salamanders on control center.
I didn't even see where Slade went there at the end. All I know is that he got booped away from point. And
they vaporized him.
Yeah, he just disappeared. But I think that was a really good hold there from Vanquish starting it off. Now moving on to Night Market, I'm curious to see what sort of approach these players take. Obviously, Night Market's really good for more flanking playstyles as well. So, I mean, seeing Nine Trizzle here on the Genji Tracer, I don't like the combination of them these days. Okay, this makes more sense. This makes more sense. Seeing the spam comp coming out now, Blow going in for the pile drivers, as well as Trizzle looking for those just high burst damage. Salamanders here are looking to burst down their opponent, but considering the brawl nature of Vanquish, we're going to have to see how well they can do it. They're going to need to isolate those targets very, very well to ensure that they can get it through. The Venture also is going to be very good to counteract some of those plays.
Blur playing so aggressive there, batting through. In fact, he's going to pay with his life there. I thought it was some Giga Brain play, but he just feeds like the rest of us, it seems. That's going to be it for the first team fight. Pretty much done and dusted. Pink Salamanders on the back foot. Vanquish, just move on to point, clean as you like, and get set up here for a team fight to start.
I think this is the domain that you really want to be if you're Vanquish. You know, you've got your flank angles and you're going to be really strong on the point now. Blur looking for that opening angle to get in and disrupt the plays. Cassidy off the map.
Okay.
Slade. Oh.
Too far to roll back on there, and tracking down Tox as well. So this is a good team fight for Vanquish. They're picking up a ton of kills. Just these two players in the corner left to deal with. Terran Lord is good, but he's not 1v4 good as Lade tries to get up onto the high ground, not able to. Perhaps a bit rusty, Peach, but it's not going to matter for this team fight as... despite the early feed from Blur, maybe it was Gigabrain. Maybe my scope is too narrow here because Blur, opens things up for the first cap.
Yeah, it must be that false sense of security, but
Yeah.
that Vortex really also kind of eliminates a lot of the Zlade action there. Blur getting a pile driver onto Tox to start this team fight off.
Oh my god, a great anti-kill as well over the top to help secure the kill onto Tox as they get the boop off Slade. He's on a mission here to make Pokemoli's life hell in this game, and so far so good for the Pink Salamanders as they remain in control here on Night Market.
We see the chain bowler now ready. Something that can be comboed really nicely with the pile driver, getting all those people in one place. That's going to be a lot of burst damage. And we could even see it coming out very shortly. Pulse bomb as well can kind of just be, there we go, there it is. Taking out 2!
Oh my goodness, perfect. Chain bowler was popped there. That's probably going to be it for this team fight. It's really tough to fight back from here. Blur is very low, but there's not really enough punching power left for the Vanquish side to really get anything down there. I just want to point out Trizzle there. You could see him aim over the shield knowing that they were about to get pile drived up and giving an opportunity to hit that shot. So clearly, this is a composition that this team is very, very well versed on.
Yeah, I think this is one of those scary compositions that Pink Salamanders, Blur is known a lot more for his ball recently. And the mines come out on the support backline.
Ooh, Nevi very low, and eventually Blur does track her down and get rid of the pesky Kiriko. And that might just be it here. Nyan tracking like an absolute monster here. Not able to find the kill into Tox just yet, but does eventually secure that one for his team. Meanwhile, though, Salamander's own backline under a lot of pressure here. Trizzle down, Fluffy down, even fights Lade. Might be in trouble as well now as Jiliquerda tracks him down and gets rid of him. So despite that difficult start in the minefield, it might just be good enough for Vanquish to retake this fight. But as I say that, Nyan's back in the mix here, but he's fighting a 1v3. But a pulse bomb, he takes down a third with the pulse pistols. Can he find the last kill? It doesn't matter because he's got backup now. A one-man army here, Nyan, coming in clutch for his team. Pink Salamanders in control of the fight. Terran Lord's not able to get the touch. Boop back does proc overtime for just a little bit longer, but it's not going to help his team secure this fight. Perfect play from the Pink Salamanders, and Nyan especially coming in clutch.
Yeah, I think the Pink Salamanders found their footing a little bit more here on a map that is a bit more designed for them and their playstyle. So now going into the final section of Lijiang Tower here, we're going to see a little bit more of that divey or that ball spam playstyle. I'm curious to see how Lord of Terran wants to answer this. But Pink Salamanders, no reason to change what is working right now. Again, we're going to see those TPs coming out from the side. I assume 9 is still going to play the Tracer here. Very good cleanup strategy from the side of Pink Salamanders. Vanquish need to kind of figure out what they want to do. And it looks like they're going to take the approach of diving onto that Freya, diving onto that Anon now. So let's see. There's the Genji coming out. And the tanks meet in the middle as we kickstart things off.
Like a couple of billiard balls hitting each other in the middle there, bouncing off each other, but it's Trizzle who finds the opening salvo here. Pokemoli out of the fight. Terran Lord's punished as well. The DPS just pumping out so much pain here for the Pink Salamander squad as they look to track down a couple of kills. Then Nyan says, Nevi, where do you think you're going? I've got your number. And that's going to be it for this team fight. Once again, Pink Salamanders finding quick opening kills and very, very rapid cleanup.
I think the big thing to mention of that previous team fight was actually that anti-nade. The anti-nades from Fluffy here are really strong at separating and getting that initial burst onto the targets.
Some nice tech there from Blur, just popping his butt off the edge to give him the distance from the ground. Just a little bit too early, but Nyan's there to clean up as per usual, performing his janitorial duties, and Zlade, the 300 HP boop there, gets rid of Lord of Terrans as well. So big trouble once again here for Vanquish. They were looking so good on control center, but once Pink Salamanders got onto their preferred composition, they didn't really look back.
Some nice shots coming out here, but nothing's really staying dead for the side of Vanquish, hoping that things would stay dead. Now, a lot of damage coming out onto Blur here as Jolie gets to the first pick, starting this team fight off into a really good position here for Vanquish.
Good shooting here from Pokemoli, putting out a lot of damage. Obviously, score those kills, but he did make enough space to kill the kill onto Zlade. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. Pokemoli finally finding pay dirt here with the Peacemaker. He gets the roll, but it doesn't keep him alive. Nyan, once again, Pulse Bomb on the Mine here. They need to be careful here. Toxin Tox has gone on to the Brigitte. Makes perfect sense against this kind of composition, but they have taken control of the point here. They might lose it, though. A good minefield opening things up here for the Pink Salamanders as Nyan puts pressure on from the side into the rally, and Brigitte feeling confident to go in, but not able to find anything, and eventually Nyan gets his pound of flesh. Zlade says, I'll take one for the team because it's not going to matter. 53% already up on the clock. Point flipped back over to Pink Salamander's favor. It's looking good for the boys in pink.
Some really good ultimates coming up now. We see the Blade and the Kitsune Rush. A nice combo we're going to see, as well as Lord Turns getting that Primal Rage. It's going to let him stay alive just a little bit longer. I think the Brick Switch is very smart considering the Disruption playstyle. But the problem is we can't get onto the backline of Pink Salamanders. Fluffy just won't die. Here we go now, starting out with the Kitsune. No Blade follow-up.
Sound barrier popped in kind, yes, yeah, as you say, no Blade follow-up, and he's going to end up going down. Juliquerda, this is big trouble here for the Vanquish side as they are putting under a lot of pressure. As you say, Fluffy just won't die. Oh no, poor Lord of Terrans, he's doing all he can to get rid of the Pisky, and in the end, Fluffy gets the kill on him. 98% on the clock. Can they even get the overtime? Yes, they will. Blade pop now on point. Contention is there. Contention, but Zlade says, no sir, I've had enough of your trouble, and he takes down the enemy Genji, and now it's just Trickle City here. One by one, they come in, hope for some miracle to occur, but Fluffy, with another huge anti-heal, secures the last couple of kills for his team, and that's going to be it here. Pink Salamanders, the chaotic playstyle wins out in the end.
Yeah, and I think it's like, this is their comfort comp at the end of the day, so now it's up to Vanquish to determine how they want to dismantle that playstyle, or the option is to use their map picks and their bans to try and dismantle that from an internal perspective. Ooh, some lovely plays coming out. Yeah.
That was a big moment in that game, actually. It seemed like you kind of mentioned it at the beginning of that map, but it's a comp that really wants to get control of the space there on Night Market especially, and prevent you from coming in. But they're playing a comp, Pink Salamanders, it's really hard to shut down, and you wonder almost, had they switched onto that on Control Center, whether they would have been able to counter out what they were doing on the side of Vanquish. It seemed like once they switched onto that comp, it's a really hard comp to manage. It's one that really tests your synergy as a team, obviously, but more than that, it just tests your mechanics as a team, your ability to hit shots, your ability to resist pressure from all sorts of different angles, and take the small opportunities that you do get. So really difficult comp to play into, but one that will struggle against a very mechanically gifted team, the likes of your Inglorious Blasters, for example.
I think that's not to say that Vanquish aren't mechanically gifted themselves. I think some of the plays here on Vanquish are really good. I think there was just a little bit of a struggle, maybe the objective of what they should achieve going into that composition and going throughout Lijiang Tower. The first game went perfectly because we saw that more comfort playstyle from the side of Vanquish, but as soon as Pink Salamanders shaked it up, you know, we were a little bit uneasy of how to really approach that situation, because now you're getting disrupted, you're getting picked, you're getting, you know, all you are trying to do is get onto that backline, dive that Ana. But how can we achieve that when our own team is dying in the process? So I think we need to go back to the drawing board and maybe just figure out once again what is actually the objective we want to do there. You know, is maybe diving the Ana the best possible thing that we can do? Or are we going to, you know, try summing up? Are we going to maybe change comp to match it a little bit? Yeah. But with that being said, we do know our second map as I'm typing it in here for the graphics. And it's actually a surprising map. We don't usually see, first of all, we don't usually see this map. And second of all, we don't usually see this map type second. But we are going to be heading onto New Junk City.
Oh, a map I feel like plays into the playstyle that Pink Salamanders was showing more than counters it, right? A map with a lot of space, a lot of room to work with, not a lot of hard chokes without ways around them. So I worry about this map here for Vanquish, but clearly they feel confident on it. Clearly they feel comfortable. It is an unusual map, as you say. We would have expected to go to your Dorados, your Route 66s, your King's Rows more than we would go to a new map like this. So I'm interested to see whether Vanquish, this is just a comfort pick for them, or whether they've actually got something planned for this map. Of course, we wait to see what the bans are. That might elucidate the story a little bit further for us here. What are your thoughts on New Junk City?
So I think this is actually a beautiful pick from Vanquish here. They're going to play to their strengths. They know, hey, what are we capable of doing? And personally, this is one of the best maps, one of the scariest Junker Queens in South African Overwatch. We're going to see Lord of Terrans here thriving in an environment that's made just for him. I mean, Flashpoint in general is Junker Queen's playground. And as long as Vanquish now use their first ban, like strategically, maybe, you know, they ban out the Ramatra, it's going to force Blow onto something that's a little less than ideal, because I would imagine Blow would either play Ball or Ramatra on this map. I don't believe Blow is as big of a Junker Queen player. So having Terran kind of thrive in that environment is what I'm really looking forward to on this map.
I have to wait and see, because I worry that they don't have a solution for the Ball yet, right? Maybe you ban it, but it's one of the bans that you have to keep in your pocket for when you really need it. Maybe game 2 is that time, because if they win this game, you're one game away from losing the series. But I worry that the Junker Queen can deal with the Ball pretty well, but it's not like a hard counter.
Yeah, son, I've got some bad news, because for some reason, Vanquish didn't protect ban a tank. And now we're being forced into a very horrible spot, because now we've removed our tool. The Cassidy ban is removed, one of the tools that we can use to counteract the Ball comp or dive comp. And now we've also just lost our star tank's like prized possession. So I'm wondering what these teams have got in store for us. These are some really strange bans.
Well, Pink Salamander's ban makes perfect sense, right?
Oh yes,
they didn't really want
absolutely.
to. They didn't really want to ban. They weren't really going to play that hero, and it's perfect for this map, like you mentioned just a few moments ago. The cast ban from Vanquish. Did they? I mean, Trizzle played a little bit of the cast, but didn't really feel oppressive. I wonder if they're looking for a Pharah matchup or something. But even then, there's still so many good hit scans in the pool A and B. It seems more likely that Pink Salamander is going to be playing the Pharah anyways. You might want to keep the cast for your for Pokemoli, right? We saw how good they were on Garden. So very strange ban strategy here from Vanquish. But look, they know more than we do here on New Junk City. Junker. What is this map even called?
It's called New Junk City, yes. You're
okay.
right. Yeah, you got it right.
It is very, very interesting here. But let's see. Look, let's hopefully they've got a plan here as we come in. Arisa, what are we looking at here, please?
So, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember the most recent patch, but Orisa was being played quite a fair amount as a very unkillable demon horse. So I am ready to see Vanquish cringe at the fact that Orisa's being played, but also cry at the fact that she is probably not going to die. So teams are coming out on the door here. The Ramatra versus the Orisa matchup. I think that's generally favored towards the Ramatra, but Orisa is still going to just be able to just sit there while Trizzle and Nyan just incinerate the team from the inside.
I'd say on Pokemoli on the May, I think that could be a key part of this matchup. Cut Blur off from his team. Hard hero to kill even when they get no healing, but look at the damage coming up. Very easy hero to get headshots on them. Blur. I said it up. Great work from Fluffy though. Gets the lamp over the top, but it's not enough to keep Blur alive. Slade drops as well. The pressure in the backline too high. That's going to be it for team fight number 1. Does Blur stay on the horse or does he switch to the ball? Time will tell. But for now, we're happy with what this composition offers. Just has to be a little bit more aware of the May walls, I guess.
You know, I think I failed to mention that now that the Juno is unbanned, Cersei, you know, I was so focused on Lord of Terrans being on his prime role. We now see Navy, on her prime role here being the Juno.
Pressure being put on the front line here, but not able to come through yet. All the Pink Salamanders, you're happy to hold this ground for now, but in the backline there is Havoc. It's Jelly Cuerda once again on the venture. Such a difficult hero to manage as an opposing team, and Slade feels the brunt of that drill as now they can look to push forward. Jelly Cuerda finds another, finds a third, a fourth with the help of Pokemoli, and that's going to be it for this team fight. Point almost fully capped here. This gambit has not worked thus far from the Pink Salamanders.
No, it has not. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the switch up from Blur here onto the ball. But I feel like Vanquish here have actually set up their team comp a lot better to be able to deal with the spam. You know, having the Venture, having the Juno, the Brig, that's a really strong backline. As we see Nine trying to touch the point here, just trying to get that over time. Ooh.
Oh, what? Killed him through the shield. Okay, I didn't know that's how that worked. Pokemoli though will find the kill onto Trizzle and now onto Slade. A lot of players going down. Terran comes back to his team and gets rid of Nyan. So it's going to be a tough hold here for Blur if they can get it done. And against the fist of the Nemesis form, it's not going to be. As once again Vanquish with a strong hold, a strong team fight, and the first cap here on New Junk City.
So I think out of that fight is exactly what Vanquish kind of wanted, you know. Oh, sorry, exactly what Salamanders wanted. They might not have capped the point, but they did get the Blizzard out of Pokemoli, and I think that is an extremely important ult for a map like this.
Now Blur onto the ball. Who could have predicted it, Peach? It's so unexpected here. You can tell I'm salty about this hero because he's so tough to deal with as a backline player, and Nevi is feeling the brunt of that right now. He's able to get out though as Fluffy. He's the one who goes down instead. Both backlines having a really hard time here, but the point has been unlocked, is being contested, but not likely to be a good situation here for the Pink Salamanders. Ball pressuring through, but Trizzle, he's taken down. Blur, he will live, but he's not going to buy enough time and space for his team to win the team fight.
The point manages to flip right there towards the end of the team fight, but that excavation, I can't remember what it's actually called, the giant earthquake from Venture was very important at dismantling that backline there.
Oh, here we go. Juno's popped her ulti here. The orbital ray is what that ultimate is called. Trizzle though, he's moved on to the Farah here. We kind of mentioned at the beginning when that hero was banned that this is one of his best heroes, one of his most oppressive tools, and he's using it now to try and crack open this Vanquish squad, and so far he's found a little bit of success here. Slade pops a sunbear, pressure is on, even through the heal boost he gets taken down by Lord of Terrans with the help of the Venture. Minefield pop though, this is not looking good for that May. She'll come out of the shield, the ice block, and will live for the time being. Good healing there from the squad as Jelly Cuerda takes down the enemy backline once again. Fluffy feeling the brunt of that Farah. Trizzle, eventually they're able to get that kill, but this is good for Vanquish as once again they remain in control. Nevi takes down Trizzle again, or that was the previous one, I'm not sure, I guess it was. It's finally they get rid of Blur. Nyan not going to be able to do any cleanup duties in this team fight, and that's going to be it for the second point. We are speed running New Junk City here as far as Vanquish are concerned.
Yeah, Vanquish have found their rhythm here, but now I'm a little bit worried. We don't have as many tools to be able to deal with something like a Farah. You know, like the best hit scan to deal with her, Cassie, is out of commission for this game. So we're gonna have to see how much advantage Trizzle can take of that. But I mean, Vanquish have kind of got their foot down in the ground right now, saying, "Hey, it's your turn to figure out what to do against us instead."
Yeah, and what they figured out so far has not worked. They leaned heavily on Blur's ball before. It hasn't found the same opportunity, but as I say that, Trizzle finds an opening kill onto Jelly Cuerda, and maybe that's what you need to do. Get rid of that man, Navy. Kind of in a bad spot there. Trizzle finds that kill, but they've lost 2 players in the meantime. It's a very even fight. 3 players down on each team, I believe. And now they look to put pressure here on the point. Nyan on top of Terran Lords with the help of Blur. The Nemesis form will keep him alive for a bit longer, but he's got no healing. He's got no backup. He's got no direction. Who pops that? Gonna stay alive for a little bit longer. He might have just enough team for the respawns to come through here.
Yeah.
Enough time, rather, as the Blizzard is ready. Do they pop it here on the ball? They might do. No, they won't need to. Pokemoli gets that kill, gets taken down, but it should not matter here. The pressure is onto the Ventures. Slade finds 2 kills here. Jelly Cuerda, both DPS, in fact, going down. Here comes the Rocket Barrage racing around. Nano Boost on top of that as well. Trizzle, all of a sudden, he's a monster to deal with in the sky, and with the backup from the healers, he's not going to get taken down. A very, very back and forth fight, but in the end, it's Pink Salamanders who get their first cap here on New Junk City.
First cap, but I think it's important to note how late it went for that cap to come out, and Salamanders used 3 ultimates trying to get that, whereas Vanquish only used the Annihilation. So we have got a lot of tools to be able to retake this point, and I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Blizzard, seeing things like the Excavation coming out here. What is the name of that ultimate? Can you remember? I can't remember what it's called.
They say excavation initiation, right? Oh my god, instantly dead. Another one goes down. Lord of Terrans sent flying off the map there, or rather, sort of stumbling off the map as the case may be. But now that they're set nicely here, this is a different looking squad, or their ability to find kills is looking a lot better on the Pink Salamanders.
I agree, and I think we've kind of found that foothold again on the side of Salamanders, now saying, hey, you kind of have to deal with Alfara now. It's your turn to figure out what to do. And Vanquish hasn't really changed up much yet. They're still just utilizing
Tectonic Overcharge, is that what it's called?
I think that is probably
Overdrive.
what it's called.
Tectonic Overdrive? Something like that.
Something like that. I could press F1.
It just popped into my head right now, and I thought I'd squirt it out before it left my head again. But Lord of Terrans, he's left the team fight here, and so have 3 of his teammates as Nyan finds a good couple of kills, and that was the quickest 99% I've ever seen. I felt like they just kept that point half a second ago.
Welcome to Flashpoint now, Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it takes you by surprise here. 1 team fight was all they needed to win to get the point secured, and that's going to be it here for the 3rd point.
An early meet here for the 2 teams, kind of just poking and prodding, seeing what we can do getting onto this next point. And I think we can see this kind of flip either way. We've got both support.
Oh my! Oh,
never mind.
Okay, nice shield from Brig. Pop the rally there, I believe. That's why he managed to stay alive. Really heads up play from Toxin Socks there. Rally could easily have just been fed over to the enemy team, but it keeps him alive and allows him to secure that kill. Damage in the backline here, pressure being built, but yeah, he's an absolute nuisance. It seems like he's resigned himself to trying to counter out the venture, and it's really coming in clutch for his team. A great wall prevents them from following up on that kill onto Navy, but it's not going to matter because they're losing players on the other side.
Boostio!
Terran down, Boostio. Zlade's going to show us that it's actually planned, actually a good decision. But apparently not, as they've taken control once again here for the Pink Salamanders.
You know, we haven't really mentioned much about perks. I'm afraid to admit that I don't know a lot about perks personally, but seeing both the Ana and the Lucio there being nanoed from Ana's perk, kind of smart decision there. Yes, it's a Boostio, but actually it just enables Pink Salamanders to kind of put their foot down and say, hey, this is our turf, we're staying here, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and if any pressure gets applied to the backline, they've got to get out of jail free card potentially for both supports. Over the top, Navy committing that now as Lord of Terrans finds the opening kill. 2 kills, in fact, both supports going down. Still has the annihilation to boot, so this is a very good situation here for Team Vanquish. They want to get set up on the point here, force the cap if they can. Not able to do so just yet, but Blur under pressure on the point here. Not going to get taken down just yet. It's Nyan and Blur, 2 hard heroes to go, but they have flipped the point. If they can just win the team fight, but Blur comes in from the back and gets rid of Toxin Socks here. The pressure is now on. They're not going to get this kill because Blur still has the adaptive shield. Terran Lord under pressure. Just to stay alive, but he's going to go down as well. Nyan on the money once again. And after such a promising start here for Vanquish, all of a sudden we're up to 2-2 here. 0.5 on Flashpoint.
0.5 is something you don't see very often because by now teams have generated enough momentum to be able to take at least a victory, but now going back into the the top left of the map, we're gonna be struggling. Our ultimates aren't really looking too hot right now. We've got the sound barrier to counteract a couple things, so Vanquish kind of really have to see what they can do, maybe bait it out some way, shape or form. We didn't mention the Torbjorn pick now, also about to have his ultimate. Some really good area denial for both the ball and the tracer, but let's see how things go.
The pendulum swings there above the threshold. But Drizzle, he's the one who drops first. Pokemoli finds the icicle to get rid of that pesky guy, but they have to get through the minefield to move on to Pointer, and Lord of Terrans is under so much pressure here, but the healing is good for the time being. Having to play defensively with that Nemesis form, but yeah, he tracks down Pokemoli. He gets that kill. There's a Brigitte rally on the Pointers. Navy takes down Blur. That's a big kill here. That might be exactly what they need to clean up this team fight. There we go. Fluffy taken down. Who's left on point? I know Zlade is there. He didn't choose to commit his sound barrier for this team fight. That might have been the right decision, as now he looks for more targets, but Drizzle, he gets taken down once again. Well, the sound barrier does end up coming out here, so they believe they can win this team fight. I'm not sure about that. Navy able to get up to the high ground. Isolated now on the low ground. Toxin Socks very low. Can they take them down? Yes, they can. Blur with the power drive. He's back. The sound barrier is good though. will eventually secure that kill. That is a tanky hero there in the Pulse, in the Blizzard. But Pulse Bomb committed now, not finding any kills. Point is not in take control. Anybody, Trizzle gets rid of 2 with the ultimate. Eventually gets taken down, but I think that might have done enough to open this team fight up for the Pink Salamanders.
Once again, that entire team fight took place before the point was even unlocked, but Salamanders no longer have any ultimates to work with here, whereas Vanquish, we see the Annihilation and the Molten Core and the Orbital Ray all coming online very shortly, if not already online. And all of those are, guess what, basically giant circles. So that is a lot of area that Vanquish are going to be able to take here.
Oh my god, they're just beelining in on Nevi there, but good backline work from the Vanquish side, but it's not going to be enough to keep Jellyquerda alive here as Late cracks open the enemy Torbjorn. Trizzle finds Nevi well as well. This might just be it here for this team fight. If they're really sharp, they can get maybe one more team fight in. The sleep here onto Lord of Terrans. He's got the Annihilation. He shouldn't need to use it here, but they're running out of time. This might just be a desperate dash towards the point here. It's too late now. Lord of Terrans, he's going to have to commit the ultimate here to try and win this one for his team fight, or at least buy enough time. He does so now. He's got the Annihilation going with the Sun Bear to counter it. Charging it up so quickly. Over the top here. They're doing everything they can to keep Lord of Terrans alive, and it seems to be working. 2 kills with the Molten Core. Lord of Terrans standing firm on point. Buys time for his team to get back in the mix, and Vanquish still alive for the time being.
99-0 now, the point flipping in the favor of Vanquish. We're back to square one on the side of ultimates. Or not so much. I mean, we've got Brig Rally, which is going to be really good against some of the more flanking playstyles, but those mines, we've seen them do some really hard work at cleaving the way through Vanquish, giving the space for the DPS of Salamanders to be able to just initiate, engage, and disrupt and destroy. Fire getting
team here with the wall and gets taken down. Mines popped on point here, but Jellyquerda takes down Fluffy as well. Blur, he's gonna have to pull some heroics here if they're gonna win this team fight out. And again, like we saw in the previous team fight, you've got to be sharp here on Flashpoint. You've got to back out, and they do just that. They've got just enough time to get another team fight going.
I think those balls, the minefield from Blow was excellent at cutting them off, but Tox's rally just really cemented that, hey, even though you've separated us, we're not dying just yet. So now, Vanquish running up to 90% here left on this control point as we take it down to the final stages of this map.
Still under pressure here, he's pushing forward, he gets taken down. Nevi tracks him down once again. No contribution for the Pharaoh in this team fight. And the point gets taken. We are now up to 1-1 as Vanquish hold on in the end there. A back and forth fight that bodes well for the rest of the series.
I think a lot of that came actually down to the way ultimates were used. I think Vanquish keeping those ultimates, using them a little bit more sparingly, made it so that in the end they could get that point flip, maintain that momentum, maintain that area, and then just really dish it back out to Salamanders.
Was that Eden there at the end there? I didn't actually see that. I don't know if it was.
I wasn't fully paying attention, sorry. I was trying to make sure that
I don't think it was, but it looked like it might have been. But yeah, really strong play from both teams there. Actually, it felt like Vanquish were really going to steamroll them there on the first 2 points, obviously, especially. But it's a tough team to shut down. There were a lot of moments of resilience from Pink Salamanders, and they have been throughout the series. You look back at, what was it, Night Market, where Nyan really bailed his team out of a rough situation. There were a couple of times on this map where Blur and Nyan again came in clutch for their team and just make it so hard for you to actually clean these team fights up, and it's something that they're struggling with. But in spite of the tricky ban situation, let's call it, Peach, in the end of it all, Pink Salamander, or Vanquish rather, come out on top.
Yeah, and I think that was a really good performance now, tying up the series 1-1. I'm curious to see what map we're going to go to next. We can't go to Control, we can't go to Flashpoint. I wonder if it's time for King's Row. It is Pink Salamander's pick, so we are waiting for them. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, let's just have a quick look again at the overall map pool from what we can pick, right? We've got Escort, we've got Hybrid, and we've got Push left. So, Sun, what would you personally be kind of gearing towards in this scenario?
King's Row, obviously. But if not King's Row, look, I'm an old head, we know that, so probably Route 66, if not King's Row, or Hollywood. That's probably where I'm looking, but you don't feel like push really plays into the strengths of this Pink Salamander side. At least I'm not sure it does. But I don't know, actually, because there's a lot of room to work with. There's a lot of opportunity to create chaos on the push map. So maybe they go to an Esperanza, which seems to be the most favored map for push. Or they go to, one of those maps. But I'm not sure where Pink Salamanders might want to go here. I think that the bans are going to be a lot more interesting to take a look at, because it gives you a sense of where these teams think their problems lie, and they beat the ball in that last match, so you can afford to hold on to the ball ban if you're Vanquish for the coming maps. I'm not sure where we go from here. What do you think?
So in my head, I was kind of predicting that we were going to go to Hollywood, and my prediction did just get made true. The reason why I thought Hollywood is because nothing screams more disruption than trying to get through the tight choke points of this map. You know, raining down damage from all sorts of directions. This would make hell, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Salamanders here forcing Vanquish onto a more dive playstyle, which is not something that they've played. You know, Terran Lord, yes, is an excellent Winston and an absolute amazing dive player, but Vanquish in the past were not a very known dive team. They were more brawl and spam of their own, especially when Salmon was playing for them. And when Terran was on Anomaly, obviously we saw dive and ball a lot from that team. So there's kind of this functional playstyle difference now that Terran has to adapt to. And Salamanders are taking advantage of that, putting Vanquish onto a map where they know they're forcing them to play a certain playstyle that is not as practiced as other playstyles.
Yeah. You say that, but of course, Terry Lord, one of his best heroes is the Junker Queen, so he's pretty comfortable in that brawling environment, but it takes a bit to kind of learn the ebb and flow of your teammates here. But it's also an opportunity for the team in general to offer some different angles here, but we do now have our bans. Pink Salamanders taking out the Kiriko, a very interesting ban. I don't know that we saw much of that from Navy was playing that in lieu of the Juno. And then Vanquish, they take out the Tracer, a fair ban. Nyan has not, I don't think he's touched a single other hero. So if you're not going to ban the ball, this is a pretty good alternative ban here for Vanquish.
You know what I'm going to say, son? I think that this Kiriko ban is actually not the right choice, because what I'm expecting is later down the line, we are going to see Push or Junker Queen or whatever, but we're going to see Junker Queen from Terran, right? I would be surprised if we didn't. And we're removing the one tool that allows Junker Queen to stay alive now in a map where we're not going to see her. So I think that means that when we get to that Junker Queen stage, when we get to that Push map potentially, that now all of a sudden the Junker Queen's gonna have that Kiriko to be able to cleanse her, and you're gonna render your things like your Anna or your own Junker Queen a little bit more useless. So I'm kind of curious to see what's being cooked up here as the teams are readying up to get into this next match.
I wonder if they were thinking more about keeping these bans open for now, because you take out a support, your opponents can choose to ban a tank or a DPS. So maybe wanting them to just give them those bans, get them to get rid of the Tracer or the ball now, so that they know going deep into the series they'll have those bans, those heroes available. If I can put it that way. Maybe that's some giga brain. Maybe I'm giving them way too much credit there. And Fluffy was just like, gents, just don't make me play against the Kiriko this map. It's so annoying. And we saw, especially on Lijiang Towers, we saw how good he was on that. Toxia on the Life Weaver, we know how much he likes this hero, but he is attacking, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that change. And it's going to be a dive defense here from the Pink Salamanders.
This is kind of the expected defense you would see from the side of Pink Salamanders, although seeing Zlade on a Lari, having the Lari and Anna at the same time, I don't know. I feel like a Brig might have been a bit better in some cases, but I'm not opposed to the Lari decision. I'm not even looking at Vanquish. Okay, now they're changing Vanquish. Terran seeing the Roadhog there. I wasn't even going to entertain that idea.
No. But, don't get baited. You're better than
Widow?
that, Peach.
The Widow?
You take one shot here, right? He doesn't look like he's going to commit. I guess they've got the Pharaoh, right? So you can kind of understand the inclination. Pokemon has me. Oh, that's dead. Yep, that's dead. You see that arrow in your chest, you look at your HP and you go, well, what am I playing next time I respawn? Is unfortunately for Pokemon Nyan finds the kill. He goes into the Cassidy. I was just about to suggest that that's probably what he's going to do here. But under pressure, he gets taken down. That might be all they need here on the side of Vanquish to go forward. A great sleep once again, but the pressure is building here. Giliquerda finds a kill onto Fluffy, pays with his life, but I think they've done enough to at least get a couple of ticks here on the side of Pink Salamander's. Pressure building over the top here with the Sparrow. Oh my god, that's a kill, right? No, not quite. Tox 1 HP, but Trizzle 0 HP as the shot comes through from Pokemon Blur on point now, pops the bubble, but it's not going to keep him alive for too long. In fact, he has to back out with Slade going down. Other people on the point though, Nyan tracks down Nevi, takes them down, but not going to be enough to win his team this team fight. So Vanquish with that opening kill onto Blur, going to secure a very, very swift first point cap.
I don't actually know what it was that stopped Blur's jump in midair. It might have been the Cassidy grenade. But it was an excellent play in isolating him.
No, Cassidy was dead at the time.
Oh, right? Yeah, no, sorry, it wasn't even a Cassidy, it was a Widow before then. So I don't know what pulled him back, but something stopped Blur, and that was a great opening pick, allowing the follow-up of dives from the side of Vanquish, something that Salamanders is going to be a little bit weak to, but now Blade does change up to that Brig, making a little bit more of a stable backline, as Terran takes a flank angle here, diving onto the high ground.
Oh, under pressure though, has to back up. Good healing from Navy to keep the tank alive, and that's damage, no kills though, and it will remain no kills as Trizzle comes in clutch. They've spotted the opportunity. Lord Terrence, he wants to help them in the back line, but he's not going to be able to do so. Blur gets his opposite numbers. So much pressure on this high ground, but the support's keeping everybody alive. But can they keep them alive in the face of the drill? The dig? No, they can't for the time being. Yes, they can. Actually, is once again the support is just too good, and this has been typical of their play throughout when we've been watching them, Peach. Their ability to keep their backline alive in the face of mounting pressure.
I think there was a little bit of a disconnect on that dive. It kind of felt very staggered, so I'm not surprised that Salamanders kind of held that quite strong, especially by staggering their own abilities to make sure they could deal with each person coming up. So let's see what Vanquish have got in store now. This high ground is proving to be a little bit of a problem for the likes of the Venture and the Cassidy. Very good.
Able to get them off the high ground. Unfortunately, a good anti-heal once again sends them flying skyward. Blur though, he's found Tox in the backline. A kill I'm sure he'll take much glee in securing, as once again some good footwork here from the Freya to keep them alive. And Blur, he's found a second kill. Trizzle keeps finding himself in a position where he can get killed by the enemy Venture here, and Lord pressuring onto Blur. Not really a target he wants to be trying to take down as Blur. Oh my god, he got absolutely juggled there off the package. He might secure the kill because of that. He might not be going too high, but eventually he gets down and into Blur, and that will be that excellent work from the Venture.
Absolutely beautiful. I was actually just about to, I was thinking, I don't know what value that the Venture is actually adding to here. But I mean, that play just sold it for me, you know.
It's the Farrah counter.
Clearly the Farrah counter, you know. 2 flyers in the air, and we've got the ground. Rock beats air, apparently.
Yeah, I don't play enough Pokemon to know if that's a joke or not, but I'm just going to pretend it's the truth. As here we go. Aggressive play from Blur as he finds a couple of kills, or helps secure a couple of kills for his team. Trizzle with the Rocket Barrage finding Navy, and that's going to be it for this team fight. Great direct in the sky onto what is a pretty big target, sure, but still good work from Pink Salamanders. A very, very sharp team fight from the defenders.
Yeah, looking into what's coming up here, Slade's got having that rally means that the next dive from the side of Terrence, Jolie, and, well, the anti-nade hopefully from Tox is going to be a little bit difficult, especially considering how well we are maintaining this high ground. And we see some pinks coming in the background, just marking some of those flankers now. Terran taking the high ground, getting slept.
Oh, Terran taking a nap, I think you mean. Oh my god, an explosion of abilities on his head. They even popped the rally there to get the job done, as they did not want to take any risk of that monkey wreaking any kind of havoc in the backline. As Blur, he pops the primal, he gets rid of Tox once again, and now we'll come back to Peel for his backline. Giliquerda finds an opening kill, but his team is really not committed to this team fight. Once they lost that Terran, they kind of pulled back. So heads up there from Vanquish.
I don't think I've seen anything scarier than being a sleeping monkey and then just watching a Brig rally in your face. Like, that was terrifying to witness.
on top of the anti-heal, on top of everything else that got thrown at him. So, out of 10s, you'll say I took 3 or 4 for the team there. As now they look to get aggressive here on both teams, but it's Blur again who finds Tox in socks. Tox needs a little bit of protection here in the backline if he's going to be playing that Anna. Tectonic over charge drive, whatever it's called now, being popped in the enemy backline. It will help secure a couple of kills. So they got kind of stymied here a little bit, but now Vanquish are finding all the kills they need to, and they'll get this cart moving once again. They know where Blur is, and they're going to try and take him down. Liquida needs to be careful here. It doesn't land the drill onto Blur, but it doesn't matter because Pokemoli, he's found the opportunity. Can Lord Returns find an angle onto some targets? He doesn't, but he's made more than enough space to help his team win the team fight or cap the point, and they've done just that. So Vanquish, a solid team fight from them.
I don't think that Primal Rage was intended to actually kill anybody, but he did a great job of just keeping them at bay, allowing that point to get flipped with as much time as possible. Now the Pharaoh kind of raining down here with the Chain Bowler at the ready. This is going to be a lot of damage coming into this next team fight.
Onto the Diva, kind of tells me he wants to play a little bit more defensively, perhaps wants to peel for his team a little bit more, but here is the aggressive play. Chain Bowler was popped. I don't know that it found anything because Lord of Terrors is in the back line with Chiliqueda. No, what ability is that? Is that just the...
I think that's the Burrow? I think it's the Burrow.
Okay.
Oh, their Burrow, yeah.
Picked a couple of kills there, and that is probably one of the harder parts of the map, just easily dealt with.
Yeah, now getting to the end of this map, we don't often see escort maps get fully pushed, but this is very short distance to go.
Nano boost on the D. Oh, he actually finds a kill there onto Nyan. Great work. Slay dropping down. The nano boost not enough to keep them alive. Trizzle with the sprinkler. Not going to find anything here. Last man standing Fluffy. Not going to keep the game going. And Vanquish, they got stopped on the street space for just a little bit. But once they got the ball rolling, they absolutely steamroll Pink Salamanders.
You know, I was clearly wrong about this venture criticism. I think, yes, in the second point, it might have been a little bit... I don't know if I can really chuck that up to being the venture as the reason why there was the delay in the second one, rather than just maybe a little bit more coordination being needed. Here, the Winston is probably the more likely case. Yeah, the 2 flies. Now it's late on the Lucio, meaning that they are looking for a little bit more aggressive. Don't even do that, Slade. Don't even do that. Looking for that more aggressive.
Slade is on the attack here, so he's coming out on the Lucio, I think, for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely not this Life Breather. But yeah, that means that they're going to be looking for a little bit more of that aggressive style. I was a fan of seeing Blur on the Diva, especially on first point. I think it would be really good at getting through that choke unscathed and getting to that high ground, especially with your 2 flyers. But we're going to wait and see what comes out here.
That was later. We got onto the Lucio. I like the Diva, obviously one of my favorite heroes, but not a hero that you see the sort of old school main tanks lean on a lot. It tends to be the former off tanks who run on that. Oh, Chiliqueda needs to be careful here on the venture, but he's found a little bit of a gap here. He's looking for that Farah, as we know, the hard counter to the Flying Lady, but Trizzle spots him out. Pinpoint accuracy with the rocket gets that kill. Is it Torbjorn? What's that in the backline there? I'm not sure. Oh, it's an honor on the high ground there. Tox find a couple of key shots onto Trizzle, who needs a bit of healing here. But they are... What? Oh? Peach, are you alive?
I don't think I'm alive. I think I'm the one lagging.
I can hear you. I think you're fine.
You can hear me? That's a shock.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, our stream's down.
I'm just gonna mute up Discord. Yeah, I've lost connection, but you can hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? That is so strange because everything else dropped. I'm gonna quickly just check what's happening in the background. Okay. Well, Cape Town. Yeah, I know, but probably an ISP. Let's go check this onto intermission screen. One.
Careful! We're out of trouble on the point! Clear it out! With the speed of light! I can help you!
I always deliver.
Thank goodness, I was just about to say, I do not like the Reaper here, but I'm glad the 9 changes back. Can you just remind me quickly though, son, who was everybody that disconnected from the game? Because I think it's important to note all the ultimates that we did actually lose in that first little section. Okay, so the... and yeah, obviously me as well. But yeah, now kind of a little bit of a reset onto them as we see Blur trying to take the high ground here, trying to separate that back line. Every part of me still wants to call Cassidy's grenade flashbang because I'm one of those old players as well, son. You know, it's actually a weird feeling. And look, sorry, you're older than me in the scene, but it's just one of those weird feelings. But now heading on to this next fight, Trizzle with the barrage here is gonna be kind of scary, and it's not gonna be enough from the side of Vanquish's ultimates to keep them through as Blur takes the first kill on Totox. Oh.
Pokemon taking a ton of damage, but in the backline gets the double on the supports. Some barrier pop there, probably not necessary, but they should win this team fight either way, as Terran Lord trying to buy as much time as he can on the wall.
I'm seeing this Echo pick now, and a part of me is asking, was this just for that last little store, or are we actually going to see Venture? We're looking at anti-dive. We're on anti-dive. Let's see where this takes us here on this third point now. Obviously, no ultimates in the bank just yet, but that rocket barrage again, we both know what's going to happen on that probably. It's either going to be Chisel dying or everybody else dying. But let's see. Let's see where we go.
A lot of damage there. I love the hazard here from Lord of Terrans. Not expecting this to come out of him today, but Pokemoli, he finds the kill onto Slade. A huge kill. They definitely anti-dive, as you called it. They want to make sure Blur can't do whatever he wants here in these team fights. Jiliquera picks up the final hit on that one, and now they can look to get aggressive here. See if they can pick up a few stragglers on the way out here, but they need to be careful here. Jiliquera, he's going to go. No, just to stay alive there. Great work from him, but can he use it to find any kills here? For the time being, he cannot, but they do get rid of Blur's mech here. He has switched on to the Diva, but this is going to be rough here for Jiliquera. A lot of damage coming through, trying to get the finishing beam onto Trizzle, but it's not going to be good enough for now. They've made a lot of space here. They're making up a lot of ground, and with Pokemoli going down, it's going to be hard for them to retake this team fight. Slade over the top, Navy over the top there, dropping low, taken down by Trizzle. 2 minutes left on the clock, has it in, but the anti-heal makes short work of the tank, and that might just be it for this team fight. Nano Boost to keep the honor alive. Can they get the touch? Yes, they can. They finally got the kills. In fact, Trizzle just gets that kill down. Oh, they get the touch just barely, and they're finding kills now. They might be able to do this speech, but maybe not, as they lose a couple of players. Where is Hazard? Here he is back in the team fight. They need some meat in this fight, but Fluffy, he's taking them down one by one from the back line. Nap time for just a moment here, but now's not the time to catch some Z's. Instead, you might catch some X's here as Blur takes down Jiliquera, and that's going to be it. A decent hold here for the red team, but once it's all said and done, a 40-second lead for Pink Salamanders.
That was kind of scary, I won't lie.
Oh, I'm muted apparently? Muted?
You were muted. I'm pretty sure I fixed it ago. I
Okay,
think we're just
got you.
waiting. Yeah, we were just waiting on the
Cool.
on the delay for that. Yeah, stream guys, there is a 1.5 minute delay, so I appreciate you letting me know during the that period of time. But yes, Sun Phoenix is back. His beautiful voice glistening in our ears.
Glistening.
Yeah, glistening. Okay, but now heading onto SV Vanquish's second attack here. And let's see what they're gonna do. I'm pretty certain we're gonna just see the same stuff against both teams. I'm really annoyed that Fluffy is now sitting in my DPS spot on the left on Pink Salamanders. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. My muscle memory and my fingers are going to cry. But
Oh, yeah, that's true.
yeah, look, it's okay. It's okay.
And the tank is not in the middle, right? Usually the tank's in the middle.
Yeah, the tank's usually in the middle. I'm gonna shout at Jinxie after this game. But we saw a little teaser there from Pink Salamanders thinking about playing the Hazard. I don't think we've seen a lot of Hazard Blow though, so probably not gonna be sticking that. I mean, yes, obviously he's not sticking that, considering the team comp right now. But a little bit of a difference here from Vanquish. We're taking Soldier and our own Pharah this time. Don't know how I feel about
Yucky.
this. I agree.
Soldier. Yucky. Don't like it. I think Jiliquera's got a skill set that makes him...
Ow.
Oh, okay. Rip that guy, I guess. Old man shouts at ground as he gets taken down. Lots of pressure being built here. Pharah v Pharah in the sky. Either Pharah backed up by a Mercy here. Not really how the hero is played these days. TBH. But there is pressure being built here on the front line. Terran Lord kind of in an awkward spot there on the side. Is that a... What did I just see? No, Jiliquera is still on the Soldier. Oh, Trizzle mans up and gets rid of Pokemoli, showing that he's the better Pharah here. And I suppose that doesn't really surprise me as Lade gets all up in Jiliquera's business here. winning the team fight very effectively here. With only 18 seconds left, they'll be hard pressed to find any value in this team fight. As I said, they're picking up a couple of kills here. If they get Blur, they might feel like they can win this, but no, they cannot, and that might be it. 8 seconds left. Can anybody get into touch? It's looking very, very unlikely here. As I say that though, Jiliquerda back on the venture, drills onto point. Does he get the touch? No, he does not. Held back just long enough for Pink Salamanders to secure the full hold.
Yeah, I think looking back at that fight, we should take into account that the dive, I don't think was I wasn't the biggest fan of the actual dive that happened from the side of Vanquish. I think it was very disorganized, and I think that led to the problem of why Salamanders was able to kind of keep their ground. But at the same time, I don't blame them, because this map is a little bit more difficult when it comes to those sort of things. You have to stage that dive, and staging a dive against both the Freya and the Pharaoh, very, very, very difficult. But now we're going to see the same composition from Pink Salamanders. I'm not even going to look at them because they're probably just going to play the same thing. And the same composition from Vanquish. But I think Vanquish's comp might be a little favored here on the defense. I don't know, it kind of depends on the pick. Oh? Am I wrong about Salamanders?
I don't think so. Surely not.
I do like the Demon though.
Yeah, I think he comes out on the monkey here for sure. I don't know. Yeah, Slade will go to Lucio. We're being baited here. Come on, don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. Okay, I think I like Gilly on the venture so much more than on any of the other heroes he's played. Just the ability to get a couple of kills in the enemy backline when in the neutral fight is so powerful, and on the defense here, that will be amplified a little more because you can set up on an angle, which is what he's doing now. And of course, he needs to counter Trizzle here on the Pharaoh as well.
I am a bit scared to see of how Pink Salamanders manages to break through. Fluffy obviously being vulnerable here to that Vanquish flank from the venture here, but just pretty much damage coming off here. Not really much happening. Anti-nade did hit, but nothing really been taken. That's
big. That's so big. 1 kill, 2 kills. Lord of Terrence takes someone in the backline, but his teammate are dropping like flies here on the point. He comes back in and gets absolutely evaporated here. Jiliquerda, last man standing, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you cap the first point of Hollywood. Pink Salamanders looking too hot to handle here in the US as they take the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Sally's with that lead now. It's kind of put the oh god, I can't think of the phrase, but basically it's back up to Vanquish to figure out how to approach this next map coming up. Now it is going to be their map choice, so this map was close though. Like, let's just be real with ourselves. I think this map could have really swung either way. I don't think we should like criticize too heavily on what we saw on that map, but now it is Vanquish's chance to kind of pick that map to their playstyle, and then also ban out the heroes that they think are the problem. Right, obviously we can't ban the Pharaoh anymore, but we still have the ability to ban things like Ball if we're playing on a map that needs to have Ball banned. Or
yeah.
I can't remember, they haven't banned Lucio yet, so they can ban Lucio if need be.
They haven't banned the Freya yet either.
They haven't banned the Freya yet, so they've got options open to them. I think banning the Lucio would actually hurt them a little bit more, so I wouldn't expect that. Especially if they want to play certain compositions based on the map. But it does kind of put a little bit of a halt in Slade's thingies, in Slade's ability. But what I am kind of keen to be able to see is an Ana ban. I think Fluffy is getting way too much advantage in a lot of situations. Especially on like maps where he can kind of hang back a lot more, because then he can't, he can just exist, and Vanquish in trying to get to him in that attempt to dismantle are really struggling because they're taking so much damage from the Pharaoh, from the Freya. But we do have our map and we do have our first ban. I'm gonna quickly get it onto the screen for you, Mr. Sun Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they do here. I was almost thinking to myself, maybe you pick a brawl map and then you ban the brawl hero, right? You can still ban the Junker Queen here if you are Pink Salamanders, right? Because was it Vanquish who banned the Junker Queen last?
It was Sally.
No, it was Sally. So they could ban the Ram here and then run that same ball composition into the queen and try and force them under pressure here. But yeah, I'm not sure what they end up going for. Runasapi though, interesting map here, the push map. Lends itself towards Brawl, and there it is. There's the Freya ban. A good ban here. You've got 2 games left. You ban the Freya, you ban the ball. But that said, if we do go to map number 5, they banned the Brig. I like the ban, actually. Pink Salamanders, I don't know though, because it didn't feel like they were having issues playing into the Brig, right?
No, I don't think they had any issues. Yeah.
Blur was having such an easy time taking down Tox in the street phase, especially on Hollywood.
I think though, moving into Runasapi, look, I don't know about the Brig ban, because I'm expecting to see Kiriko here, because I'm expecting to see Kiriko Junker Queen. So this is where I really wish that Pink Salamanders had saved their Kiriko ban. But yeah, I think the teams are readying up now, so we're going to also ready and get into this game, because this is going to be exciting on Sun Phoenix. This is going to be, these bans are really going to make an impact on this game, I think.
The Frey ban especially, I think that hero has quietly been pumping out a ton of damage in these matches between Trizzle and Nyan. It's been really, really difficult to deal with, but it is worth noting, of course, that the Tracer is back now, and Runasapi, where that hero is a map where that hero can find a lot of purchase. So interesting to see what these teams do. No Honor ban, which we thought might come through, so I would suspect Fluffy will be happy on that hero. And I think it's just a question of which backline does a better job of staying alive, and obviously encounter that which dive composition does a better job of punishing them. And it's going to be the Brawl though from Vanquish. Not surprising to see that. Tox currently on the Life Weaver, but I suppose he'll go on to probably what, the Ana maybe? Something like that?
No, I think Tox might actually stick the Life Weaver. I think this
With
is
the
the
Brawl
tech.
composition.
Okay, no, he's going to switch to Lucio. And you never know with Tox, let's be real with ourselves here.
Yeah,
But
because they're not even running the Juno now.
No, they're not. They're running the Kiriko, though, which objectively is better
Yeah,
for the Junker
true,
Queen,
true,
I think,
true,
especially considering that there's an Ana in play. So, I think SV Vanquish have found the comp that they want to be on here, and Pink Salamanders are expecting it, so they've taken that approach of disrupting them to see how far we can get through it.
Have to wait and see, but the pressure is being put onto the backline here already. Pokemon is taking half HP damage. Terran struggling on the front line here. Pops the shout to keep the team alive, and will look to get aggressive now off the back of that. They force Blur out, but there's so much damage. You watch a health bars on the top right there. Jiliquida dropping low, taken down. Nyan finds the opening kill once again, and now all the space to work with in the world as Trizzle pumps damage down from above. This is exactly what this team wants to do. Perfectly executed here. Split the attention, split the composition, split the damage, and pick up the kills with Nyan.
The question you've got to ask yourself here is, yes, it's a brawl comp, it's not a dive comp, but what is Vanquish going to be brawling on top onto, right?
Yeah.
It's the Ana, right? Any other time you're playing defensively, and that's not what this composition wants to be doing.
Yeah.
If you want to play defensively, switch to something like Ramatra. You know, it's something that has a little bit more stability. Junker Queen needs to be damaging and thriving to be able to stay alive. So now as we see Pink Salamanders taking this next fight, we need to see what Vanquish are going to do, how they're going to approach this.
A lot of pressure. They need to be careful. So much damage. That shout giving the extra buff there, and pressure being put on the enemy backline. But Pokemon, he has found Trizzle in the meantime here, and he's looking to try and kill Blur on the front. They won't do so just yet, but they do eventually. They have lost Nevi though, courtesy of a Nyan Pulse Bomb charge, nice and quick, and hitting purchase once again, but tracked down by Tox and Pokemon. Excellent work from Vanquish, and that's what they need to do. They need to find opportunities to secure kills, secure them quickly, and then use that to punish the enemy team.
Exactly. This comp is all about momentum. Being able to get that kickstart into a team fight is super important. The moment you let Salamanders get into your team and separating you, that's where the problems are going to start to rise. And as we see Nine here trying to take that flank, but really good plays from Pokemon keeping him at bay.
Yeah, really, really nice work from Pokemon. Just marking the Tracer as best he can here. Trying to make sure Nyan can't find the angle to get in. But with Blur coming in, it's going to get tough. They've got the Cyber Barrier, they've got the Minefield. Will they keep the guy alive? Yes, they will. And Pop finds Blur. Where? Hello, where even was he? Doesn't matter. He got that kill done. And that's probably the perfect kill. Does pay with his life, but they'll push forward onto the point here, onto the line, and cap to get the lead here. I hope they can cap the first point. Can they secure the kill onto the Lucio? Not quite, but they've taken down Fluffy, who has moved over onto his own Kiriko now. The Ana not quite giving them what they need.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as an Ana, you know, you're kind of relying a lot on that anti-nade, but if you're just going to get cleansed every time, you kind of need something to be able to deal with the upcoming... Oh, okay. Blade coming out here.
Nano, Blade popped, not fighting anything though. Chisel says, I'll happily trade my ulti for that one. Did they not get the cap here? No, they did. Okay, just barely got the cap here. A lot of Terror says, I've had enough. Time to leave.
This is a game of everybody's disconnecting. But I think something I just wanted to point out before I got mid-sentence interrupted by Jilly dying there to Trizzle is that, you know, there's a little bit of this like feast and famine that we really need Vanquish to be, you know, putting that pressure on constantly. And I think that Salamanders are doing quite a good job at like kind of baiting them in and then surrounding them and then dispersing them. But what I was trying to say about Fluffy is that they needed an answer to the rampage that I just realized Terra no longer has, son.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That is so unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. I honestly, I'm shocked that they haven't fixed that in this game, or they haven't come up with a solution for that in lobbies.
We did have a custom code at one stage that allowed us to do it, but it broke when some character released. I can't remember. We can blame that person.
Yeah.
But, this is really heavy hitting. Like, you know, we used two ults. We had the rampage to be able to retake, and no longer an option. So we're looking at 9 trying to find.
Ooh, not able to find anything on that occasion is now they look for targets here. Nyando, he finds Juliquerda on the Genji. I feel like Juliquerda's had a lot more success on the Venture than he has on the Genji so far in the series, but they've got the kills they need to kind of retake the point here and push forward. They had that forward spawn, I believe, as well, or they've unlocked it rather, so it's just a matter of going over that point. But Blur, he's back in the fight now. Pokemon taken down, a key kill here as far as Nyan's concerned, as Lucio dropping very low. Toxin Socks is taken down, and that's going to be it here. With the help of the Kitsune Rush, Pink Salamanders take a quick team fight.
Kitsune Rush MVP in that team fight right there, being able to clean up Vanquish quite quickly. And Terran's like, you know what? I was kind of banking on that rampage, but it don't matter anymore. Now we're going to switch the ball. We're going to take this into their own turf, into Salamander's own turf, playing the same game as them, and we're going to see how they like it instead.
I always hesitate to play, match a player on his best hero, and I think playing ball into Blur is a difficult thing to do, but maybe Terran Lord is the one to do it here. But yeah, he's in the backline finding kills. He's found one. Oh, not able to get that final hit onto Trizzle. Trizzle looked like he'd given up on life, but thankfully he had backup there in the form of Blur to get rid of that pesky Cassidy. Is now going to secure the lead here for Pink Salamanders. They've got so many ults to work with, but they're losing players. The tracking is unreal here on Nyan, by the way. Can we just talk about that as he gets that? They'll help secure that kill onto Jiliquerda. The Lucio low, but Pokemoli is back and he finds the kill onto Nyan. This team fight is not over just yet, and they still haven't got the lead, and that's going to be Blur going down. A desperate defense from Vanquish, just enough to maintain the lead.
Yeah, Vanquish holding on by threads here really means that the ball is in Salamander's court to be able to push this far enough. They need to really stop this next fight, otherwise it's going to take 2 team fights to be able to get to that point once again. So Pokey kind of looking out for that flank. He does catch Blur coming out on the ball, but I'm a bit worried about this barrage coming out probably right now, right?
That's a lot of damage. Stock's taken down, no sound barrier, so this is healing. Needs to be careful here. Pokemon, but he gets the hit onto him. Blur comes rolling on through with the help of Nia to secure a couple of kills on the front line. Oh, he believes there's something in this Lord of Terrans. He pops the ultimate here. He's getting a little bit more of a lead. If you get your ruler out and measure it, I promise you he's getting some value for his team. And he's even going to get out alive, it looks like. So great work from Lord of Terrans, but perhaps one ult too many committed.
No, you know what? I actually disagree with that. I think that ultimate was just enough time to allow Vanquish to come back in here with another team fight, still on the forward spawn, and stopping Salamanders from taking that lead.
Justice reigns from above with the help of the sound barrier to counter out the Genji Blade, dropping low, still alive, looking for targets. Can he find the hit? Yo! Just not able to get that shot off. I don't think it would have done a great deal of damage anyways, but it doesn't matter because he's dead now. And so it's Toxin Socks Trizzle with the rockets just finding every target he wants. Navy taken down. That's both healers. Will he get Lord of Terrans? It probably doesn't matter at this point, but he will, in fact, as they track him down. Good movement there from the DPS. And this might finally be the chance for them to get the forward spawn here on Pink Salamanders, but they haven't capped yet, so they'll have to wait a bit for the robot to get its act together.
Indeed, yeah, and because Terran's on the ball, he's just away. He can definitely touch. They did get the forward spawn on the side of Salamanders, but the Kitsune Rush coming out now, trying to just maintain this fight.
It is indeed, but they've lost Navy. Kitsune Rush committed, as you said, and that's going to be it here. Trizzle, what are we doing there, bud? It's not good for you and your health, but they get the lead, it looks like. Yes, just barely. So the ball is now in Pink Salamander's court in more ways than one, as Diliquerda takes down Blade. He's moved now onto the Torbjorn. He's had enough of dealing with these pesky mobile heroes, and it's going to help them win, but they have lost the lead here, so it's going to have to be 2 teamfight wins for Vanquish to regain control.
By millimeters, literal millimeters. I think if Vanquish maybe played a little bit more structurally around the point, we might have seen them maintain that lead, but now there's a long push. Salamanders no longer have that forward spawn, which means we're back to neutral for the fight after this one, but for now, Blur kicking things off with the mines.
And Kitsune Rush committed here. Tox dropping low. Diliquerda also dropping low on the front line. He is taken down. The ultimate just a little bit too late from Tox here. Mines in the room there. Oh, Terran Lord though, taking so much damage. The Mines committed but not finding anything. And they're just dropping like flies here. Vanquish, kill after kill, going the way of the Pink Salamanders. Last man standing here. Nevi, last lady standing. But it's going to be too little too late here, as once again Pink Salamanders, they can just do this all day, back and forth, fight win, fight loss. That favors the team with the lead, and right now that's Pink Salamanders.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're nearing down to our last 60 seconds. I mean, we're at 70 seconds left now. Jelly does have the Torbjorn out, the Molten Core. This is going to be able to put a little bit of a halt onto the tracks of Pink Salamanders, provided that we actually use it at the right time.
Huge team fight start here. They get rid of the ball. Lord of Terrans taken down by the rocket barrage. The turret in an interesting spot, but good angle here from Trizzle, able to take that down. They have lost Blur though in the meantime, so they might end up losing this team fight, but they're fine with that as long as they win the next one here. The Pink Salamanders, pressure putting onto Nevi here, needs to be careful. Tox, in fact, has to pop the heal boost. I'm gonna try and get on top of that, but just gonna TP out here when the danger gets too hard to deal with, and they do just that. Blur's back now, so they're just gonna burn off more time. They pop the sound barrier as well. Molten Core popped as well, 90% of it onto the wall on the side there, so anyone wants to hang out there, they're in big trouble. But Nyan under pressure here, has to fight through the Molten Core, through the turret as well. For targets, not finding them just yet, but this is still a great situation for the blue team, as now the sound barrier comes out from Tox and Sox. Vanquish looking for targets but not finding them, at least not easily. Lord of Terrans not able to build any momentum on the ball, and it's making it difficult for them to secure any kills. Our ball comes in. Blur with the minefield over the top. He finds a kill onto Nevi, the second support under pressure here. Nyan tracking him like an absolute monster. Pulse bomb onto the vehicle. He says, I don't want any cars in my home right now, as that's going to be it for this team fight in all likelihood. Overtime ticking down. Vanquish not strong enough on this day to take down the Pink Salamanders, as Nyan takes down Diliquerda. Spinning around the point is Lord of Terrans, but it's not going to be enough. There's a turret on the outside, and it does not matter. Pink Salamanders, despite a difficult group stage, take their first upper bracket match 3-1.
GG's to Pink Salamanders. I mean, I said at the beginning of this cast, I wasn't so convinced about how this match was going to go, but I think Salamanders rocked up to prove themselves. Now Vanquish getting locked into the lower bracket. Second chance to get to the grand finals, but one life remaining for them, as we wait and see how things take shape. I will say Salamanders did an excellent job of playing their own game. You know, they weren't necessarily pressured by Vanquish to make their own changes. They instead made the changes that then presented the puzzle piece to Vanquish to solve. And I think that's what makes them work. You know, instead of trying to adapt to these meta things, like we saw that weird Orisa play earlier on, and, you know, having set their own style, that's where Salamanders shines. And I think they did a great job of that this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of going to be the problem that other teams are going to have to solve, right? They're not playing meta, they're not playing brawl, they're playing this ball comp, this chaos style that you have to come up with a solution for. And a lot of teams are going to struggle to deal with that pressure on their backline. And that's what kind of undid Anomaly today. Anomaly, it's because Lord of Terrans is on this team. Every team Lord of Terrans is on, I'm like, that's Anomaly, right? No, Vanquish, sorry. because Vanquish couldn't really handle the backline pressure being output by Blur and Yan. That was kind of what undid them in the end there, in spite of some heroic play from the likes of Pokemon on the Cassidy. But before we sign off here, Peach, you got to give me your player of the match.
Okay, so let's look at this structurally quickly. Blur did a great job of dissecting Vanquish. Slade and Fluffy did an excellent job at both just maintaining that backbone structure. Fluffy's anti-nades really kicking off some of those fights, as well as Slade just dive bombing the enemy team sometimes. But also Chisel and Nyan pumping out damage, cleaning up, often getting first picks in fights because of Blur's disruption, but sometimes even just without it. And because of that, I think the scariest thing we saw in this game today was the Pharah. Even though Chisel sometimes killed himself, I'm still going to give the MVP over to Chisel. If I can find the button on my stream deck quickly. The MVP. Usually I have it prepped already, but because I'm talking, it's a little bit more on the fly. But there we go. Chisel is my MVP pick.
Yeah, hard to disagree here. I think you could make an argument for Nyan as well. I think he was really the sharp edge of this team. If Blur was the brunt of the blade, then Chisel was the sharp edge that did most of the killing. And Nyan was so I think you could make an argument for the Tracer there. But Chisel, between the Pharah, of course, and the Freya, was a really, really difficult character to deal with. So fair cop there. I think we'll have to wait and see what they can do in the next matches. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got so much Overwatch today. This is just game 1, potentially of 4. All of them will be streamed. Not all of them will be casted necessarily, but we'll do our best to make sure we've got people available to bring you all that coverage. We'll be back in about 27 minutes, right? 2 o'clock for the next game. So don't go anywhere, guys. The stream is not going anywhere. Keep an eye on the socials if you want to keep up with everything that's coming for the rest of today and tomorrow. But we'll see you guys in about 26 minutes now.
the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah. It ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Unfortunately, it's bad news here from us. Dyslexic Geese, unfortunately, forfeited their first game against Anomaly, and they're looking like they're going to forfeit their second game as well. So there'll be no game now at 2 p.m. But don't fear, we'll be back again at 5 p.m. now for the next match. Peach, what is that going to be? What match is that?
We're going to
Upper
be back in
bracket.
the upper bracket, I think, upper bracket round 2. We will confirm the exact participants as soon as all the results are through and we take a moment to just look at them.
Cool. It'll probably be Anomaly versus Pink Salamanders, though, which promises to be a very interesting match. I think it's safe to say. A rematch from Group 3, where Anomaly actually ended up coming out on top. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can repeat that. But guys, that's going to be in about 3 hours and 10 minutes. So we'll see you all then.
We'll see you then.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens, and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out, and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it.
Nas, coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us.
Oh my god, all 6 on the kill feed at once. Assassin JDB, no doubt to who won that team fight, and a little bit of a jig at the end of that one.
Why you see so many different players on that roster, but it is very difficult because
how can they look to pressure Bingley, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? Oh, I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few.
Just to their benefit right now, tracks the Kiriko in there and mainly mitigates the damage coming out from the other side. Solaris and the Farag not wanting to jump in there. Cheetahs, he's got off the map! He's jumped off the map and that's...
Lucio getting picked there on the side of Hatchling, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, on the side of Hatchling, coming in there already with Lucio. So Farah coming in through on Jack. Oh!
And Trigger does something Trigger does. Trigger jumps off the map.
Danger map that I set up for a whole play. Cast a curse in extremes. But here we go, the team trying to set up. We've obviously got Hatchling looking pretty comfortable so far. On the...
look at the Vanguard overclocks interaction.
Look, let's rate the Leiden overclock interaction first. Let's just get that now.
Overclock down to Leiden.
Easy. Leiden number 10.
Jesus Christ. Straight up.
Yeah.
I will say...
Hold half of them off. Terra and Lord, they were completely out of position. And I think that's all it took to just dismantle their entire bashing setup.
Oh, I like that play from Luke. Freezing the Sigma so we can't eat the Mei ulti and popping it on everyone. You mad, man. Paceford with his life, but what does he care? His team is winning this one out. That said, Terran Lord flexing his muscles now on the Doom Fist, but I think there's still more than enough muscle.
Are still 3 players on the point, and Nate, what a great save! You brilliant man!
Oh
you and your wonderful flowers. The mech, how did you get the mech back in time? That's amazing.
Well.
SG Teddy managing to stop the Life Weaver's reign of healing as
It's
amazing. This is great.
As things get evened out percentage-wise, yeah, I need to start us off here. Bomb coming through from Vertigo as well.
Vertigo doesn't manage to find anybody with the bomb. I'm only coming with the kickback for the bomb, looking to see his doesn't manage to block it.
It has broken, and so now they will fix it. Back onto ball here for Cuban. The Symmetra, though, comes out once again, getting teleport straight. No! Oh, no! It could only be it could only be Wallace. It had to be. The rollout is perfect. The boop is perfect. And Wallace picks himself up a 3K strategy dismantled with a single ability.
That's just the danger. It's like it's actually quite questionable when you're expecting.
I haven't seen anyone from Bomb Squad, but I feel like it's kind of funny how their team name is Bomb Squad, but their usernames are all so cute. We've got Caramella Bear, Dwellums, and Not Raw. It's adorable, but Bomb Squad, it's quite the oxymoron.
Mario wins. Oh wait.
This will heal you.
Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
That's your same counter. Aurora knows exactly what he's doing, but now Calicap has a lot of ultis here, but it doesn't look like quite enough just yet. Phoenix with a great ulti here, just to make sure nobody goes down that doesn't need to go down, and Sully Emoji Pro tuning up.
There's a price to being as forward thinking.
It's jail.
It's jail. Yeah, we practice clairvoyance, so that's like, a witch. Jail.
We're unfortunately fugitives from the law. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yes, no. COWZA supports criminals. Don't clip that.
It's okay. It's going to be a little bit of a balancing act for Teachers Lounge here to survive without their Moira here. Make sure that...
No. And because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're going to hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah? Yeah? There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, something.
That's a lot of damage reduction, and Ferocious is going to pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the Immortality Field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the Fat Lady sings, and I don't hear any music. For reals, he's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For reals, he's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one. Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them, but it's 3 seconds left, and somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour. Down. They do have the res available if they want to go for it. And Royd is going to start the fight out. Takes the duplicate, decides to go onto the opponent's tank, and decides to give them a taste of their own medicine. Fortunately, does not manage to find the nade. Or at least the knife does get a great ultimate through everyone, though. And that creates all of the space that Ethereal...
Absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh, jeez. That focusing demons does so much damage against a lot of tanks. And sometimes it's just not expected, but just so well played to Ethereal Ducklings. Wow.
And that's a great start. A dual one by the Red Tracer there. The Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play. Okay?
Yeah, he's on DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
First defense here will be 80k, or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k, so...
Well enough for them.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A dual one by the Red Tracer there. The Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play. Okay?
Yeah, he's on DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
Great coalescence from Wallace cleaning up that fight. Now the big question is, can they win the second fight? If they don't win the second fight, that first fight will all be for nothing.
They do have the ultimates and advantage, though. Quokka's got the EMP to come through. Lights are also going to be enabled through that to use his Dragon Blade, and hacks out of the EMP. Quokka went for that in mid-air and gets denied, and so wastes the ultimate. Edited stay alive in this. Unfortunately, it was an amazing play, but the rest of the team just have nothing to deal with Lights' Dragon Blade, which started off, and Scorpion keeping it going with kill after kill. It was COWZA being able to pick up the second fight and finally get a good push going.
That was one of the best plays from Chisel we've seen all tournament. He cancelled Quokka's EMP with his own manual hack. Unfortunately for his team, COWZA used the rest of their ults really, really effectively, and like you say, they importantly won this fight. If they can keep...
About the small choke point and how much damage he can get out if he does manage to land that grenade. He's already 33% to a bomb, but DG are sitting with 4 ultimates of their own. This next fight, oh no.
I don't know if you saw exactly what Lavius had done there before just popping off completely. He placed a mine in front of his face.
In the front lines, putting in a ton of damage. It's fine. He's taken down by the Coalescence. The nice thing about these compositions, Mori can build those ultis pretty quick, and she managed to put it to good use there. Bongo, take it down. Big shatter, huge shatter, general sound. He doesn't really play Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter if the team's got your back like that. Nice follow-up from Team Yoink or from the other
to the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So, I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession,
consistent damage, good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. But
Oh
my god!
my
Play the game.
days!
It's play of the game. Tox,
That's played.
beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep the Salamander. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Overwatch.
This is
Gone with his day like nothing ever happened, Sanchin. Even the Canadian drops here.
Assassin!
Oh my god, the cart is moving. The cart is moving. They haven't noticed. Is this really going to be this kind of push? Oh no. I don't think there's time. They're not going to get back in time. Somebody's noticed. Oh. What is this?
Assassinating me!
Oh my god. Dude, you don't need to win the team fight. Team fights are optional, guys.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, Toxic Crocs.
See what ends up happening.
I'm looking at 2 squishies standing in front of a Sigma shield. There's one dead.
There's
the other one
there's
standing in front of the
two.
shield dead. There's another one standing in front of the shield dead.
gosh.
I can't bear to watch it, Tox. I can't do it anymore.
I said it's a hit scan dream.
20 seconds.
It's a hit scan dream, and there immediately 3 picks come out from Trizzle. It is intense when you basically come up against a team that is willing to take off these angles. You can't
20 seconds to think about it. We've got one hell of a fight on our hands, especially with Salmon sitting on their ult. And are we going to see it popped immediately? Yes, we do. Diving in, so much damage to be dealt. The anti-heal goes on. It's just disgusting. What do you mean? The Jungle Queen makes the absolute scrap metal out of the enemy team. 5 Knights crushed in their armor. It is a beautiful play and aptly named a rampage. My goodness me. Salmon, slow down, Chief.
Phoenix having to back up into this building all the way to the back of it because of Like Luke's pressure. And Trizzle managing to get a very impactful pick onto this Mercy here.
Any more here to come? They popped the Lucio ulti there. Not sure about that one. Seems a bit unnecessary as there were already 2 up here. There's a wall there boosting onto another wall. That's not how you're supposed to use that spell.
Monkey doing a whole lot of damage. The sustain just enough to keep everybody alive, but oh no, it's a Nano Monkey. Out goes Panda, out goes Nate, and Chaos soon to follow. That's 3 down immediately in this team fight. Make it 4. SG flops on an absolute tear. That's why you don't mess with an angry monkey.
Pulse bomb goes down, doesn't find anything on this occasion. Blue will have to start holding that up again. Tac visor at the ready, gets popped now, gonna move forward, looking for kills, not finding anything. In fact, Toxin Sock strikes immediately with the drill, takes down Kurigari, and ultimate not finding anything, and now his own ultimate. Tox finding 1 kill, finding 2 kill. Can he get all 5? It looks likely at this point. And again, yes he does. A rampage for Toxin Socks.
and the little spray at the end just as a, okay, cool, yeah, I know what I...
End up committing too much. They do have ults on their side. On the other hand, Inglorious Blasters do also have their ults. They're going to have their Window and they're going to have their Orisa ult coming up. But they've taken high ground. That's a big thing for Inglorious Blasters in their composition, especially with this Bastion, the Window on the high ground.
Man.
And not getting Smiley, that's huge. If she'd gone down, that would have been really bad for the Five Knights.
Great movement from Smiley there. One of the better Pharaohs in the country, it has to be said, and using the box very effectively there. Mercy, sorry, as Chambi finds the kills. I mean, I don't know how good a Pharaoh is. For all we know, she's the best Pharaoh in the world.
Agree with that. I think shout out as well to Knoppis, who was actually quite a standout performer on that Anna. We kind of poo-pooed him at the beginning, being like, I'm going to argue about how good he was, or would be, but plenty of key sleeps and good anti-nades to shut down the main man Cubic as well. So great work from Knoppis as well. And every Overwatch game is a team effort, we know that as well as anybody does, but sometimes you just got to point out the the players who stood out.
Yeah.
So guys, that is the first game of the.
It was a very solid display. We see play of the game coming through from Chisel, no doubt, from pretty early in the match, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there we
Which
go.
side? Are we talking attack or defense? Because I'll be honest, I couldn't quite tell. Like, because... I mean, what is that? That's 3.
Oh wow! Gonna go straight for the flag, and then utilize that pig pen to also. But it's the exact same strategy on the other side. Risen going to be picking up the flag. They've ignored each other, walked through, and it's going to be the clash on the return that really decides this.
That's fantastic. That actually adds a little bit of like weight to this. But the boop off the map here, that's huge, giving them the opportunity to just carry those both sticks off the map. Oh no! What is that? Oh, Risen. You'd think you see that happen to Bison, you're like, maybe we don't go along that edge, but there he went, and here we are.
Powers that we saw out of this one, I must say, key players I have to point out is Blur and Memes. I did not expect for Memes to show out so well on this Hunter here, but finding some really good picks. And that is really, but look at this play, the game is so perfect. Blur goes in with such a...
You know, the Soldier really an unfavored pick here in this particular metagame, just because of the way the shields work, but finally making it work. Speaking of making it work, Aquatic finally making some inroads here on behalf of Rolling Panda GIF, and they're fine.
Backline of Snowstorm upper management. So very well played from their side. And you know, after that first point on Lijiang Tower where it was very even, maybe Pepe Clowns figured out the strategy, because Snowstorm never really brought it back. They never really stabilized in the map and in the series.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more of just the aggression from Snowstorm upper management, as we could, I mean, we saw they were playing quite defensive, they were playing quite pokey, and I mean, Pepe Clown seemed to, as you said, have just kind of figured it out to just press the W key and just to send it. I mean, you could, what are you supposed to do with Orion swinging in your face? What are you supposed to do with a Lucio full sending it into your backline? So, so very well played to them. That was a, that was a matchup.
So next question then is your player of the match.
Have a look here. Mercy 1v1 on B. This is what we signed up for. This is what we always want to see. The gap. Oh, it's a staff 1v1. I forgot. Let's see. Losing out here. Oh, he's getting wrecked. I think. Vertigo is dominating, but he needs to keep the damage up, of course. The HP will start ticking up. Blur, a little baby running away like a coward. Oh my god, this guy. No.
Is he going to be able to get another hit on her before he dies?
I think he's just going to leave.
He's running away. Oh, he's getting the
running
health
away.
back. He's getting the health back.
Oh my god. Remember this moment, guys. Remember the time Blur ran away from a Mercy 1v1. Oh, he's not even... Can't even hit it. Vertigo in control. Once again, slamming it down. 1, 2, 3 hits in a row here with the staff. Blur manning up now. He whoops the gap up for just a moment, trying to get that extra DPS. But it's not enough. Vertigo with the melee kill, asserting her dominance. To see, gonna now look for an avenue through. They get Cuban, but there's a Cuban in the backline. No! There's so much easy in this goddamn game. Somebody give this guy a BKB so he can step through the crowd control. But no, he will get slept in the midst of his nano blade. But his team is still performing admirably here.
It looks like we can clean up Tox.
Oh my god!
Tox with the triple boost. What are we?
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox? Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane.
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making.
No ways, dude!
Oh my god!
What did we just witness?
It's Metal Snow going down as well. A very even team fight, but Blur is full HP, putting the pressure on. Boops off the map, gets into space. No, he's gonna hang on, but there's no way back from here, surely. I don't know this hero well enough to know if he can make it out of here, but I suspect, he's gonna have to shoot himself into the drink.
Oh my goodness. You get booped off by the Venture Joe, that must feel so bad. But huge barrage from Trizzle, but I think
Luke finds the pick there with the help of Vertigo, but it's Dizzy over the top with a big ulti. That self-destruct gonna open things up for 80k to secure another team fight victory. They clean up nicely here, and with 40% on the clock, they're gonna look to take the next team fight.
So really nice ultimate usage there from ATK. They're using that bomb to just clean up. But I think even if you're looking at how that fight was developing, they had a bit of an advantage since they'd taken Toxin Socks.
No.
Walk us through it. Walk us through it.
They're gonna wall over the high ground. They're gonna platform and wall over the high ground. No way. This is technically illegal. Oh no.
They don't commit to it though. That is not executed properly there. And in fact, Poached Egg's gonna also take a lot of damage. Get out, in fact, on 23 HP. Solaris went over, but Rafiki decided to backpedal at just the wrong time.
Yeah, I think they messed up the Mei wall a little bit, or they messed up a jump somewhere, and the only person that got over was Mei.
A bit lower down, always try and hold their ult too long, but I think their ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. There's gonna be
looking for a Reaper ult here. We're gonna be potentially looking for a Reaper ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4, Magos go down, and Maveric's gonna die. It's gonna be a Reaper ult here. He's gonna get the picks. That's huge.
We get two. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
In the Mei ulti to clean it up. They've got a little bit of distance to cover here, so even when they win this team fight, it's not over just yet. We saw how good they were, but with the long spawns in overtime, actually, it looks like we can clean up Tox.
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boot. What are we watching?
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox, oh my god.
Oh, it's actually insane.
Name and play, Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
no.
Only 2 ultimates online currently. We're close to more. Graviton Surge could be a difference maker, and there it is. Grav is out. It only gets 1, so it's not going to get the full value. Unfortunately, Trizzle, I don't know where Trizzle went, but he's gone, and Monarch will continue to clean up. No one left to touch. No one left to contest. That has to be something magical, and it's just not going to happen. The 3-mapper comes to fruition.
Little square around him, Dip Bandit, that he could work through. Now isolated alone, he gets the charge through onto Sally. Awesome squats, boys! Things are getting real up in here as
Not just the ball who's constantly re-engaging. Oh, huge.
And I mean, you just see what Enigma's plan is. Oh my god, all 6 on the kill feed at once. Assassin JDB, no doubt to who won that team fight, and a little bit of a jig at the end of that one.
Why you see so many different players on that roster, but it is very difficult.
How can they look to pressure Ringu, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? Oh, I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few.
Just to their benefit right now, tracks the Kiriko in there and mainly mitigates the damage coming out from the other side. Solaris and the Farag not wanting to jump in there. Cheetahs, he's got off the map! He's jumped off the map, and that's
Lucio getting picked there on the side of Hatchlings, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, on the side of Hatchlings, coming in there already with Lucio. So Farah coming in through on Jack. Oh!
And Trigger does something Trigger does. Trigger jumps off the map.
Danger map that I set up for a whole play. Caster Curse in extremes. But here we go, the team trying to set up. We've obviously got Hatchlings looking pretty comfortable so far. On the...
Let's look at the Vanguard overclocks interaction.
Look, let's rate the Leiden overclock interaction first. Let's just get that now.
Overclock Darmster Leiden.
Okay. Easy. Leiden number 10.
Jesus Christ. Straight up.
Yeah.
I would say...
Hold half of them off. Terran load, they were completely out of position. And I think that's all it took to just dismantle their entire Bastion setup.
Oh, I like that. From the freezing the Sigma so we can't eat the Mei ulti and popping it on everyone. You mad, man. Facebook with his life, but what does he care? His team is winning this one out. That said, Terran Lord flexing his muscles now on the Doomfist, but I think there's still more than enough muscle.
Are still 3 players on the point. And save. Nate, what a great save! You brilliant man.
Oh,
you and your wonderful flowers.
Oh,
the mech. How did you get the mech back in time? That's amazing.
Well.
SG Teddy managing to stop the Life Weaver's reign of healing as
it's
amazing.
As things get evened out percentage-wise. Yeah, I need to start us off here. Bomb coming through from Vertigo as well.
Vertigo doesn't manage to find anybody with the bomb. I'm only coming with the kickback for the bomb, looking to see his
he
doesn't manage to block it.
It has broken, and so now they will fix it. Back onto ball here for Cuban. The Symmetra, though, comes out once again, going to teleport straight. No! Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Get out of here! It can only be Wallace. It had to be. The rollout is perfect. The boop is perfect. And Wallace picks himself up a 3K strategy dismantled with a single ability.
Yeah, that's just the danger. It's like it's actually quite questionable when you're expecting.
I haven't seen anyone from Bomb Squad, but I feel like it's kind of funny how their team name is Bomb Squad, but their usernames are all so cute. We've got Caramella Bear, Dwellums, and Not Raw. It's adorable, but Bomb Squad, it's quite the oxymoron.
Mario wins. Oh wait. Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
That's your same counter. Aurora knows exactly what he's doing, but now Thunderclap has a lot of ultis here, but it doesn't look like quite enough just yet. Phoenix was a great ulti there, just to make sure nobody goes down that doesn't need to go down, and Sally Emoji Pro cleaning up.
There's a price to being as forward thinking.
It's jail.
It's jail. Yeah, we practice clairvoyance, so that's like, a witch. Jail.
We're unfortunately fugitives from the law. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yes, COWZA supports criminals. Don't clip that.
Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of a balancing act for Teachers Lounge here to survive without their Moira here. Make sure that
now, and because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're gonna hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, something.
That's a lot of damage reduction, and Feroci's going to pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the Immortality Field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the Fat Lady sings, and I don't hear any music. For Realsy's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For Realsy's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one. Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them, but it's 3 seconds left, and somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour.
Down. They do have the res available if they want to go to it. And Royd is going to start the fight out, takes the duplicate, decides to go onto the opponent's tank, and decides to give them a taste their own medicine. Fortunately, does not manage to find the nade, or at least the knife. Does get a great ultimate through everyone, though. And that creates all of the space that Ethereal...
Absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh, jeez. That focusing beam does so much damage against a lot of tanks, and sometimes that's just not expected, but just so well played to the Ethereal Ducklings. Wow.
And that's a great start. A dual one by the Red Tracer there. The Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage... Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero today. Okay?
Yeah, he's on DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show...
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a...
maybe that is how you play main tank.
Burst defense here will be 80k, or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k, so...
Well enough for them.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A dual one by the Red Tracer there. The Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage... Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play, okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker. Gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the immense skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
Great coalescence from Wallace cleaning up that fight. Now the big question is, can they win the second fight? If they don't win the second fight, that first fight will all be for nothing.
They do have the ultimates and advantage though. Quagga's got the EMP to come through. Lights are also going to be enabled through that to use his Dragon Blade and hacks out of the EMP. Quagga went for that in mid-air and gets denied, and so wastes the ultimate. Edited stay alive in this. Unfortunately, it was an amazing play, but the rest of the team just have nothing to deal with. Lights' Dragon Blade, which started off, and Scorpion keeping it going with kill after kill. It was COWZA being able to pick up the second fight and finally get a good push going.
That was one of the best plays from Chisel we've seen all tournament. He cancelled Quagga's EMP with his own manual hack. Unfortunately for his team, COWZA used the rest of their ults really, really effectively, and like you say, they importantly won this fight. If they can keep
about the small choke point and how much damage he can get out if he does manage to land that grenade. He's already 33% to a bob, but GG are sitting with 4 ultimates of their own. This next fight, oh, Lavius.
I don't know if you saw exactly what Lavius had done there before just popping off completely. He placed a mine in front of his face
in the front lines, putting in a ton of damage. It's fun. It's taken down by the Coalescence. The nice thing about these compositions, Morgan build those ultis pretty quick, and she managed to put it to good use there. Bongo, take it down. Big shatter, huge shatter, general sound. He doesn't really play Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter if the team's got your back like that. Nice follow-up from Team Oink and Yoink, or from the other.
To the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession,
consistent damage, good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander's side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. But
oh
my
God,
days! It's play of the game. Tox,
that's play.
Beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep this element. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Overwatch.
This is
gone with this day like nothing ever happened. Sanchin, in the kinetic drop here.
Assassin! He's so sneaky!
Oh my god, the cart is moving! The cart is moving! They haven't noticed! Is this really gonna be this kind of push? Oh no, happening? I don't think there's time. They're not gonna get back in time. Somebody's noticed! Oh! What a disaster!
Assassin BDB! What a disaster!
Oh my god. Dude, you don't need to win the team fight. Team fights are optional, guys.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, Toxic Crocs.
See what ends up happening.
I'm looking at 2 squishies standing in front of a Sigma shield. There's one dead.
There's
the other one
there's
standing in front of the
2.
shield dead. There's another one standing in front of the shield dead. I can't bear to watch it, Tox. I can't do it anymore.
I said it's a hit scan dream.
20 seconds.
It's a hit scan dream, and there immediately 3 picks come out from Trizzle. It is intense when you basically come up against a team that is willing to take off these angles. You can't.
20 seconds to think about it. We've got one hell of a fight on our hands, especially with Salmon sitting on their ult. And are we going to see it popped immediately? Yes, we do. Diving in, so much damage to be dealt. The anti-heal goes on. It's just disgusting! What do you mean? The Jungle Queen makes the absolute scrap metal out of the enemy team. 5 Knights crushed in their armor. It is a beautiful play and aptly named a rampage. My goodness me. Salmon Slow down, Chief.
Phoenix having to back up into this building all the way to the back of it because of like Luke's pressure. And Trizzle managing to get a very impactful pick onto this Mercy here.
Any more here to come? They popped the Lucio ulti there. Not sure about that one. Seems a bit unnecessary as there were already 2 up here. There's a wall there boosting onto another wall. That's not how you're supposed to use that spell.
Monkey doing a whole lot of damage. The sustain just enough to keep everybody alive, but oh no, it's a Nano Monkey! Out goes Panda, out goes Nate, and Chaos soon to follow. That's 3 down immediately. This team might make it 4. SG flops on an absolute tear. That's why you don't mess with an angry monkey.
Pulse Bomb goes down, doesn't find anything on this occasion. Blue will have to start building that up again. TacVisor at the ready, gets popped now, gonna move forward, looking for kills, not finding anything. In fact, Toxin Sock strikes immediately with the drill, takes down Kurigari, and ultimate not finding anything, and now his own ultimate Tox. Finding 1 kill, finding 2 kill, can he get all 5? It looks likely at this point. And again, yes he does, a rampage for Toxin Socks.
And the little spray at the end just as a, okay, cool, yeah, I know what I
end up committing too much. They do have ults on their side. On the other hand, Inglorious Blasters do also have their ults. They're going to have their Window and they're going to have their Orisa ult coming up. But they've taken high ground. That's a big thing for Inglorious Blasters in their composition, especially with this Bastion, the Window on the high ground.
Man.
They're not getting Smiley. That's huge. If she'd gone down, that would have been really bad for the Five Nights.
Great movement from Smiley there. One of the better Pharaohs in the country, it has to be said, and using the box very effectively there. Mercy, sorry, as Chambi finds the kills. I mean, I don't know how good a Pharaoh is. For all we know, she's the best Pharaoh in the world. Agree with that. I think shout out as well to Knoppis, who was actually quite a standout performer on that Anna. We kind of poo-pooed him at the beginning, being like, I'm about how good he was, or would be, but plenty of key sleeps and good anti-nades to shut down the main man Cubic as well. So great work from Knoppis as well. And every Overwatch game is a team effort. We know that as well as anybody does, but sometimes you just got to point out the players who stood out.
Yeah.
So guys, that is the first game of the...
It was a very solid display. We see play of the game coming through from Trizzle, no doubt, from pretty early in the match, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there we go.
Which side? Are we talking attack or defense? Because I'll be honest, I couldn't quite tell. Like, because... I mean, what is that? That's 3.
Oh, wow.
Gonna go straight for the flag. And then you utilize that pig pen to also, but it's the exact same strategy on the other side. Risen going to be picking up the flag. They've ignored each other, walked through, and it's going to be the clash on the return that really decides this.
That's fantastic. It actually adds a little bit of like weight to this. But the boop off the map here, that's huge, giving them the opportunity to just carry both sticks off the map. Oh no, what is that? Oh, Risen. You'd think you see that happen to Bison, you're like, maybe we don't go along that edge, but there he went, and here we are.
Powers that we saw out of this one, I must say, key players I have to point out is Blur and Memes. I did not expect for Memes to show out so well on this Hunter here, but finding some really good picks. And that is really, but look at this play, the game is so perfect. Blur goes in with such a...
You know, the Soldier really an unfavored pick here in this particular metagame, just because of the way the shields work, but finally making it work. Speaking of making it work, Aquatic finally making some inroads here on behalf of Rolling Panda GIF, and they're fine.
Backline of Snowstorm upper management. So very well played from their side. And you know, after that first point on Lijiang Tower where it was very even, Baby Pepe Clowns figured out the strategy because Snowstorm never really brought it back. They never really stabilized in the map and in the series.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more of just the aggression from Snowstorm upper management, as we saw they were playing quite defensive, they were playing quite pokey, and I mean, Pepe Clown seemed to, as you said, have just kind of figured it out to just press the W key and just ascend it. I mean, what are you supposed to do with Orion swinging in your face? What are you supposed to do with a Lucio full sending it into your backline? So, so very well played to them. That was a matchup.
So next question then is your player of the match.
Have a look here. Mercy 1v1 on B. This is what we signed up for. This is what we always want to see. The gap. It's a staff 1v1. I forgot. Let's see. Losing out here. Oh, he's getting wrecked. I think. Vertigo is dominating, but she needs to keep the damage up, of course. The HP will start ticking up. Blur, a little baby running away like a coward. Oh my god, this guy. No.
Is he going to be able to get another hit on her before he
I
knows?
think he's just gonna leave.
He's running away. Oh, he's
just
getting the
running
health
away.
back. He's getting the
What a
health back.
coward. Oh my god. Remember this moment, guys. Remember the time Blur ran away from a Mercy 1v1. Oh, he's not even at it. Can't even hit a Vertigo in
Vertigo
control. Once
is
again,
on top of the
slamming it
situation.
down. 1, 2, 3 hits in a row here with the staff. Blur manning up now. He whoops the gap up for just a moment, trying to get that extra DPS. But it's not enough. Vertigo with the melee kill, asserting her dominance. To see, gonna now look for an avenue through. They get Cuban, but there's a Cupid in the backline. No! There's so much easy in this goddamn game. Somebody give this guy a BKB so he can step through the crowd control. But no, he will get slept in the midst of his Nano Blade. But his team is still performing admirably here.
It looks like Oinkin can clean up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boot! What are we
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
No ways,
Oh my
dude!
god, what is
What did we just witness?
It's Metal Snow going down as well. A very even team fight, but Blur is full HP, putting the pressure on. Boost off the map, gets into space. No, he's gonna hang on, but there's no way back from here, surely. I don't know this hero well enough to know if he can make it out of here, but I suspect, yeah, he's gonna have to shoot himself into the drink.
Oh my goodness. To get booped off by the Venture Joe, that must feel so bad. But
Oh.
yeah, huge barrage from Trizzle, but I think
Luke finds the pick there with the help of Vertigo, but it's Dizzy over the top with a big ulti. That self-destruct gonna open things up for 80k to secure another team fight victory. They clean up nicely here, and with 40% on the clock, they're gonna look to take the next team fight.
So really nice ultimate usage there from 80k. They're using that bomb to just clean up. But I think even if you're looking at that how that fight was developing, they had a bit of an advantage since they'd taken Toxin Socks.
No.
Walk us through it. Walk us through it.
They're gonna wall over the high ground. They're gonna platform and wall over the high ground. No way. This is technically illegal. Oh no.
They don't commit to it though. That is not executed properly there. And in fact, Poach Egg's going to also take a lot of damage. Get out, in fact, on 23 HP. Solaris went over, but Rafiki decided to backpedal at just the wrong time.
Yeah, I think they messed up the Mei wall a little bit, or they messed up a jump somewhere, and the only person that got over was Mei.
A bit low down, always try and hold the ult too long, but I think that ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. There's going to be a
We're looking for a
here.
Reap ult here. We're going to be potentially looking for a Reap ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4, Mei does go down. And Lampert's going to die. It's going to be a recall here. He's going to get the pixel. That's huge.
We get two. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
In the Mei ulti to clean it up. They've got a little bit of distance to cover here, so even when they win this team fight, it's not over just yet. We saw how good they were, but with the long spawns in overtime, actually, it looks like Oinkin can clean up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boot! What are we
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
Only 2 ultimates online currently. We're close to more. Graviton Surge could be a difference maker, and there it is. Grav is out. It only gets 1, so it's not going to get the full value. Unfortunately, Trizzle, I don't know where Trizzle went, but he's gone, and Monarch will continue to clean up. No one left to touch. No one left to contest. That has to be something magical, and it's just not going to happen. The 3-mapper comes to fruition.
Little square around him, did Bandit, that he could work through. Now isolated alone, he gets the charge through onto Sally. Awesome squats, boys! Things are getting real up in here as the...
Not just the ball who's constantly re-engaging. Oh, huge. And I mean, you just see what Enigma's plan is. Oh my god, all 6 on the kill feed at once. Assassin JDB, no doubt to won that team fight, and a little bit of a jig at the end of that one.
Why you see so many different players on that roster, but it is very difficult.
How can they look to pressure Rinku, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? Oh, I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few.
Just to their benefit right now, tracks the Kiriko in there and mainly mitigates the damage coming out from the other side. Solaris and the Farah not wanting to jump in there. Cheetahs. He's got off the map. He's jumped off the map, and that's
happening. Lucio getting picked there on the side of Hatchlings, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, on the side of Hatchlings, coming in there already with Lucio. So Farah coming in through on Jack. Oh!
And Trigger does something Trigger does. Trigger jumps off the map.
Danger map that I set up for a whole play. Caster Curse in extremes. But here we go, the team is trying to set up. We've obviously got Hatchlings looking pretty comfortable so far. On the...
Let's look at the Vanguard overclocked interaction.
Look, let's rate the Leiden overclock interaction first. Let's just get that now.
Overclock dams to Leiden.
Okay. Easy. Leiden number 10.
Jesus, just straight up.
I will say...
Hold half of them off. Terran Lord, they were completely out of position. And I think that's all it took to just dismantle their entire Bastion setup.
Oh, I like that. They're from freezing the Sigma so we can't eat the Mei ulti and popping it on everyone. You mad, man. Facebook with his life, but what does he care? His team is winning this one out. That said, Terran Lord flexing his muscles now on the Doomfist, but I think there's still more than enough muscle.
Are still 3 players on the point. And Nate, what a great save! You brilliant man.
Oh
you and your wonderful flowers. The mech. How did you get the mech back in time? That's amazing.
Well.
SG Teddy managing to stop the live Peeper's reign of healing as.
It's
amazing. This is great.
As things get evened out percentage-wise, yeah, I need to start us off here. Bomb coming through from Vertigo as well.
Vertigo doesn't manage to find anybody with the bomb. I'm only coming with the kickback for the bomb, looking to see who's
What he
doesn't manage to block it.
It has broken, and so now they will fix it. Back onto ball here for Kuberin. The Symmetra, though, comes out once again, getting teleport straight. No!
Oh no!
Get out of here! It could only be Wallace. It had to be. The rollout is perfect. The boop is perfect, and Wallace picks himself up a 3K strategy dismantled with a single ability.
That's just the danger. It's like it's actually quite questionable when you're expecting.
I haven't seen anyone from Bomb Squad, but I feel like it's kind of funny how their team name is Bomb Squad, but their usernames are also cute. We've got Caramella Bear, Dwellums, and Not Raw. It's adorable, but Bomb Squad is quite the oxymoron.
Mario wins. Oh wait. Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
That's your same counter. Aurora knows exactly what he's doing, but now Thunderclap has a lot of ultis here, but it doesn't look like quite enough just yet. Phoenix was a great ulti there, just to make sure nobody goes down that doesn't need to go down, and Sully and Multi Pro tuning up.
There's a price to being as forward thinking.
It's jail.
It's jail. Yeah, we practice clairvoyance, so it's like, a witch. Jail.
We're unfortunately fugitives from the law. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yes, COWZA supports criminals. Don't clip that.
Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of a balancing act for Teachers Lounge here to survive without their Moira here. Make sure that.
No. And because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're gonna hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, something.
That's a lot of damage reduction, and Feroci's going to pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the Immortality Field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the Fat Lady sings. And I don't hear any music. For reals, he's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For reals, he's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them. But it's 3 seconds left, and somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour.
Down. They do have the res available if they want to go for it. And Royd is going to start the fight out, takes the duplicate, decides to go onto the opponent's tank, and decides to give them a taste of their own medicine. Fortunately, does not manage to find the nade, or at least the knife. Does get a great ultimate through everyone, though, and that creates all of the space that Ethereal.
Absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh, jeez. That focusing beam does so much damage against a lot of tanks, and sometimes it's just not expected, but just so well played to Ethereal Ducklings. Wow.
And that's a great start. A dual one by the red tracer there. The stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play, okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
First defense here will be 80k, so or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k, so well enough for them.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A dual one by the red tracer there. The stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play, okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
Great coalescence from Wallace cleaning up that fight. Now the big question is, can they win the second fight? If they don't win the second fight, that first fight will all be for nothing.
They do have the ultimates and advantage, though. Quagga's got the EMP to come through. Lights are also going to be enabled through that to use his Dragon Blade, and hacks out of the EMP. Quagga went for that in mid-air and gets denied, and so wastes the ultimate. Edited stay alive in this. Unfortunately, it was an amazing play, but the rest of the team just have nothing to deal with Lights' Dragon Blade, which started off, and Scorpion keeping it going with kill after kill. It was COWZA being able to pick up the second fight and finally get a good push going.
That was one of the best plays from Chisel we've seen all tournament. He cancelled Quagga's EMP with his own manual hack. Unfortunately for his team, COWZA used the rest of their ults really, really effectively, and like you say, they importantly won this fight. If they can keep...
About the small choke point and how much damage he can get out if he does manage to land that grenade. He's already 33% to a bomb, but GG are sitting with 4 ultimates of their own. This next fight, oh, Lavius.
I don't know if you saw exactly what Lavius had done there before just popping off completely. He placed a mine in front of his face
in the front lines, putting in a ton of damage. It's fine. It's taken down by the Coalescence. The nice thing about these compositions, Morgan build those ultis pretty quick, and she managed to put it to good use there. Bongo, take it down. Big shatter, huge shatter, general sound. He doesn't really play Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter. The team's got your back like that. Nice follow-up from Team Oink and Yoink, or from the other.
To the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession,
consistent damage, good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander's side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. Oh
Oh
my
my
days!
days!
It's play of the game. Tox,
That's play.
beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep this out of that. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Overwatch.
This is
gone with his day like nothing ever happened. Sanchin,
But
using the kinetic grasp here.
Assassin! He's so sneaky!
Oh my god, the cart is moving. The cart is moving. They haven't noticed. Is this really going to be this kind of push? Oh no.
Happening?
I don't think there's time. They're not going to get back in time. Somebody's noticed. Oh! What a disaster!
Assassin, really? What a disaster!
Oh my god. Dude, you just need to win the team fight. Team fights are optional, guys.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, Toxic Crocs.
See what ends up happening.
I'm looking at two squishies standing in front of a Sigma shield. There's one dead.
There's
the other
one,
one
there's
standing in front of the
two.
shield dead. There's another one standing in front of the shield dead.
gosh.
I can't bear to watch it, Tox. I can't do it anymore.
I said it's a hit scan dream.
20 seconds.
It's a hit scan dream, and there immediately 3 picks come out from Trizzle. It is intense when you basically come up against a team that is willing to take off these angles. You can't.
20 seconds to think about it. We've got one hell of a fight on our hands, especially with Salmon sitting on their ult. And are we going to see it pop immediately? Yes, we do. Diving in, so much damage to be dealt. The anti-heal goes out. It's just disgusting! What do you mean? The Jungle Queen makes the absolute scrap metal out of the enemy team. Five Knights crushed in their armor. It is a beautiful play and aptly named a rampage. My goodness me. Salmon, slow down, Chief.
Phoenix having to back up into this building all the way to the back of it because of like Luke's pressure. And Trizzle's managing to get a very impactful pick onto this Mercy here.
Any more here to come? They popped the Lucio ulti there. Not sure about that one. Seems a bit unnecessary as there were already 2 up here. There's a wall there boosting onto another wall. That's not how you're supposed to use that spell.
Monkey doing a whole lot of damage. The sustain just enough to keep everybody alive, but oh no, it's a Nano Monkey! Out goes Panda, out goes Nate, and Chaos soon to follow. That's 3 down immediately. Steve might make it 4. SG flops on an absolute tear. That's why you don't mess with an angry monkey.
Pulse Bomb goes down, doesn't find anything on this occasion. Blue will have to start building that up again. Tac Visor at the ready, gets popped now, gonna move forward, looking for kills, not finding anything. In fact, Toxin Sock strikes immediately with the drill, takes down Kuragari and ultimate, not finding anything, and now his own ultimate. Tox finding 1 kill, finding 2 kill. Can he get all 5? It looks likely at this point. Yes, he does. A rampage for Toxin Socks.
And the little spray at the end just as a, okay, cool, yeah, I know what I
end up committing too much, and they do have ults on their side. On the other hand, Inglorious Blasters do also have their ults. They're going to have their Window and they're going to have their Orisa ult coming up. But they've taken high ground. That's a big thing for Inglorious Blasters in their composition, especially with this Bastion, the Window on the high ground.
Man.
And not getting Smiley, that's huge. If she'd gone down, that would have been really bad for the Five Knights.
Great movement from Smiley there. One of the better Pharaohs in the country, it has to be said, and using the box very effectively there. Mercy, sorry, as Chambi finds the kills. I mean, I don't know how good a Pharaoh is. For all we know, she's the best Pharaoh in the world. Agree with that. I think shout out as well to Knoppis, who was actually quite a standout performer on that Anna. We kind of poo-pooed him at the beginning, being like, about how good he was, or would be, but plenty of key sleeps and good anti-nades to shut down the main man Cubic as well. So great work from Knoppis as well. And every Overwatch game is a team effort. We know that as well as anybody does, but sometimes you just got to point out the players who stood out.
Yeah.
So guys, that is the first game of the...
It was a very solid display. We see play of the game coming through from Trizzle, no doubt, from pretty early in the match, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there we go.
Which side? Are we talking attack or defense? Because I'll be honest, I couldn't quite tell. Like, because... I mean, what is that? That's 3?
Oh wow. Gonna go straight for the flag. And then you utilize that pig pen to also, but it's the exact same strategy on the other side. Risen going to be picking up the flag. They've ignored each other, walked through, and it's going to be the clash on the return that really decides this.
That's fantastic. That actually adds a little bit of like weight to this. But the boop off the map here, that's huge, giving them the opportunity to just carry both sticks off the map. Oh no, what is that? Oh, Risen. You'd think you see that happen to Bison, you're like, maybe we don't go along that edge, but there he went, and here we are.
Powers that we saw out of this one, I must say, key players I have to point out is Blur and Memes. I did not expect for Memes to show out so well on this Hunter here, but finding some really good picks. And that is really, but look at this play, the game is so perfect. Blur goes in with such a
you know, the Soldier are really an unfavored pick here in this particular metagame, just because of the way the shields work. But finally making it work. Speaking of making it work, Aquatic finally making some inroads here on behalf of Rolling Panda GIF, and they're fine.
Line of Snowstorm upper management. So
Yeah.
very, very well played from their side. And you know, after that first point on Lijiang Tower where it was very even,
Yeah.
Baby Pepe Clowns figured out the strategy because Snowstorm never really brought it back. They never really stabilized in the map and in the series.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more of just the aggression from Snowstorm upper management, as we could, I mean, we saw they were playing quite defensive, they were playing quite pokey, and I mean, Pepe Clown seemed to, as you said, have just kind of figured it out to just press the W key and just to send it. I mean, what are you supposed to do with Orion swinging in your face? What are you supposed to do with a Lucio full sending it into your backline? So, so very, very well played to them. That was a matchup.
So next question then is your player of the match.
Have a look here. Mercy 1v1 on B. This is what we signed up for. This is what we always want to see. The gap. It's a staff 1v1. I forgot. Let's see. Blur. Losing out here. Oh, he's getting wrecked, I think. Vertigo is dominating, but she needs to keep the damage up, of course. The HP will start ticking up. Blur, a little baby, running away like a coward. Oh my god, this guy. No.
Is he going to be able to get another hit on her before he dies?
I think he's just going to leave.
He's running away. Oh, he's
just
getting
running
the
away.
health back. He's getting the health
Coward.
back.
Oh my god. Remember this moment, guys. Remember the time Blur ran away from a Mercy 1v1. Oh, he's not even hit a Vertigo in control. Once again, slamming it down. 1, 2, 3 hits in a row here. What the staff? Blur manning up now. He whoops the gap up for just a moment, trying to get that extra DPS. But it's not enough. Vertigo with the melee kill. Searching the dominance. To see, gonna now look for an avenue through. They get Cuban, but there's a Cuban in the backline. No! There's so much easy in this goddamn game. Somebody give this guy a BKB so he can stay through the crowd control. But no, he will get slept in the midst of his Nano Blade. But his team is still performing admirably here.
It looks like Oiken can get up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boost! What are we
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
No ways, dude!
Oh my god,
What did we just witness?
It's Metal Snow going down as well. A very even team fight, but Blur is full HP, putting the pressure on. Boost off the map, gets into space. No, he's gonna hang on, but there's no way back from here, surely. I don't know this hero well enough to know if he can make it out of here, but I suspect, yeah, he's gonna have to shoot himself into the drink.
Oh my goodness. You get booped off by the Venture Joe, that must feel so bad. But yeah, huge barrage from Trizzle, but I think
Luke finds the pick there with the help of Vertigo, but it's Dizzy over the top with a big ulti. That self-destruct gonna open things up for 80k to secure another team fight victory. They clean up nicely here, and with 40% on the clock, they're gonna look to take the next team fight.
So really nice ultimate usage there from 80k. They're using that bomb to just clean up. But I think even if you're looking at how that fight was developing, they had a bit of an advantage since they'd taken Toxin Socks.
No. Walk us through it. Walk us through it.
They're gonna wall over the high ground. They're gonna platform and wall over the high ground. No way. This is technically illegal. Oh no.
They don't commit to it though. That is not executed properly there. And in fact, Poach Egg's gonna also take a lot of damage. Get out, in fact, on 23 HP. Solaris went over, but Rafiki decided to backpedal at just the wrong time.
Yeah, I think they messed up the Mei wall a little bit, or they messed up a jump somewhere, and the only person that got over was Mei.
A bit lower down, always try and hold their ult too long, but I think their ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. They're going to be
looking for a Reaper ult here. We're going to be potentially looking for a Reaper ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4, Magos go down. And Lampert's going to die. It's going to be a Reaper ult here. He's going to get the picks. That's huge.
We get two. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
In the May ulti to clean it up. They've got a little bit of distance to cover here, so even when they win this team fight, it's not over just yet. You saw how good they were, but with the long spawns in overtime, actually, it looks like you can clean up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boot! What are we watching?
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
No!
Only 2 ultimates online currently. We're close to more. Graviton Surge could be a difference maker. And there it is. Grav is out. It only gets 1. So it's not going to get the full value. Unfortunately, Trizzle. I don't know where Trizzle went, but he's gone. And Monarch will continue to clean up. No one left to touch. No one left to contest. That has to be something magical. And it's just not going to happen. The 3-mapper comes to fruition.
Little square around him, Dick Bandit, that he could work through. Now isolated alone, he gets the charge through onto Sally. Awesome squats, boys! Things are getting real up in here as the...
Not just the ball who's constantly re-engaging.
Oh, huge. And I mean, you just see what Enigma's plan is. Oh my god, all 6 on the kill feed at once. Assassin JDB, no doubt to who won that team fight, and a little bit of a jig at the end of that one.
Why you see so many different players on that roster, but it is very difficult because
how can they look to pressure Bintu, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? Oh, I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few.
Just to their benefit right now, tracks the Kiriko in there and mainly mitigates the damage coming out from the other side. Solaris and the Farah not wanting to jump in there. Cheetahs, he's got off the map! He's jumped off the map, and that's...
Lucio getting picked there on the side of Hatchling, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, on the side of Hatchling, coming in there already with Lucio. So Farah coming in through on Jack. Oh!
And Trigger does something Trigger does. Trigger jumps off the map.
Danger map that I set up for a whole play, Caster Curse in extremes. But here we go, the team trying to set up. We've obviously got Hatchling looking pretty comfortable so far. On the...
Look at the Vanguard overclocks interaction.
Look, let's rate the Leiden overclock interaction first. Let's just get that now.
Overclock Dams to Leiden.
Okay. Easy. Leiden number 10.
Jesus, just straight up.
I will say.
Hold half of them off. Terran they were completely out of position. And I think that's all it took to just dismantle their entire bashing setup.
Oh, I like that play from freezing the Sigma so we can't eat the May ulti and popping it on everyone. You mad man. Pays for it with his life, but what does he care? His team is winning this one out. That said, Terran Lord flexing his muscles now on the Doomfist, but I think there's still more than enough muscle.
Are still 3 players on the point. And Nate, what a great save! You brilliant man.
Oh,
you and your wonderful flowers. The mech. How did you get the mech back in time? That's amazing.
Well.
SG Teddy managing to stop the Life Weaver's rain of healing as.
It's
amazing. This is great.
As things get evened out percentage-wise, yeah, I need to start us off here. Bomb coming through from Vertigo as well.
Vertigo doesn't manage to find anybody with the bomb. I'm only coming with the kickback for the bomb, looking to see Toxic doesn't manage to block it.
It has broken, and so now they will fix it. Back onto ball here for Cuban. The Symmetra, though, comes out once again, getting teleport straight. No! Oh no! It could only be Wallace. It had to be. The rollout is perfect. The boop is perfect, and Wallace picks himself up a 3K strategy dismantled with a single ability.
That's just the danger. It's like, it's actually quite questionable when you're expecting.
I haven't seen anyone from Bomb Squad, but I feel like it's kind of funny how their team name is Bomb Squad, but their usernames are all so cute. We've got Caramella Bear, Dwellums, and Not Raw. It's adorable, but Bomb Squad, it's quite the oxymoron.
Mario wins. Oh wait. Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
That's your same counter. Aurora knows exactly what he's doing, but now Thunderclap has a lot of ultis here, but it doesn't look like quite enough just yet. Phoenix was a great ulti here, just to make sure nobody goes down that doesn't need to go down, and Sully Emoji Pro cleaning up.
There's a price to being as forward-thinking
It's
as
jail.
It's jail. Yeah, we practice clairvoyance, and it's like, a witch. Jail.
We're unfortunately fugitives from the law. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yes, COWZA supports criminals. Don't clip that.
Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of a balancing act for Teachers Lounge here to survive without their Moira here. Make sure that.
No. And because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're gonna hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, something.
That's a lot of damage reduction, and Feroci's gonna pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the Immortality Field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the Fat Lady sings. And I don't hear any music. For reals, he's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For reals, he's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one. Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them. But it's 3 seconds left, and somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour.
Down. They do have the res available if they want to go to it. And Royd is going to start the fight out. Takes the duplicate, decides to go onto the opponent's tank, and decides to give them a taste of their own medicine. Fortunately, does not manage to find the nade. Or at least the knife does get a great ultimate through everyone though, and that creates all of the space that Ethereal.
Absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh jeez, that focusing beam does so much damage against a lot of tanks, and sometimes that's just not expected, but just so well played to the Ethereal Ducklings. Wow.
And that's a great start. A dual one by the red tracer there. The stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello. Okay.
Winston is a hard hero to play.
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him. Here, this is how a Winston really plays. Stalker. Gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the immense skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
First defense here will be 80k, or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k, so
well enough for them.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A dual one by the red tracer there. The stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello. Okay. Mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play. Okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him. Here, this is how a Winston really plays. Stalker. Gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the immense skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
Great coalescence from Wallace cleaning up that fight. Now the big question is, can they win the second fight? If they don't win the second fight, that first fight will all be for nothing.
They do have the ultimates and advantage though. Quagga's got the EMP to come through. Lights are also going to be enabled through that to use his Dragon Blade, and hacks out of the EMP. Quagga went for that in mid-air and gets denied, and so wastes the ultimate. Edited stay alive in this. Unfortunately, it was an amazing play, but the rest of the team just have nothing to deal with Lights' Dragon Blade, which started off, and Scorpion keeping it going with kill after kill. It was COWZA being able to pick up the second fight and finally get a good push going.
That was one of the best plays from Chisel we've seen all tournament. He cancelled Quagga's EMP with his own manual hack. Unfortunately for his team, COWZA used the rest of their ults really, really effectively, and like you say, they importantly won this fight. If they can keep
about the small choke point and how much damage he can get out if he does manage to land that grenade. He's already 33% to a bob, but GG are sitting with 4 ultimates of their own. This next fight, oh man.
I don't know.
if you saw exactly what Lavius had done there before just popping off completely. He placed a mine in front of his face.
In the front lines, putting in a ton of damage. Sponge is taken down by the Coalescence. The nice thing about these compositions, Morrigan build those ultis pretty quick, and she managed to put it to good use there. Bongo, take it down, big shatter, huge shatter, general sound. He doesn't really play Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter if the team's got your back like that. Nice follow-up from Team Oink and Yoink, or from the other.
To the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So I mean that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession,
consistent damage, good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander's side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. But
oh
my
God,
days!
days!
It's play of the game. Tox,
That's play.
Beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep the Salamander. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Overwatch.
This is
gone with this day like nothing ever happened. Sanction, even the kinetic drop here.
Assassin! You're so sneaky!
Oh my god, the cart is moving! The cart is moving! They haven't noticed! Is this really gonna be this kind of push? Oh no, happening? I don't think this time. They're not gonna get back in time. Nobody's noticed!
Well, we were hoping to get a game done at 2 p.m, which unfortunately didn't happen, but do not fear, we're here now for realsies this time, and we've got a pretty good game in the offing here for everybody. This is, of course, the Autumn Cup playoffs, the group stage having been, and we've got a pretty good game in the offing. This is, of course, the Autumn Cup playoffs. Group stage having been played a few weeks ago at this point, or started a few weeks ago, and now by the end of this weekend we'll know who our champions of the Autumn Cup will be. And I think, Peach, we might be seeing one of them, one of our potential champions playing in this game right now. It is, of course, Inglorious Blasters taking on Team Nameless. Peach, IB is still the pick of the litter here, still the cream of the crop as far as South Africa is concerned.
Absolutely, yeah. IB has been on a very strong road of domination all the way from last year, and even before last year. These players are well known, they're well respected. They have been the kings of South African Overwatch for quite some time now.
Yeah, pretty much taking the crown over from whoever the dominators were before that. And it's been pretty much untouched. Of course, if you remember our LAN tournament at the end of last year, it was they who looked unstoppable at the end of that, taking the crown without dropping a map. So impressive stuff for them, and they've carried that momentum through here. But why don't we take a look at where we are in the tournament right now, Peach? You can have a look at the bracket and what's happened since we last watched. Of course, we went through the Pink Salamanders Vanguard game, a 3-1 going the way of Pink Salamanders, a closely matched affair. Otherwise, it's all been 3-0s. IB, unsurprisingly, 3-0 against Ethereal Ducklings. Nameless 3-0 against Pangolins. Of course, Pangolins forfeiting before today's play even started. And then you're going to have to remind me, EEAG,
Dyslexic
Geese. Dyslexic Geese. Unfortunately, also forfeited both of their games, so not able to really show. So that means in the lower bracket, both of those matches ended up being def wins for Ducklings and Vanguard, respectively. So now we come to our upper bracket round 2, our upper bracket semi-finals. It is going to be IB taking on Nameless. Of course, that's what we'll be covering right now. An Anomaly versus Pink Salamanders, which offers to be a very interesting game, but unfortunately, that game was pushed from 5 till 6, so we'll be starting a little bit later for that one. But what are your thoughts on the bracket as it stands at the moment, Peach?
I think this bracket kind of represents what we expect for now.
Mhm.
You know, obviously no teams besides the 2 forfeitures have been knocked out as of yet. So that 8 o'clock game is going to be a very important game and a very important decision on who we decide to watch through, because that will be the first elimination game of this cup this weekend. But these 2 upper bracket games, I'm not surprised by the scoreline. I'm happy that Vanquish took a map with the Pink Salamanders. I was hoping for 3-2 in that regards. The other 3 games all being 3-0s. Of course, this is South Africa Overwatch, which means it's 3 Overwatch.
Yeah.
But in terms of the round 2 of the upper bracket, IB Team Nameless and Anomaly Pink Salamanders, I think these are going to be great games to look at. And it's going to set up a pretty good upper bracket finals, I think.
Yeah, it should be very, very interesting no matter who comes out on top. But in terms of this match right now, why don't we start with Inglourious Blasters, their roster. We know them, we love them. They've been very, very good throughout the year and the previous years as well. It is, of course, going to be Sterling and the One King on their DPS, Zoom as their main tank, Apricornicus and Atsu as their backline. I think the big thing standing out here is the lack of On Diablo. Peach, otherwise nothing surprising in terms of their roster so far.
Yeah, I mean, that lack of Antiablo, there can be quite a big hit to Inglourious Blasters. We're used to seeing IB as, not IB, we're used to seeing Auntie as one of the core members of IB. We know Sterling usually comes in more of a substitutory pick. Is that a word? A substitution pick. In certain cases, for either King or for Auntie. So we're going to have to kind of see how it takes shape. But Zoom, also known one of the best tanks in the country, you know, he's really pushed that limit of what is possible as a tank in that role. And then Atsu and Apricornicus, we've seen lots of them. They're both great players, albeit kind of occupying a similar space at times. I mean, you can see it very clearly here. Apri and Atsu both like the Zen and the Baptiste. But yeah, no, Inglourious, scary team to go up against, but not undefeatable. Throughout the group stage, we did see them drop, I think it was a map to Pangolins. So, and if you remember back to last year, they also dropped some maps throughout the year. So, not undefeatable, not impenetrable. There's a chance. And as long as teams don't approach this match with a negative mindset of, oh, this is already going to be a 3-0, then they need to give it all they've got, and they can find those weak points and they can exploit.
Well, they'll be hoping, Team Nameless, that is the case. Let's take a look at their roster. A much more unknown team in terms of who's on it, but they've made their way through the upper bracket here. It is, of course, going to be Blue and Imagine on the DPS, Major Panic as the main tank, and then KK and Tira. Of course, the big name we know here, Peach, is going to be KK on the support role. Blue, no slouch with the DPS, and Major Panic. I think it was Cheetos last time we covered these teams that he spoke quite highly of Major Panic. I could be misremembering there, but a team that is making a name for himself, as the name would imply, but it would be quite a tall task taking down the Inglourious Blasters here today, but we'll have to wait and see whether they can get it done.
Tall, but never impossible. We've seen quite a lot of these players participate in our community cups, but that doesn't mean that they're just nobodies. Blue has been a pretty prominent figure around in those community cups and has made a name for himself here on Team Nameless. KK and Tira, both former Anomaly players. Tira was one of the substitutes on Anomaly at LAN, while K was the main one of the core rosters for that. And Major Panic also proven to be very scary at times on that tank role. And for those of you who don't know, Imagine is formerly known as Quav, who I do remember seeing in some places here and there. So not completely nameless as per se.
Yeah, it's been a consistent roster for them actually, with Quav in. This is what they ran in the summer series as well. So a team we're relatively familiar with, it has to be said. But do we have our map pick yet, Peach?
Unfortunately, we don't have a map pick yet. We're still waiting for a player in the lobby. So while we're waiting for that, let us have a look at the map pool for the playoffs. Obviously, this was a little bit different from the map pool that was used in the group stage, with a couple adjustments here and there. I can't tell you exactly the reasons for why we made some adjustments, but it is nice to have a fresh pool and to see the likes of things like Lijiang Tower, Kings Row. Sun Phoenix, we didn't see Kings Row earlier today.
We didn't. We saw Hollywood instead, and that's kind of the choice. And Midtown, I have to say, is also quite a map that people like, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that picked. But Lijiang Tower is pretty standard for a starting location, it seems. You mentioned earlier Samoa is decently popular, and that's true, but it feels like if Lijiang's in the pool, that's where the teams want to start off. But in our last series, we actually saw them head over to Flashpoint second. Yuzhang City, which is surprising. Flashpoint we often end up seeing left for last because teams are kind of not that comfortable on it. It is of course the newest map type, the Flashpoint maps, and teams are not that comfortable on it, so they don't tend to want to go there, but it kind of gives the opportunities for you to grind out those maps, get comfortable on them, and bring something interesting in on those maps. And we saw Pink Salamanders bring out the Arisa comp with Blur. Didn't end up working for them, that map. Vanguard, that was the map they took, but you got options here. It used to be, for those of you who are watching, we used to have a prescribed map type order, so it would always be control into hybrid into escort, back into a third thing, and then back to control for the final map. But that's been changed for a while. I believe that's how Overwatch League was doing it at the time, which is why we were doing it. But it is, of course, just as a reminder as well, loser picks map and map type, so gives you something to play for. Also, as a reminder, we do have hero bans in for the Autumn Cup, and as you guys know by now, losing team bans first, I think. Is that correct, Peach?
Yes, so the team... hold on, let me just double check in my mind. So the team that loses the map gets... they get to choose... Actually, you know what? Let me just quickly double check the rules, because Conquer the Climb worked a little bit differently from the normal rule set. So the team that selects the map chooses the first ban, one hero from any role. So yeah, so the same team that picks the map.
Cool. So you pick the map, you pick the first hero ban. You can't ban the same hero more than once. A team can't ban the same hero more than once throughout the series, and you cannot ban two heroes from the same role. So you can kind of block pick. If one of your best heroes is a tank, you yourself can ban a tank, and the opposing team has to ban a support or a DPS. So lots to work with there. The first ban is always interesting to kind of get a sense of the neutral, what they like, what they don't like, just based on not knowing that much about what your opponents want to do. But we do know our first map, as you can see, and it is going to be Lijiang Tower. No surprise there, Peach.
No surprise there. But do you know what is a surprise? Kind of. I mean, it's not a big surprise, but it is a surprise. It's actually our first ban. Now, we're still waiting for the second ban. But our first ban from Inglorious Blast is going to be Light.
Oh my god.
Which, to everybody out there, might be looking, why on earth are Inglorious Blasters banning Lifeweaver? And I can give you an answer that I assume is the answer, and it's to protect ban. Look, because we're in Lijiang Tower, there are a lot of heroes that we're going to want to play, and Zoom, being the aggressive main tank he is, might be wanting things like BAP, Kiriko, Juno. So we're going to have to see is what particular reason it is that they wanted to ban that. Also, because of how prominent Apricornicus and as well Atsu can be, maybe they're going to play in Ana. They don't want Ana to be banned. However, on the side of Team Nameless, we get, when it pops up onto the screen, Sojourn being banned. This is one of One King's absolute star favorites, and taking it out this early in the series could be a good start for Team Nameless.
Interesting. The Tracer ban jumps at you as a very obvious ban, but with no on Diablo in for game number 1 at least, that's not an obvious ban anymore. Sterling is capable of playing the Tracer, I know, but not really something he'll pick straight up. I wouldn't surprise me to have seen them ban the Soldier actually on Nameless, at least push Sterling out of his comfort zone, maybe onto something like the Widow that he'll have to try and make work, and that's a lot easier to counter as a hero than something like the Soldier might be, especially in Sterling's hands. But to go for the Sojourn makes a lot of sense. Pretty strong hero right now. Look, Peach, I hear what you're saying about the Lifeweaver ban, but I also suspect that's Inglorious Blasters saying, come at us with whatever you've got, basically.
Yeah, could be.
The likelihood of this hero being played is pretty low, so let's see what you've got.
Well, looking at what we do got is a Zoom probably faking the Doomfist. If it's real, I'm going to be shocked. But seeing on the side of Team Nameless that typical brawl with the Ramatra comp BAP Brig, very strong. The Brig changing to Lucio, also really good. Still means that you can collapse onto the enemy a lot faster. However, it's important to see what we're going to get on the side of Inglorious Blasters. And there it is.
Why not?
It's the Zwoom Rhine on a map that's typically not really Rhine favored. We get the TP onto point. Wow, okay, that was fast.
Straight away onto point. The rollout's very quick here today. And they've kept the Symmetra, obviously, to get that TP, and it gives them the turret here in the entryway. You can see Zwoom can't really close in right now. A lot of pressure, a lot of damage being built. Blue put under pressure. They forced the lamp out. Sterling making short work of that, but there's damage in the backline here. There's room in the backline, and he'll be the first to fall. The One Kings following soon after. 2 supports and a soldier versus the world here, but it's not going to be enough. The ring comes out to try and give them space, but it's not going to work. A good sleep from Atsu will help the 2 supports make a clean retreat. That's it for team fight number 1. Control going the way of Team Nameless.
Usually the TP strat is a little bit not used in the higher end of Overwatch because of how easily it can be to break into that. But I mean, IB just struggled, and here they go, trying to take this back again.
Yeah, hard for Ryan Comp to work their way through there, especially with no ring on cooldown. It is good. 1, 2, 3. Count them up and knock them down. Zwoom holding that in a blink of an eye and using it to shut down the Team Nameless defense.
Yeah, I guess the TP strat works for only so long, because once those ultimates start flying, then then yeah, you know, then the team's going to be flying. Seeing that they're staying on the Symmetra is a choice, certainly. I don't know how much value it's actually going to get. I maybe would have preferred to see something a little more flexible. The fake TP coming out here, baiting Inglorious Blasters back towards the point.
A really nice heads up play. I suppose to some decent against the Rhine Shield. Pressure being built here through the Amp Matrix as well. A lot of damage, but the defensive nano boost is good. Gets the boop, but not quite getting the kills. Zwoom dropping low, but the healing is there. The ring comes out to boost him back towards his teammates. So great defensive work here from Inglorious Blasters. Here comes the sights though. Under pressure, taken down. Major Panic tracks down Sterling with the annihilation, and he will find that kill. Finds the second, will find a third as well. He's cleaning them up. Zwoom will do his best to avenge his fallen comrades, but instead he will be the one that falls. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, courtesy of Major Panic's annihilation, and a good comeback from Team Nameless.
It's not just Major Panic though that swayed that fight. I would say that a lot of things went right there for Team Nameless, and Inglorious Blasters were kind of on the back foot a little bit. Although, let's see how they approach this coming up now. Zwoom with the Shatter. We saw what they did last time. Here it comes.
Great shield countering that up for the most part, but still catches the KK on the side there. Lots of players dropping low as Zwoom still wreaking havoc in the backline here. They've spotted out a couple, but Imagine finds a kill. Zwoom in the backline still wreaking havoc as he finds Imagine to avenge his fallen comrade once again. Aprikonicus will find Major Panic. Atsu gets rid of Terror, and a clean, quick team fight here from IB. Team Nameless struggling just a little bit to deal with the Inglorious Blasters.
I think it's important to note how powerful Atsu's anti-nade was there at the beginning. Yes, even though Zwoom Shadow might have missed, that anti-nade is really what started that fight off. Yes, Sterling might have died early as well, but I mean, Team Nameless just kind of fell over at that. Now the Nano coming in onto Zwoom.
Lots of damage onto Zwoom. The Nano forced out defensively, but Zwoom gonna try and make the best use of it he can. A good boop keeps him off the back line here. They need to be careful now on the side of Inglorious Blasters not to sit too far forward, play too aggressively, but they're managing this very well. There's the TP through. Excellent work from Blue to find an angle to get that onto the high ground. They even get the quick cap here in return. Oh my god, that is an enormous anti-heal, but the sound barrier is good as well from Terra to counter that out. This is excellent play from Team Nameless so far on the market here, as it's them now in control. But there's the shadow around the side. A good lap. Oh no, that's a boop onto KK. Sends her flying into the drink, and that's going to be it for this team fight. But it's 99% for the losing team now, as Team Nameless with some real heads-up play.
The anti-nade Sun Phoenix. How powerful of an ability that is, but it's not the only thing that Atsu is doing. He is sleeping key targets. Now they're looking for that TP. They know they're going to TP back onto the point. They got the preemptive anti-nade, but Major Panic takes one down to start this fight.
How did Atsu drop there? And Major Panic getting that kill and getting TP. They're going to get a free kill here. Nobody touches it. Team Nameless takes Night Market here. A shock result, it has to be said, but Team Nameless showing up in a big way.
Why is it that whenever I doubt a certain hero, like the Symmetra staying after the first thing. I have got, like, it just, everything just changes. I don't know what on earth. But that boop from the Reinhardt before the fight lost there, absolutely insane. But Team Nameless really scratching that back, bringing them back up. Major Panic, absolutely amazing. Now we're going to see Inglorious Blasters take a bit more of a dive approach. This map is more known for its dive. And Zoom, very good Winston. And we're going to see that supplemented with Sterling's Tracer for a change here. But I don't like the Tracer Genji. Yes, it's a good OG Overwatch comp. They kind of overlap in functions here in Overwatch 2, especially in dive. And I know that Sojourn's not available, but I'd like to see something that's a little more hard-hitting for one of the others to clean it up.
Oh, and speaking of hard hitting, COWZA, aka Imagine, it's hard against Apricornicus and Zoom, getting a little bit too aggressive there, shut down on the front line. The one king does find KK though in the meantime, so there is an opportunity for them to try and draw this team fight out and pick up a few kills. But Sterling, he's being marked here very heavily by Blue. Blue known more for his Genji than his Tracer, I feel like, but no slouch in that department either as he sets up a kill for COWZA here on the back line. Great work once again from Nameless, getting that first point control.
A little bit of stalling tactics here from the side of Team Nameless, trying to hold them at this bridge. Oh my god, that vortex! That Ravenous vortex was so close to getting Zoom off the map. Let's see how they decide to approach this now.
Oh, one king dropping early once again. Imagine he's on fire in this team fight. He's found a second now. Zoom taken down as well. They're going to have to get out of here again. Inglorious Blasters so far here on Lijiang Tower being absolutely routed as Blue looks to find a quick pick on the escape. Oh, needs to be careful though. Doesn't have the blink as it now gets out. Great work from Nameless once again.
Yeah, very great work. I think it's important to note that Inglorious Blasters are really struggling here because they can't find something to dive without getting their HP absolutely shredded. Very good sleep onto Major Panic and the anti-nade onto the support line. Kicking this off for Inglorious.
Both kills there, both red supports down here. Team Nameless in big trouble. They have gotten Atsu, but they're losing players at quite the rate of knots. 50% already taken up here on the clock, so it's good work for them. But now they're going to have to change roles here and be the aggressors as finally IB finds some footholds.
This is a really good spot for IB. They can kind of control this area being a dive comp a lot better than what Nameless were able to. However, we see Nameless trying to take the roundabout approach, going into a place that's a little bit more favorable for them. Let's see how...
Anchi, so big once again. It's Atsu with the nade lobbed over the top, but they've lost two. Apricornicus, he finds the wrong end of the pulse bomb, and Blue is popping off or just gets taken down. Sterling wins that duel out, but this is really good stuff from Team Nameless. Once again, the dive just a little bit too aggressive, and they're punished in a big way here as Team Nameless gets set up for a defense. Oh, as I say that though, they're not. It's not over just yet. Inglorious Blasters getting aggro once again. A lot of ults committed here. The one king with the nano blade, but they're fighting into the sound barrier as well. No kills going either way. In Major Panic, he finds the one king. Will now rotate back towards his backline. There's an angry monkey there taking down his teammates, but they haven't taken down enough yet. Inglorious Blasters. The point is ticking up. Oh no! It is an Ajax here, unfortunately, for Apricornicus. So good on the Lucio normally, but punished out as Blue is popping off. It might all be over here for game number one. Peaches, the one king, finally gets rid of that pesky Tracer. 99, 100. It's all over here on map number one. Team Nameless with the big upset win.
I feel like I'm getting major caster curse this weekend. You know, I said, well, we were prepping which game of the two games we wanted to cast before we knew about the schedule change. And I was worried that this game was going to be too much one-sided, given the history of Inglorious Blasters. But I'm all here for this now. I am sorry that I doubted Team Nameless. Holy moly.
I mean, who could have seen it coming, Peach? Let's be honest with ourselves here. This is a total shocking result here, and it's not like they're playing against an IB fielding 10 supports or not trying. You know, yes, there's no Auntie, but this is one of the teams where you'd feel like losing a player of Auntie's caliber, while problematic, don't get me wrong, is not as, you know, ruinous as it might be for some other teams where Auntie would be miles ahead of everybody else. Auntie's good, he's great, but he's not the only player on this team who's a master in their role. And so Team Nameless, they've showed up in a big way. Moments of individual brilliance, moments of excellent synergy and team trust. Thinking back to Night Market, of course, where that last second TP onto the high ground from blue to get them onto point, to get that quick cap and help them win that point. So Team Nameless, they've showed up here. This is not the same Team Nameless that we saw in the summer series, but it is the same group of players, which is the most exciting thing.
Yeah, no, Team Nameless really coming out here. They're playing smart. You know, they're not trying to be overzealous. They're not playing too defensively worried about something. They're playing this the correct way. A prime example of that was taking that side angle, taking the back route instead of going down main on that last Lijiang map, and just cementing the fact that, hey, we're going to be a team that is extremely damage heavy if you come into our space. So we're not going to play out in the open. Instead, we're going to force you into our own little zone. And they came back and very swiftly retook that point.
Very, very excellent play. I'm watching on the delay here, the Ajax as well. So many things going right for Team Nameless, but it wasn't a lucky win by any stretch of the imagination. Solid play from them, punishing the aggression from Inglorious Blasters. And I wonder if Inglorious Blasters just a little bit underestimating their opponents here. We do head now to Route 66 for map number 2, one of the more popular maps in Overwatch history. Not surprising that we head over here at some point, and it's Inglorious Blasters who pick that up. And what jumps out to me here on this map, Peach, is of course the efficacy that is offered by the Widowmaker here in Sterling. One of, if not the best Widowmaker in the country.
Yeah, I mean, that name is definitely right up there. And I'm kind of ready for that Widowmaker 1v1. If it's not a Widowmaker, maybe even Ashe. This map plays a lot more openly. You know, I was talking about that last bit of Lijiang where you can play those little more closed rooms and angles, which can favor a brawl composition. But now we're going to be looking at the dives, the spams, until we get to at least maybe the last point, which might change. But this is a lot more open, so we're inviting more room for other options, but we're getting the bands in slowly. Oh no, we've got both bands in. Sorry, I'm going to quickly update the graphics, son, if you can just hold for a moment.
Sure, I wonder, do you just ban the Widowmaker here if you're Team Nameless? Don't put yourself in a position where you have to try and match them. Who I think it's Blue who would play it if Team Nameless do choose to go for that Widowmaker matchup. And it's a tough ask, but I've been surprised before. I'm trying to think back to the summer series. There was one Widowmaker who we never really saw as a Widowmaker main, who all of a sudden really popped off in a big way. So it's always possible that these players have these heroes in their locker. They never get a chance to show them, but when they do, they excel. But we'll have to wait and see here once the bans come through. And it is going to be Inglorious Blasters banning out K's Baptiste. Very interesting. And that's their first ban. And then Nameless, they respond with the Orisa ban. Very interesting here. Not two heroes that we've seen get a lot of play, a lot of attention throughout the day's game so far.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I don't think Orisa deserves to be banned on this map. I would have rather liked to see something like Winston, Diva, or Ball banned if we were going to go with a tank ban. But I'm not going to argue against it. Team Nameless seem to have something going for them. And, you know, I'm not going to criticize it. I do like the BAP ban on the side of Inglorious because it does mean that they're going to be able to play a lot around the lack of Immortality Field in case we do go into more spammy sort of comps. However, we're kind of also expecting that Ana. So, I mean, as you can see it here on your screen, the Ana does make good work when there's no Baptiste in field. Because obviously, if you anti them, then guess what? Bap can just go, here's my disco ball. And then they're no longer, or the anti-nade is kind of made redundant. That is not going to be happening here, son.
Still the Kiriko in play, though. So if it does end up being a big problem, K has that option to go
Kiriko?
for that.
There's
yeah,
no
if they
Kiriko,
choose...
yeah?
No,
Oh,
I
they
just
can-
mean
yeah, they can,
They could
yeah.
pick the Kiriko, yeah.
Yes.
If they do find themselves having issue with the anti-heals. But that Baptiste ban is so fascinating to me. Like, if I'm KK, I'm feeling so good about myself right now. Just being like, I mean, all of the stuff you were doing, it was me that they decided to ban out here. But now they move up onto the high ground here. Nameless on the attack at the back here of Major Panic. They're going to try and get... I mean, this team looks really, really well put together. They've got plans. They're moving in now to the high ground. They need to be careful here on the side of Inglorious Blasters. They need to show them their respect. But so far, they're doing a good job keeping them alive. There we go. 2 kills in quick succession. Make that a third now as they're completely routed. The big trouble here for Team Nameless on their first attack as Inglorious Blasters take control.
I think we should look at the fact that Team Nameless had a great idea. They were going to put themselves into a corridor where they couldn't be easily isolated. I don't know what Blue is doing. And then for some reason they decided to send 2 people onto the cart instead of just maintaining their position where they would shred any dive coming towards them. And that kind of bit them in the bum. I won't lie.
It absolutely did here. Those 2 players were isolated and taken down effectively with the help of Apricornicus's bombs. But oh my god, that's a lot of damage. And the One King slicing them up like a hot knife through butter, dashing back and forth through that corridor. A dream situation. Any Genji main will tell you is Blue under pressure here. He needs to not die. That would be pretty disastrous. He looks like he'll get out okay.
Yeah, One King's dreams acquired, Blue's dreams denied. I think it's time to change up how we want to approach this. I swear, if we go into that tunnel again, this is going to be Albert Einstein's method of insanity. So let's see the different approach that Nameless takes here as they try and get to this point. Remember, they don't need to be on that point 24/7. Instead, they can take more advantaged fights.
Ooh, they force out the Primal Ranger. They need to be careful that they don't get booped straight in to the abyss. In fact, they're just going to get booped into the afterlife here. KK, especially the target here, Sterling, with the tech to get onto the high ground to support the backline, trying to find the tracer, but Blue, he's got his Nikes on, and he's going to work his way out. But this is big, big trouble for Nameless. This is much more what we would have expected to see at the start of the series.
Yeah, I think we need to go back to the drawing board for a little bit. I get that was close. I do get what Nameless is trying to achieve here, but it feels a bit more disconnected than the first map did. I think maybe they're a bit overconfident after that first map victory, and I think we need to come back a little bit and just recenter ourselves.
Oh, Nano Blade. Oh, this is big trouble for them now. Imagine is the second target. The third target is K. Even gets the animation cancel there for putting the sword away, and that's going to be it for this team fight. Only a minute left, but finally they've got some ultimates to work with now on the side of Team Nameless.
Those ultimates are going to be the game changer here, being able to get around that final corner and potentially the first map push. With about a minute left on the clock, we need to see those ults come out, especially before Apricornicus uses the Orbital Ray, because if Apri is the first to initiate, we could see some pretty bad picks coming off of Team Nameless here.
I feel Ryzer popped very early. Has to be said, just Sterling not going to find much damage with this. Now has to move back towards the high ground. Yeah, but the One King is finding another huge anti-heal from Atsu from across the map. But Zoomies dropped low and taken down. The rally coming in clutch here for the attackers as now they move forward, looking for more targets. They found Sterling. Just going to boop him in the butt, send him flying back towards his team. But they've got control of the point 4 now. But they need to get more kills if they're going to push this one all the way to the end. They're still working with a lot of ultimates here. 3 to be precise. 1 defensive, 2 attacking, the Deadeye to boot as well, and they're going to start with the Orbital Ray. Orbital Ray into Orbital Ray. I don't know what happens when the beams cross, but someone's going to die, that's for sure. As Zoom and Apricornicus, they found a pair of picks. 6 seconds remaining on the clock. Nameless, they're only going to get halfway towards the first point as Zoom picks up 1. He'll find the second in the form of Blue, and that's going to be it for this team fight. Tira, not long for the world. Last lady standing, and Nameless struggling against Inglorious Blasters. A resurgent Inglorious Blasters here in game number 2.
Blasters have woken up. I'm not sure what potions Atsu put in their water today, because obviously he's been landing sleeps on Nameless all first game and now all second game as well. And those anti-nades as well. Quite a potent mixture, I'd say, but it seems as those effects have worn off on the friendly fire side. So Inglorious rocking up to the show and really showing us what they can do, their prowess that we know so well and so familiar with. Nameless, on the other hand, maybe a little bit of a struggle, maybe overconfidence. I can't really tell you what it is. I think structurally they understand what it is they need to accomplish, but I think they're maybe a bit too set in their decisions, not really enough flexibility about what to change, and that's kind of hurting them a little bit in the long run. So I like to see that they're now switching up off of the brawl and rather taking a more dive approach. I like the Torbjorn acknowledging that King is going to be on Zoom. King's going to be on the Genji most likely, and all around a star defense pick. I also like to see that Kay is now on the Ana, which means that they can fend off the dive quite well as make her own plays with anti-nades and sleeps. I do prefer the Brigitte over the Juno in terms of dive, and especially when you're up against another dive comp, but I think it offers a lot more sustain, as we saw that one fight earlier. But let's see how Inglorious Blasters choose to attack this.
See how Nameless choose to defend it as well. Could play a more defensive dive, counter-attacking dive, or they could look to shut down the aggression from Inglorious Blasters. So far, happy to just hold up in this choke here. Zoom is going to trade out and to get onto that high ground. He spotted them out and he goes for it now. The One King, though, not there to follow, but it's a lot of damage coming through. Major Panic popping the anti-heal there, but he's going to be okay with that because he's now back with his team here. Card is moving forward here for the time being, but both teams happy to kind of commit to this neutral fight, to the trade out. But there's another anti-heal going in. Oh, it's a huge one. Another enormous anti-heal. Zoom cops one of his own, and it's going to be Major Panic. In spite of the huge anti-heal, who finds that opening kill. Sterling flanking, gets taken down by Blue. There's a turret in the mix somewhere as well. Zoom needs to be careful here, but he's the one finding the kills. Tira drops down, and that's no healers left for Team Nameless. Remember, they don't have a long way to push Inglorious Blasters, so this could be it all over already. The ring coming out. Apricorning is picking up a few kills, and they've already been routed. Team Nameless here. Inglorious Blasters gonna push forward, push very aggressively, and force them to run through. Team Nameless, they do run through. The touch is there. Major Panic not close towards his ultimate, and not a ton of backup, but here is the backup arriving now. But as you can see in the background, there's a big angry blue monkey forcing the team away, and that's gonna be it for map number 2. Normal programming resumes here as IB dominate on Route 66.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see this map go a little bit longer, but I can't deny that IB really performed this map much better than what we saw on Lijiang Tower. This play here from One King, this is a Genji's dream. The slicing and dicing right through the team, absolutely beautiful. But this is kind of the spot now where Team Nameless need to have a little bit of introspection and say, listen, what didn't work on that map? Because yes, they knew that IB were good on dive, and so they decided to try and play against that by playing something that might be able to sustain itself. But those angles, those open areas, the anti-nades from Atsu, I swear every time I see an Ana, it is magnificent at how pivotal an anti-nade can be in certain team fights, and we saw it on the high ground of the station in that last map, just towards the end there, where the nade came in from Atsu onto Team Nameless, and Team Nameless bunkered down the Brigitte, their own Ana, just kind of cementing that little bit of stability. You know, Winston's got a lot of health to work with, as well as Blue can just increase his armor like with a click of a button, and they kind of just bunkered down enough so that K's anti-nade could come off, and instead of being an anti-nade, they're a healing nade, which then allowed them to sustain and then push back out. Unfortunately, IB still got the better of them in that situation though, but those were really instrumental plays towards the end of that map.
So one, if you don't just, obviously you can just ban the Ana, but also just pick the Kiriko here and counter that out. Obviously you're losing something when you do that, whether it's the defensive power of Tira's Brigitte rather, or the lamp, or the your own Ana's ability to contribute to the fight. But it feels like IB are playing so well around that anti-heal, right? We see Zoom get set up to pounce on the anti-heal, not on another diver, not to be the tip of the spear, but more to follow up on an opportunity created by his team. And it's worked so well for them on this map so far, Route 66, as we saw. But now we move on from that. It is now a best of 3. Suravasa will be our next stopping off point. A map that kind of lends itself towards a more brawly playstyle, but a map type where anything can work as well.
I personally prefer Suravasa over to New Junk City. I like this map a lot more with the way it's structured, and I'm really happy to see what comes out of here. Sorry, there's just a little bit of admin in the background. But yeah, Suravasa, absolutely beautiful map for the playstyles of both of these teams. Zoom is he's not shy on any of the brawl roles, but I think seeing Lijiang Tower, this could be looking pretty good for Team Nameless.
It could be. It is, of course, their map pick, so it doesn't surprise me that they try and go somewhere that they think plays to their strengths. I think the bans are going to be pretty interesting here to see. We've got a lot of potential targets, especially for Team Nameless. Do you get rid of the monkey from
Yes.
Zoom? And the answer is yes. There's always a question when you've got tanks obviously tend to have much more narrow hero pools just because there's less heroes to choose from and there's only one of them. But yeah, they choose to go for the monkey ban here rather than holding on to it perhaps for the next map. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? I will say though, this is not necessarily a map that lends itself to dive in an obvious way. Dive is still very strong here, but I wonder if there are other maps maybe where the monkey might be more critical towards Inglourious Blaster's game plan, because we know that Zoom is very, very capable on your brawl heroes, right? Your Ram, your Junker Queen, and especially the Reinhardt. So I'm interested to see what Inglourious Blasters bring to the table compositionally. But they've also got a ban to go. They banned K the first time. They banned Lifeweaver the actual first time. So who do they go for here? Is it another support, or do they start to put some pressure on some of Blue's heroes? The Tracer perhaps might be a decent ban if they don't choose to go for the backline like a Brig.
I've got a little bit of inside knowledge for you, son. So before I reveal to you the ban from Inglourious Blasters, we did have a little bit of a hiccup where IB tried to ban first. They didn't realize it was actually Nameless's first ban.
Okay.
So they tried to ban Ramatra. And I think that speaks bells and whistles for how they wanted to approach this map. But instead, obviously, Nameless actually got the first ban. Instead, they banned the Winston, which could also be looking to maybe protect ban in case they try to pursue that Ramatra ban. But the ban coming in from Inglourious Blasters, on the other hand, which I think is going to be very pivotal in this game, is going to be that Kiriko.
Okay. KK has not really leaned on that hero so far this series, playing a lot of the Juno and obviously the Baptiste. And again, K is getting banned out big time here because we expect Tira to be on the Brigitte, but they probably need a speed boost now if they were, as you're suggesting, protecting the Ramatra. You kind of want to get some speed, right, on this team. So Tira might have to move over to the Lucio, and then you can run the Ana with that or the Juno and go for the double speed. So I'm interested to see what particular flavor of brawl Nameless go with here if they do choose to go that way. But the Kiriko ban, protecting Atsu, I think is a smart decision.
Yeah, and I think it makes this comp that we're going to see Team Nameless attempt to run here even weaker. We see the Junker Queen, something I was really looking forward to in the previous series that we watched at 12 o'clock today. Seeing Zwoomer on the Reinhardt, I'm not going to be surprised if he choose to rock out on this, because we know how potent it can be, and also how much of a surprise it can be for some teams to, encounter Reinhardt, where typically you would have a Ramatra or a Junker Queen on these sorts of maps.
I shouldn't surprise Nameless though, right? The Zoom brought it out on market. He's shown that he wants to play this hero whenever the opportunity arises, and this is a pretty good place to do it. We know Brawl is strong here. We know that's how teams want to play, and that's what he's going to do now. Set up on the front line. Needs to be careful here a little bit. No, Genji on Team Blue almost taking terminal damage there, but they're looking for something here, looking for a target, and the go call comes now into the backline. Great work from the Junker Queen here. One healer down. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Both healers out now, but he needs to be careful. Zoom following Major Panic down and getting rid of the Junker Queen. And they're actually going to win this one out. It looks like potentially they're still on the point, but one can't really man fight against the Reinhardt as a Brig, and that's going to be it for this team fight. A great execution from Team Nameless, but not quite enough to crack open Inglourious Blasters here.
I think that was quite a solid start from Team Nameless. Yes, they got the 24% on the clock, and seeing them bolted through the Reinhardt, no care in the world, screw him. We're instead going to be focusing on that support, that Atsu, because we know if Atsu stays alive for too long, it's going to cause problems for our team. So instead they opted to go right through the landed beautiful knife to get into that. But now they approach the second fight, And Glorious know a little bit more about what they're going to be trying to do.
They do indeed need to be careful here. Major Panic and the rest of the squad. They're playing so far back. This is quite a distance to try and close in. But they're going to make the attempt now. Move forward. Ring comes out, and you can see immediately who the target is. It's Atsu. And Atsu is taken down. KK getting her pound of flesh in this team fight. But the pressure is on the Junker Queen. The reload is there. The dash comes through. The One King gets rid of Major Panic, but they trade out Zhu on the other side. So it's a very good team fight for Team Nameless. They have capped the point now as well, so they'll start to build some kind of momentum on this point with Apricornicus dropping low. Blue needs to be careful. Track down! The One King flicks back and gets rid of Blue. This is a good situation for Team Nameless, but it's not over just yet. A lot of players hanging around. A lot of ults coming up now as the One King. He's popping off here. He was the one who got rid of the Junker Queen. He got Blue, and he's getting more. He's got the ultimate as well, should he choose to use it, but I don't think he'll see it as necessary. KK isolated and taken down. Major Panic joins the fight late. 10%, make it 15% lead for Team Nameless, but it's not likely to matter here with how quickly the point ticks up, and they might get a late pick as well onto the Tracer. No, not quite.
Not quite there on that pig's room here with the Shatter can prove to be very scary trying to trying to recontest this point, but we do see Blue coming in to do the recontest. If One King doesn't stop him,
Atsu, once again, the target taken down. They pop the ultimate here, but the ring helping so much to get through. But now there's damage on point, there's pain on point. The Earth Shatter, the Dragon Blade, a lot committed here, but they should be able to win this team fight out. Apricornicus gets rid of KK. Blue, last man standing on the point. Fleet-footed, but not fleet-footed enough as the One King once again tracks down the Tracer to give IB the 1-0 lead here on COWZA.
But Sun Phoenix, point one at what cost? We used Shatter, we used Dragon Blade, we used Soldier Visor, and we used Sound Barrier. That is a lot. And now we're going into the Orbital Ray, the soon-to-be Rampage, the High Noon, and the Rally. That is going to be very deadly for Inglorious Blasters. But Team Nameless do need to get onto that point first and secure that space from that scary Reinhardt. Probably going to be Atsu again on that priority list for who should be getting killed.
Oh, Atsu says, let me get this out now. A nice anti-heal over the top. The Nanoboost onto the Reinhardt. Orbital Ray, though, over the top. I heard the Deadeye as well. Not finding anything with these ultimates committed. Shatter, almost, that's a lie. 50% to Shatter. I don't know why I thought that ultimate was pretty much ready to go. I just assumed Zoom would hold it that quickly. But here comes the Rampage. Huge onto Atsu once again. The primary target here. But Junker dropping low, taken down. They do get Atsu, but at what cost? But no, the cost enough to be paid here as they will find a quick team fight win. Already 30% up as well. Team Nameless in the driver's seat here on the second point.
That was beautiful. We saw the lineup. They were all in that single file, ready to be taken down by that Rampage. Beautiful patience as well by Major Panic, waiting until just the right moment. Glorious Boss is now taking a little bit of a different angle to approach, coming from the center pillar instead, where it's a lot scarier to be up front with the Reinhardt. But Blue does have the pulse bomb here, looking for that Ana.
Oh, he gets it. Oh! Yes, he does. He plays with his life, but actually didn't quite know where the pulse bomb was. Ended up treading on it and losing his own life there. So Blue, that's kind of a trade he'll be happy with. I think the still favors them. So that's a big Shatter. 3 players on their back. So much damage coming through Zoom. 1 HP, but he's got the Lucio heal boost there to keep him healthy. 99% on the clock, but the 1K got into the back line like a scalpel and sliced them open here. Inglorious Blasters will take control, but it's at least one team fight here that they'll have to hold for.
Yeah, there's a beautiful pulse bomb to open up that fight, but Zoom baiting them into a false sense of security there, and then pulling his best super impression and absolutely slamming the ground beneath Team Nameless. Now Team Nameless trying to take a reapproach. They're going to take a similar approach. The difference is here we've got Blue trying to take this off angle, trying to split the team up a little bit, giving Major Panic the space to advance forward here. But no ultimates on the side of Team Nameless. They're going to probably struggle or attempt to dry fight this next fight.
They can't afford to lose this team fight, though, obviously. That'll be a second point down and all. They're getting aggressive now on the side of the Inglorious Blasters. They've got a few ults to work with here. And it's going to be the Blade. That might be the key one here. 1 kill, 3 kills already for the Blue team. And that's going to be it for this team fight. And with 20-ish% left, I don't know if they get back in for another team fight here, Peach.
Nah, knowing how fast Flashpoint maps go, unless, even with like a ball or something, we're not going to get here fast enough. Maybe Tracer can touch. Let's give a quick look. Nah, we're not going to get there. Let's not waste our life, and let's rather just re-look at where we need to go as we go into the bird's eye view.
This time again, though, it's a much better ult situation for Inglourious Blasters. They went into that second point at a huge deficit, but this time 2 ults to work with, a third almost at the ready. Nameless, they're coming to a few ults of their own, but it's going to be an explosive team fight and one that Inglourious Blasters is set up on point. There's a duel happening on the left there, Blue versus Sterling. I think he's already forced out the relocate. No, he hasn't. So Blue with some resources to work with here for the time being, but a lot of pressure being put on.
I think it's all great that we're trying to split the attention, but I don't think it's working enough just yet, you know. We're not really splitting the right attention onto us. Blue is doing a great job of juggling that backline there, though. Unfortunately taken out by the Sterling duel.
And eventually Sterling wins that one out here. They committed there, right? That's 1 kill. No, not quite able to get that shot off on the target on the top right there. And that might be it for this team fight. They've already lost Blue, don't forget. And now they're fighting into the ultimate here. Sterling picks off 2. He's likely to go down here. He had the nano as well, but so much damage coming up from Maver Panic. The Rampage committed as well. It's all going to be for naught here, Peach. It's a bit of a disaster for Team Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that stops Soldier Visor is either cover or its barriers, but I mean, in this situation, there were none. There were none from the side of Team Nameless. So instead, Team Nameless just kind of ate every single bullet coming their way. Major Panic coming in a little bit too late there. And of course, the nano keeping Sterling alive meant so many resources got pumped in to try and take him down during that endeavor, but was just not successful.
Unfortunately not here. Zoo needs to be careful, but the One King once again. Blue going down early. The shatter is not good. Looked like it should have caught KK there, but somehow one step off the ground enough to keep her safe from that. Oh, okay, hello. Vacuum cleaner here, cleaning up the enemy main tank, and that might just be it here. 3 kills to the good for our blue team, and Inglourious Blasters making it even more confusing what happened in map number 2 as they have another dominant win here on Survasa to take themselves to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, before we were putting the nail to say, hey, we actually are one of the best teams in the country, and now we're kind of just slamming that nail into the coffin. We are approaching the end of the series if Nameless don't take a moment to just reevaluate and see what they can do. I think we were closer on this map to what we wanted to achieve. Yeah. But there was just, I don't know what I honestly can't tell you what it is. I don't think it's just mechanical prowess alone that is winning IB here. I think that there's a little bit of maybe disconnection from the side of Team Nameless that is kind of prohibiting them in a way from taking certain things. Like, yes, the ideas are there, but the puzzle piece isn't fully together just yet.
Yeah, just a little bit of something missing, and it's small things like Blue not quite able to find a kill on the enemy backline, not quite pulling in enough attention away to allow his own team to make something happen, and just better ult usage, I think, from Inglourious Blasters winning out ult fights whenever they do happen. So tough situation here for Nameless, doing very well on the first map, but IB, I don't know if they'd all had a nap before game number 1 or what, but they're back here. No more.
Atsu. It's his concoction.
Something is going on here because they have stepped up in a big way, stepped up more towards how we know Inglourious Blasters to be. So we'll have to wait and see whether Nameless can, as you say, find a solution for the problems posed by the best team in the country, or whether there's just one step too far here and Inglourious Blasters have found their rhythm in a big way. Of course, they did ban the Winston before that previous map, and I'm sure Zoom was so happy because he gets to play as Reinhardt. I wonder now, do you ban the Ryan here as Nameless, or do you go for something else like the maybe Genji? It might be a decent ban from the One King. His Genji's been really good. But it's a tough one here for the Nameless team.
Yeah, well, whatever they choose to ban is going to be important. But Team Nameless have locked in Esperanza. Kind of going to be seeing, I would assume, the same as we saw on Suravasa, but now without those same bans. So I wouldn't be surprised with the Junker Queen, or maybe even the little bit of turmoil coming in from the Mauga. That is also an option, although not particularly the most prominent. I think it might send a little bit of a shock to Inglourious Blasters, and I think that's what Team Nameless need to do here. I think they need to find a way to destabilize Inglourious Blasters, because right now they are very comfortable with what they're able to do, and we are just struggling to find our own fitting. I remember when I spoke about Pink Salamanders, is that instead of trying to conform to normities or metas, Pink Salamanders kind of said, we're putting the ball in your court to decide what you need to do with us, rather than us trying to solve what we need to do with you. I think that's very present in this situation, but in the reverse.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what Nemesis's style is then. They had really good success with the Ram composition on the first map. And I wonder maybe if they don't go back in that direction here. A map where Ram does find a lot of power. I guess if you're worried though that they might ban the Junker Queen or the Ramatra here, you ban out the Reinhardt this time around as Team Nameless, protect your own tanks. It seems like they are really excited about banning supports on the side of Inglourious Blasters, but of course they've pretty much gone through all the big ones here. Maybe you ban the Brig. Tira hasn't really moved away from that too much, but you've banned K out now twice. I don't know that you want to ban the Ana. That does more harm than good if you're Inglourious Blasters, I think. So I'm very interested to see how the bans come together here.
Sun Phoenix, it's 3 for 3. We've banned out another support, not K support. We have banned out another support from the side of Inglourious Blasters, but we are taking out Sterling's Soldier. Now, I don't think Soldier was the problem. I don't think Soldier's a very good hero, despite the person playing it. I think that maybe banning out... look, I don't want to say Reinhardt because I know Zoom's going to come back with a Bane, maybe playing Ball or something. That's going to just terrify the likes of Team Nameless.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays Ball anyways on this map.
But also, his Winston is back, so maybe the Nameless team are just thinking, look, it doesn't matter what we ban here. He's going to play Winston. Or, as you say, he could play Ball as well. But he hasn't shown the Ball yet this series, so I don't know that Nameless is that on top of it. But it wouldn't surprise me if they were like, look, he's going to play Winston. Don't ban any of his heroes. Rather try and put someone else out of their comfort zone. I would have gone for the Genji here, though, for real. Yes, I know Blue plays his own Genji, but I think Blue is as good on the Tracer in this matchup as he is on the Genji. And you'd rather put the One King onto something else and let Blue play the Tracer rather than forcing anything else. But what this does do as well is it maybe forces Sterling onto his own Tracer. And we saw how good Blue was at countering him out. So a lot to consider here, but it is going to be a pretty consistent composition. But you did call it. It is going to be Zoom on the ball.
I think this is going to play a lot into Ivy's playstyle. Not only the type of map being really good for these ball playstyles, and now with the Kiriko being enabled again, she is also going to be a very good pick for Atsu. And I think they kind of just baited now Team Nameless, preparing for what they thought was going to be either a brawl or a dive, to now having to try and fight against the spam as this Ramatra comp. But Sojourn on both sides, very oppressive pick. Let's see how these two players take it.
Indeed, here's Sterling on the Sojourn, as you intonated there, is big aggressive player. Oh man, they spotted out the Sojourn. Instantly getting on top of that and taking that out. Whoops. Hitting the wall there. Zoom not able to get over, but it's okay. The rest of his team is doing plenty of work here in the enemy backline here. They've created so much chaos. They look so confused here on the side of Team Nameless. Not sure where to look and who to deal with. And Inglourious Blasters. Oh, what a boop. Nah, not good enough though. The One King finds his way into the room there and picks up a bunch of kills. So great work once again from IB. I see Major Panic having a very difficult time keeping his team alive in these team fights.
Yeah, a bit like a deer in headlights that last fight. Not really too sure what they were dealing with, but now we see Team Nameless trying to come up with changes that... Oh, that was... oh, so that was his own teammate. That would have been funny if it was...
Tracer, yeah.
Yeah, I got scared for a second there. But I mean, we do see Nameless now trying to take that approach, trying to find the answer. And this answer is going to be Orisa.
It's going to be Orisa on paper, a decent counter to the ball, and they get the opening kill here onto Sterling. Not sure where he was. He got killed by the Lucio, but this ball, man, I don't know how they deal with it. Oh, that's how you deal with it. No! To death. What a move there from Major Panic. That's why I picked Orisa. He was like, I know all the tricks of the trade of this hero, and that's going to allow them to start building up some, but they haven't cleaned things up yet. They need to be careful. Very split up here are Team Nameless, and that provides an opportunity for the likes of the One King and Zoom to find picks when he gets back. Zoom is back now on the front line, putting the pressure on. Lead encroached on here by Team Nameless, and they might be able just to take it here. Zoom going to try and do his best to stop it. No, goes around the back. Lead now in favor of the red team. Here comes the pile driver. Somehow gets the slam onto the Rissa, who was very much golden at the time, but it doesn't matter because Atsu and One King are hooking up for quite a few kills here. Kitsune Rush popped here by Atsu, and that's pushing them forward. KK down now as well. The One King, Zoom all picking up kills here in this team fight as once again IB come firing back with a vengeance.
So yes, Team Nameless might have gained the lead throughout that. I think that last play could have been maybe salvaged by the use of that beat. I think the lack of confidence in trust there might have been what kind of swayed that fight over. But now we see Nameless coming in again, taking the same approach, but the mines maybe from Swim to stop them.
Mine's not committed just yet. It feels like a great place to use it, but they might not need it. The One King, he's popping off. He's taking down 1. He's taking down 2 with 2 from his friends as well. That's 4 kills. Major Panic, again, the only person able to get kills in these team fights, but it doesn't matter when you've only got 1. And that's going to be it once again. Just committing the 1 team fight, and that'll be the first point capped for Forward Spawn, and a lead increase as well.
Unfortunately for the side of Team Nameless, the unkillable Demon Horse is a little more killable when going into the hands of Inglorious Blasters. Now, we do see them trying to find a new route to take into this next fight, but unfortunately Blue takes an early death from Atsu here.
That's just been popping off on this Kiriko, by the way. Oh, again! He's too good, this guy. He knows exactly how to counter out the ball. I think I could learn a lesson from that. They commit the ultimate here. Soundbarrier committed as well. Expensive team fight for both teams. More so for IB, though, as they look to try and further increase their lead here. KK has the Kitsune Rush. They've committed quite a few ults on the side of Nameless as well, but the ball is so hard to deal with, and the combo is too good. We talk about Antiablo Zoom, but the One King Zoom, as scary as any combo you've ever seen. And that's going to be it for another team fight. This might be a quick one, Peach.
Yeah, it might unfortunately be, and I think Inglorious Blasters have said, listen, what you're doing is not quite the key to unlock this door just yet. Go back, think about it a little bit harder, because currently we're surrounding you. Currently we are finding our way through you, whereas you need to stop us from doing that.
Do indeed, but this ball is so hard to deal with at the best of times, and in the hands of a master like Zoom, it's tougher even still as KK pops the Kitsune Rush. Both teams committing Kitsune Rush. In fact, Blue gets the opening kill, but he does lose his teammates, and Atsu, he's popping off, using his own Kitsune Rush to click heads, and doing so effectively as the One King takes down Tira. No healing left for Team Nameless, no space left. The cart almost at the finishing line. You don't see it often, Peach, but it might just be the full cap here for the Inglorious Blasters. The Team Nameless are completely routed. They win game number 1, and IB come firing back with a vengeance. Swoon picks up his 3rd of the team fight. Blue will get the touch, but he's getting juggled. Finally, the horse gets on the point, but it's not going to be enough here. Dropping low, taken down by 2, and that's going to be it soon. Soundbarrier committed just for funsies. Kiriko running in, but it's not going to be good enough. Inglorious Blasters, too hot to handle here, but Nameless, they'll put that one on their belt.
I think taking a map off of Inglorious Blasters here is nothing to shy at. I think Team Nameless still played really, really well. I think maybe their solution towards the latter end of the series was maybe a little bit pressurized, in the sense that they weren't entirely confident in their solution. And I think, you know, I appreciate seeing things like the Orisa come out and attempt to deal with the Zoom ball, and we saw that one hilarious moment in the corner where Zoom kind of lost his mind a bit. But at the end of the day, what happens is Inglorious Blasters just adapts, and that's what they're good at. They were able to just kind of say, okay, there's no Orisa now. We're not looking at that tank right until everybody else is dead. And dead they were because of that Zoom One King combination. Absolutely decimating, slicing, dicing, cleaving through Team Nameless.
Well, that's going to be it for this game, guys. What an exciting result. I think if you look at the latest 3 maps in isolation, you'd probably say, yeah, this is pretty typical South African Overwatch. A team we don't know that well, playing up against the best team in the country, gets absolutely steamrolled. But when you take game 1 into account, all of a sudden the storyline expands greatly, and Team Nameless, they put themselves on a lot of people's map, I think it's safe to say. Some names we know, many more that we don't, but kind of shows us that the scene is improving drastically, and I'm excited to see what they can get done as the tournament continues, but also just in the future in general. But Peach, you know what time it is, you know what we have to do. So tell us, who is your player of the match?
Look, I'm going to be real with you. That last game was kind of a bit of a Zwoom and One King game all the way through. But those first 3 maps, there was one name I kept saying over and over and over again because of how pivotal their plays were in the beginning and the closing of team fights, and that is none other than our good old friend Atsu.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And you say he had a quiet third game, but he was popping off on that Kiriko so often, picking up 1-2 kills in a team fight, and it's exactly what his team needed to close things out. So I couldn't agree more. Atsu, our MVP on the Zen here, but it was the honor that made all the difference. So credit to him, credit to the rest of IB. They make their way forward to the upper bracket finals. Our champions, perhaps in making here, hitting a stumbling block in game number 1, but at the end of it showing us exactly why we rate them so highly. For Team Nameless, it's a trip down to the lower bracket to see what they can get done against some very, very strong opponents, but I have to wait and see who they play. Of course, we do have more games this evening, or at least one more. I'm not sure if that will be casted. We'll have to wait and see. Keep your eyes on the COWZA Discord channel and also on the socials. But that's going to be it for us, guys, here. Peach, are you going to hop into the Pangolins map? I mean, the Pink Salamanders one?
What I can probably do is I can, because obviously we've been here casting for quite a bit now. I think maybe we can see if we can hop in and just watch the tail end of the game, or the game just started 5 minutes ago. But I know some of us might be a little bit busy on the other side. So stay tuned to the stream. Don't go anywhere just yet. And we'll be able to tell you pretty soon, I hope.
Sounds good, guys. We will see you. If not, then at 8. If there's no casters, I think Peach will still at least stream the game, so you'll at least get eyes on it. So keep an eye out in the next either 10 minutes or hour and a half-ish, 2 hours-ish. We'll see you guys then.
To the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So, I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession.
Mario wins. Oh, wait. Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
You know, the Soldier really an unfavored pick here in this particular metagame, just because of the way the shields work, but finally making it work. Speaking of making it work, Aquatic finally making some inroads here on behalf of Rolling Panda GIF, and they're fine. First defense here will be 80k, so, or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k, so...
To see, gonna now look for an avenue through. They get Cuban, but there's a Cuban in the backline. No! There's so much CC in this goddamn game. Somebody give this guy a BKB so he can stay through the crowd control. But no, he will get slept in the midst of his Nano Blade. But his team is still performing admirably here.
Luke finds the pick there with the help of Vertigo, but it's Dizzy over the top with a big ulti. That self-destruct gonna open things up for 80k to secure another team fight victory. They clean up nicely here, and with 40% on the clock, they're gonna look to take the next team fight.
So really nice ultimate usage there from 80k. They're using that bomb to just clean up. But I think even if you're looking at that, how that fight was developing, they had a bit of an advantage since they'd taken Toxin Socks.
Capture the objective.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am back very briefly to let you know that we do have our eyes on the Anomaly Pink Salamanders game. However, I will not be staying here, so for the duration of this game, I sound like a flight attendant. For the duration of this game, please just enjoy the observing. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Let's push them off the objective. I've been through worse. Into the iris.
Score 0-1. Ready for battle.
I have always wondered what it is like being inside an orb.
He says, don't even think about it.
Hello. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Thanks for the heal. Be careful, Shimada.
Heard you're getting another scrap with the Hashimoto. Are you okay, doing alright?
We'll survive. We always do.
Have to hope for more than that though, aye?
Why do you think we keep fighting?
Hello there.
Sorry, I forgot to laugh.
4,
Again.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Together we will not fail.
Alright, looks like we're going to be casting this with K. Let's go. Diving straight into this. Holy shit. Sojourn being punished in the backline by the monkey. Kura doesn't seem to be able to get away, but the Hazard's locking the monkey in. Unable to rejoin his team. Might even get a pick on the monkey. Lucio goes down with that annoying ass crossbow.
Yeah, and so we can see here that the pink salamanders today have been playing a lot of Pharah and have been playing a lot of Freya, and these two flyers are really, really irritating to fight against. They provide so much spam, and at the moment Anomaly is actually just not able to break back in. They have decided, okay, we're going to let the cap up. I don't know if Super BH is actually going to be able to do as much on the defense. But, I mean, Kura immediately starting off the fight with a really nice headshot onto Trizzle, which should alleviate some of their pressure.
I am worried about the monkey providing like some oppressive fire, maybe keeping Kira out of the fight. Looks like there's an engage. Coach Gun out, but the monkey is nano. They are trying to force something to happen, but looks like... Oh,
That's a really, really nice sleep, but
Barrage
immediately-
comes out.
Oh, okay, not a damage.
TBH. Overwatch is being played, everyone.
Yes, I mean, Trizzle9, I mean, Kura getting a nice pick there, but Trizzle9 both using their ults, Metal Snow using his, Blue not really able to capitalize very much off of that Nano, but I mean, there you see, unfortunately, with the Anna's going to struggle against the Freya, because she is just not as mobile, so she can just take a lot of poke.
Looks like both teams only going to have tank ults. Oh, they're going to go try and keep high ground with Brig ult. It successfully keep the high ground, but I'm not sure if... Oh, they popped the monkey ult. They're going to see if they can juggle Ash. Kura goes down. They're going to jump... Take...
Luke doing a lot from that high ground.
He's
really
watching the fight.
Swinging.
He is watching the fight happening.
I really like the switch from Babs in order to actually play the Tracer to maybe just put a lot of damage in. I mean, we know that there have been those Tracer updates recently where she was given the buff, so she is quite strong. But I don't know about this Bob. Hey, it's
it was optimistic.
Oh, actually no.
Oh, purple. We have a purple sleeping tank. The Honor might get out alive. Doesn't seem to be able to get away with it. Does get punished for that positioning.
Oh.
BTS does clean up the fight quite well at the end there.
Yeah, my bad to Kura. He actually, you know, stalled that point out very nicely. Was able to get Babs to get his ult. And now Risen also has his Nano, and any sort of dive that Blur's going to do can be countered out by a Nano or could just be rallied on. So we'll just have to see what kind of ults they want to put into this fight. We're going to definitely be seeing a bowler. But it just depends on whether that bowler can be followed up on, because now Luke is on Zen, which is not very mobile.
But it doesn't seem to have hit much. They do drop off the high ground mitigating that. Monkey's taking a lot of poke damage. It actually gets taken out. Now they can actually just take this high ground again, unless they just get pressured out with the sheer amount of damage that they're able to output.
Yeah, we need to, this team needs to make their way high ground, need to take the space off of the flyers, otherwise they're just going to get poked out and damage. Trizzle falling very, very low though, when we see Metal Snow is just vibing in his reload animation, which is unfortunate, and they immediately Nano. Yep.
Yeah, Nano does a lot of damage, and I'm actually surprised how much damage that was able to output on that hazard play there. Very great. They take the high ground, and they've taken back some space, which means that Kura can finally get onto that high ground and maybe provides us with some suppressive fire.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at that Bob, and we're going to be looking at that the hazard ult coming out. But we need to see if they can actually maintain the space with the fact that Trizzle is going to be coming in with a big barrage.
On the high ground, they use bubble. Anomaly actually, actually gets bubbled off and then just out damaged because, like, holy!
What a shot!
Holy moly! Kura is coming. He's clicking heads. He's clicking heads. Sends Bob onto the monkey. Bob will make swift work of that monkey. Let's go. Okay, Hazard tries to block the monkey in, but the monkey does get out. He might not get punished for this unless Blur... Oh, Blur tries to take the high ground, but Hazard is able to shoot. Yes.
That's very, very well played by them. I think Kura popping off there and taking those two people down with the headshots and then throwing out that bomb to really just completely stop everything in its tracks. I mean, you've got almost 3 ults on Anomaly, but looking at Pink Salamanders, they've got 4 ults coming up, and Lucas
actually saves!
I'm not dying today.
Okay, that's 3 ults being popped, 4 ults being popped so far. We have a Nano Monkey running on their backline. Looks like Pig Salamanders are able to take some space. Super BH trying to take advantage of the backline. The backline trade is like in Pink Salamander's favor. They're going to be able to cap this point in overtime.
Well, very well played by Pink Salamanders actually being able to pull that one out. There were a lot of ults used, and Blur is currently sleeping, but I think Risen's going to be the one to die. Yes. Yeah, that's a bit unlucky from the Honor. Yeah. That's a big stagger for them.
Pink Salamanders, I think, is going to look to use a Monkey ult in this next fight. They're going to try and push aggressively, I'm sure. John Wack does have his Brig ult to, like, possibly, like stage themselves for it. But we'll see what happens, how this fight unfolds.
I like the monkey switch just to kind of get on the back line of Pink Salamanders, because you know they're not able to provide as much defense as anomaly with the Brig. And we can see here Luke falling very low and 9 going down to another insane shot by Kuragari. This guy's hitting headshots left, right, and center today.
Yeah, definitely not punishing Kura enough, or like punishing his angles enough. He's getting too much value, I think, with the amount of pressure that he's able to land.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see when Nano comes out of this fight, but I like that rally.
There's the monkey. There's the rally. Monkey is super low. He'll be taken out. Okay, it looks like they're gonna put pressure back on point. Kura dropping low, but he's able to land a couple of headshots. The fire is dropping low. Barrage is ready to be used. There's a nano barrage is going to be used. And oh my word, the damage is insane! Is that a 4K?
That's a 4K from Trizzle.
Oh, come on. The cleanup! And then they take that. In overtime, nonetheless. But that is actually a very tight fight, because overtime fights, like, they get so drawn out at a point, like, you know, when those respawn times, like, get exacerbated.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for that fight in particular, I think it was just, it was late coming out, but you could see the Pink Salamanders actually knew what they wanted to do there, because Trizzle just stood up, waited to get healed, got nanoed immediately. I mean, and Metal Snow landed a nice sleep on to... It was super. Onto the monkey. There was a nade, and then you've got a nano barrage in your face. So that was very, very well played by Trizzle. We can see he's looking very, very comfortable on the Pharah at the moment. I'm not quite sure what the previous bans were, but if I were Anomaly, I would be thinking about potentially getting Trizzle off of this Pharah in order to just, you know, allow themselves to have an easier time. But we can see here Super BH is actually already thinking about it, going, okay, I'm actually thinking about coming out on the D.Va. D.Va not a very meta pick at the moment. We're not seeing her too much, but against a lot of spam damage, like on Trizzle and Iron, I can understand. Never mind. He's gonna switch to Dim first. I got baited. And back to D.Va.
No, back to D.Va. Okay. All right, well, I do like.
I love when they do that to the casters. It's so great.
The D.Va pick and the Ashe are going to be providing a lot of pressure onto Trizzle. Is going to probably get a lot less value. BTS jumping into the back line, going to be pulling the attention of the Pharah, so the spam is not going to be as oppressive in the front line. Monkey diving in the back line, separating the D.Va. So the D.Va's actually currently in with no backline support. Anomaly has 2 people in their backline.
Oh, it's a lot of damage going down
very
to the
low.
monkey. Oh.
ETS is coming in to provide that additional pressure on the Pharah. The Pharah is half. Pharah is 1. Oh, that was so close, but D.Va gets demeched. Pharah is out, and Kura, again, proving he can aim.
Oh, that's a nice nade, but not really much follow-up to it. I mean, I do like the Zen here for the defensive properties and also just being able to burst the D.Va.
Doesn't get to be remeched.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay,
but I'm not really sure how the Zen is going to play out here.
Is there going to be a touch? I don't think so.
Oh, what a sleep.
Oh my word, what a big sleep. Okay, they did get the touch, but that was provided unsuccessful just because of that massive sleep that just happened.
Yeah, very, very well played by them. So normally do end up capping with a very, very decent time bank, over 5 minutes that they actually have, and they're building up to a lot of ults. We don't really see Pink Salamanders being very close to as many ults as Anomaly, but I mean, the nanos are going to come up at around the same time, as well as 2 DPS ults on both ends.
D.Va does drop low, but falls back, able to stabilize over there. Monkey's going to dive the backline. The coach gun saves Kura on the back line. The top line just drops onto the bottom. Monkey is providing a lot of fire onto the back support. I wonder if the Diva is able to
Oh, nice
hold her
shot.
front there. Okay, Bob is being used, but there is a bubble. Monkey does dive out. Zen goes down. Trizzle goes down. Monkey does not go down.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice Bob there, kind of using Bob as a pseudo tank. Oh, and that's a nano and a stick.
That's a dead monkey. How does the monkey live? Kura trying to chase down the monkey, but gets punished for it. The sleeping Diva is going to try and get the Ana, but the monkey is here to provide some additional aid. Monkeys do like bananas. Trizzle goes
that's a nice sleep. These Anas are hitting some good sleeps today, but what I'm noticing...
was that the nano on the Diva? Did the nano Diva die?
No, that wasn't. Which is good, because I think Risen needs it for this fight. But the Diva seems to be quite disconjointed with the rest of the team. Because Blur and Trizzle are doing such a good job of splitting the team up, the Diva is consistently going in without any help. Oh, close by Babs.
Babs is able to draw quite a like sizable amount of attention off of the main team.
Big pulse bomb.
Oh my word, I didn't even see that. Okay, so they did use pulse. They used pulse and monkey. So looks like we are going to see Diva probably using the remake and possibly another Bob coming out from Kuragare onto points. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I think they just really need to figure out how to properly handle the fact that Blur is just jumping into the middle of the team the whole time. That's a really nice stick from Babs though. Metal Snow going down means that Blur's not going to have any help because Zen is great, but he doesn't provide as much healing unless he's in Trank. So
Trizzle and Blur are providing an absolute like metric ton of pressure on their backline. They're actually quite oppressive on Anomaly. They aren't able to like gain ground. It looks like the payload's been moving back for quite a while now. They're definitely going to have to deal with Trizzle a lot more. I feel like he's getting away with dealing a lot of pressure. Oh, Monkey does go low, but he does drop to the low ground and get stabilized.
That's really nice, being able to hold that high ground there for them.
Oh, good coach gun from Kura, keeping the Monkey at bay. Trizzle gets punished. This is possibly where we can see a play. Monkey gets nanoed, but the nano is expired now, so this is now going to be just like a fight of seeing who's able to take advantage of the map. It looks like Monkey goes down. It looks like Anomaly is going to take this space and win this fight.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the cart isn't pushed closer because Trizzle is going to be able to come back with his barrage, so we'll have to see what he can actually do. Super almost goes down there. That was really, really close. Metal Snow doing a lot.
A zoning Diva mech? Or oh, Monkey dives in, does have bubble, gets immediately pressured out to the fire.
Oh,
whoa, massive! Oh, both DPS are out for Pink Salamanders. The Bob is going to stabilize this. The Ana is going to possibly go down. The Zen Trance gets up. Monkey dives the high ground, providing a lot of pressure on Kura, but Kura does have a support there to keep him up. Blur gets taken out by the Bob. Looks like there's going to be a carry rush onto point, and they are going to actually, I think they're going to cap it off of this.
When you're just trying to heal your tank and the tank runs away from you, that is every support's nightmare right there, what just happened. But very well played to Anomaly.
Diva getting away with actually, I think 37 or 27 health there that I saw. Somehow just living.
Yeah, and we see here that they actually, both teams have switched onto the brig, which I think is really good on this map to kind of counter out, you know, both the Monkey and the Divas, different dives irrespective of which way they're going.
I definitely think that this is going to work more in Anomaly's favor because that Monkey dive has been quite oppressive on Anomaly's backline.
Oh, very early in Nano though.
Okay, but the
Monkey is in the back line. Oh, nice sleep.
Monkey in the back line, popping. My Angry Monkey is just going to happen and then kill people.
It's a very interesting decision there of Risen to not nano, because generally when you're having a Monkey primaling in your backline, in order to push out and get a bit more space, Anna's with Nano, but he decided
Barrage
to hold
comes
it
out,
and
only gets Kuragari. And Chisel actually gets 2. That's 2 supports down. And Pink Salamanders should have their tank back, and so they should be able to stabilize and solidify the hold on this corner.
Yeah, and these antis from Metal Snow are doing so much. Super just not being able to be healed up. He has to go all the way back to spawn in order to get his HP back. But I really want to see a proactive Nano coming out from Anomaly so that they can continue to take the space.
There is the productive Nano that you were asking for, and they push the back line, and Anna gets pressured. The monkey's attention is all on the Diva, which leaves the cart fully unattended. They're going to be gaining a lot of traction. They've got 2 people on cart, which means it's going to be moving a lot faster. Kura is on cart, just looking for those headshots. He really wants to click heads today.
We can just see there John Wax sitting by the spawn being like, I'm rallying, come and fight me. So very well played to both teams. We can see there that they were taken down to the wire basically. So one team capped with 0 time and one team with 14 seconds. So it's going to be a minute and a minute 14 in order for them to push as far as they can. But wow, we can see here Trizzle is he's doing the damage, but he's also dying a lot on that Pharah, and I don't know whether his time would be spent basically playing a character that's just not going to die as often. But I mean, very good stats overall. We see here that there's Babs is okay. I think Babs is just switching up to. I don't know if Babs is actually going to be pulling out the Genji. I like the Genji, but. I don't know for anybody who doesn't know this, if you select characters, a whole bunch of different ones that you potentially might be playing, you can just equip the perks so that you don't need to go back when you're switching in spawn. So that we see is happening here. Yeah.
It does look like they're preparing like a large arsenal for in case they need to switch it up early.
Well, we see basically both teams are playing the same thing. The Tracers matching and the backlines matching. So we'll just have to see how much Blur can do with this dive and how much Super BH can actually negate the Pharah and the monkey pressure.
Pharah does get zoned out. Brig is in. She could be punished for this move. The Ana is one shot. Oh my word. Okay. Diva's going to provide a press of fire from above. The break goes down. Both supports are down for Pink for Anomaly. Pink Salamanders.
For Pink Anomaly. Yeah, that was very, very well played by them. They just, Pink Salamanders kind of walked into the kill box. Kura was able to get a really nice dynamite off there. There was an anti in there as well. And then the coordination between Super BH and BTS Fan was just able to collapse onto the Ana. And then that was that point done.
Monkey's going to dive into the background, actually get the bubble off, get slept, but also push that backline back. It looks like Diva's providing an additional support there, but it's going to be only Diva on point. Looks like they might be losing this point.
Oh, Trizzle is so low. You just need to hit him. Oh, never mind. He's
they're all purple. They're all purple. Come on.
Oh, that was a big, big nade.
Sleeping Diva on point. We can't have that. Baby Diva is going to go down. Looks like Pink Salamanders are going to actually take this point in overtime. And we're going to see who wins the ult dump later.
Yeah, and we see Blur actually has just decided, you know what, I'm not going to kind of suffer into a Diva as monkey, I'm just going to match the Diva myself. So, but I mean, I normally have a lot of ults coming up, but so do Pink Salamander, so it's basically just who can kind of get the fight off quicker, because if Pink Salamanders are not proactive with this, Anomaly can just, as you said, ult dump on point, everybody has to scatter, but that is a very, very early pulse bomb from Risen, and Risen was almost at Nano, so that is very unlucky from him.
The Diva's going to try and match the enemy Diva just so that they can...
They almost did on! Oh my god, so close! Yeah,
okay, it looks
guys.
like
you have to move the card. You have to move the cards.
There was a bomb on point. The Pharah is going to ult, but that was a Nano Pharah barrage. Only got 1 kill. There is another pulse. Luke gets taken out. Trizzle's providing lots of fire from above. Doesn't get taken out.
That's a nano bomb.
That is a nano bomb, yes. Okay, Baby Diva on point. This is just going to be cleaned up, and we're going to move on into round 4.
Oh, I would have liked to see Luke pop that rally a bit earlier when he saw that his team was in a bit of trouble, because unfortunately, if you're waiting for the pulse bomb to do anything, you can be taken out even within rally, and that's what happened there. So I just would have liked to see the staging a bit better and the ults just being used. It just kind of looked like they went into panic mode there, which I mean is fair. You're on cart and your enemies are around you, but you still need to have some sort of, it's overtime as well, but having some sort of structure to, you could see they were going to nano barrage, but then they didn't look like there was anything past that. So well played to Anomaly for holding that one. They did a hell of a defense, but we'll see if they can match that in a minute 14.
What would have actually also been nice with that Brig ult is if we could get more of that armor build-up before, like...
Yes, exactly.
It could have actually swayed the fight, because the fight was very close, actually. There were kind of just a lot of things happening, and I feel like a lot of the attention was scattered, and that's why neither team looked like decisively winning that fight.
Yeah, so because he just popped it as he got pulsed, it was just... he was dead. There was nothing really that could be done there.
Widow is swapped onto Widow. Actually, they're going to see if they can get a pick off Spawn. And back on Ashe. Okay, so there's basically running the same comps again. The only difference is that Trizzle's on Pharah and Kura's on Ashe.
But they've also switched off to the Lucio, and I mean, John Wack just goes down super quickly. You can see that they've kind of switched up their comp because they want to go as fast as possible. They want to be able to put pressure on, but also, you know, Kura, can you just give me time to finish my sentence, please? Thank you. Before you go and get an insane headshot pick.
Okay, Diva does get out. Kura providing a lot of pressure on the high side. Headshots the Diva. The Diva does go down. Looks like there's just cleanup for this point. Pink Salamanders are not going to be able to hold this, and it looks like Anomaly is going to take this take this point a lot quicker than Pink Salamanders were able to.
Oh, nice Tracer duel by BTS fan. I don't know if it was called in team that Nyan had pulse, but that's really nice to just kind of buy them some space without them having to worry about their Ana being pulsed or the Diva HP being chunked down by that.
Anomaly does need to watch out and not take too much poke from this Pharah like barraging them from the far. I wonder who's going to commit to this fight first, because if Pink Salamanders doesn't commit to this fight, they're actually just going to forfeit. Blur is going to be going in. They nano the Pharah. The Pharah is going in, is going to provide a lot of pressure on the back line. Kura goes down. They're going to be... Super BH is going to be pressured out. It's overtime. They need to touch point, and Pink Salamanders actually just cleaned them up. They were unable to stay alive on point, so... Well done.
Yeah, we could see there in that fight where Chisel was nanoed as soon as Metal Snow got it, and he was just able to just pump out so much damage that they just could not stay anywhere around the cart, where I would have really liked to see the nano come out earlier on Anomaly side, because they did have it before Pink Salamander. So if they'd been able to use it, then that fight could have been completely different.
Definitely, it could have been. But overall, I think both teams displayed an impressive attack and defense on all of the sides, actually.
Yeah, no, both teams very strong, and it's very surprising because I mean the standings of Pink Salamanders is just not what we were expecting, but we could see in both games, both maps that have been played so far, that it's been really close. So it's not like Anomaly are like eons ahead in terms of skill and team play, etc. These teams are very closely matched.
You can see that definitely, there's not a lack of mechanical ability from either team. I think a lot of it has come down to micro plays and seeing who can actually time things better.
Yeah, 100%. And I did also like the switch from Blur, just kind of realizing, okay, even though I want to play Monkey into this situation, I'm just actually not getting the value that I need to, and just matching the Diva, which I thought did actually make all of the difference going into the 2 overtime pushes, where he was just able to stay mobile, eat damage, kind of protect his DPS from taking too much. I mean, you'll notice that when you have a Pharah and she's ulting, your Diva will fly up and eat the damage so that the Pharah can get off like the whole ultimate. Stuff like that, plays like that is what you can see makes these teams good, because they've got such a good awareness of the game.
Yeah, that, and also being able to like eat off any like important abilities like anti, and perhaps even a dynamite, which like, although like doesn't deal a mass amount of damage, but it can hit multiple people, which then adds up and provides a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so we see that we're going to be moving over to COWZA, the Flashpoint map. Definitely a map that is more picked over New Junk City. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but I know that a lot of people prefer this map to one. And we can see that was picked by Anomaly. Funnily enough, when I myself was on Anomaly, this would be one of our picks. When we lose.
I remember that when I was playing with you guys as well.
Being Anomaly players, we know this map well. We enjoyed this map. This was kind of the map where, you know, you can really kind of like brawl it out. And on Hollywood, we saw a lot of dive and counter dive, whereas COWZA is generally more of like it's more of a clash map where you'll see Orysas or Ram or Junker Queens going against each other and just kind of seeing who can brawl it out. Sometimes you'll occasionally see ball, but those are generally the more used comps on a map like this, where you want fast rotates, fast fights, and just kind of head-to-head combat.
I think what's going to be a deciding factor if both teams go brawl is just seeing who can engage more explosively and get more value earlier on.
Okay. Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I mean, as I was talking about last map, if I were Anomaly, I would want Pharah out the pool. And so that's what they did. They were like, you know what? If we have to deal with a dive, a Pharah on this map, no, let's throw hands. So they just decided, okay, we're going to get rid of Pharah, which I completely understand. I back that. Very interesting from Pink Salamanders to get rid of the Lucio, though. They evidently understand that John Wack is an avid Lucio player and that Anomaly are sort of good playing around a backline that consists like of a Lucio and whatever other support. So them taking that out the pool is going to be interesting to see how they tweak their compositions to still kind of fit into what they want to.
I think Anomaly is probably going to run with a Juno, but it does force them to play around a cooldown, which means that Anomaly wouldn't be able to take fights whenever they want. It means that their fight plans can be more predictable as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if you see a Juno speed ring and you have a Juno of your own, you see the speed ring, you speed out. So...
Exactly. So the fight becomes a lot easier to read, but I'm wondering what they're going to put Trizzle on now that Pharah is out of the game.
Well, I mean, the thing is with Trizzle's been around for a long time. I don't know if he avidly still plays the game, but he has always had a very large hero pool. So I think getting some sort of spam out, which is obviously what they did with the Pharah ban, is great, but I think that Trizzle can still come out on a variety of other heroes and do just as well. But it obviously just depends on how they want to play, because last map we saw that they really wanted to lean into kind of getting the monkey in and then putting in a lot of spam with the Freya and the Pharah, and then obviously switching over to the Tracer to just kind of mark the Tracer, protect backlines a bit better. So that was like smart from them in their game plan. But now, because Pharah's banned, like they've got to be thinking, okay, how are we going to play around this?
I do wonder if they're going to switch it up from the more oppressive type to a more like surgical attack, to see if they maybe pull off maybe snipes and then take advantage of picks.
Yeah, because we have been seeing Blur play a lot of ball. I mean, he was playing ball on cast earlier as well. Him and Terran were going against each other in a ball 1v1, which was very funny. Because, you know, Blur coached Terran, so, you know, you have the whole argument of student becoming the master, all of that nonsense. But we see Super BH here pulling out the Orisa, which has been very meta at the moment in OWCS. Just playing the Orisa, the Brig, and the BAP in order to kind of counter out the Freya, which it looks like Trizzle is now switching over to. Having Trizzle and Nyan's hero pool be very interchangeable. So that's very, very interesting. It's the way that these teams are going to clash. Yeah, I don't know, because you've got the ball.
Sustain. I feel if Pink Salamanders are able to get any picks, that would be great. But if Anomaly just sticks together, they wouldn't be able to get the punish. Chisel actually gets picked off. Super BH and Risen both get picked off. So it looks like the fight is going in the favor of Pink Salamanders. Yan providing a lot of attack. They are going to be put on the button, hopefully driven back to spawn as...
Yeah, I mean, because you were talking about them going for a clinical approach. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're going in for a ball pile drive. You've got Luke, who can do a lot of damage on Ilari, and then you've got Trizzle, who can just pepper in shots from above as well in the Freya. So they're going for something that's very quick and explosive, whereas Anomaly just kind of want to tank as much as they can, draw out the fight, sustain longer, and then go from there after getting a pick or two.
I think the only problem with this approach is they are going to be drawn out as the fight goes out for longer and longer.
Yeah.
Ball comes in for a big slam. Bap has to use is AoE healing.
Oh, nice pick from Babs.
So this does become a 4-5. The Tracer will be able to ride an additional pressure. The ball is low, comes in for a slam, but the ball will be pressured out, which means they are able to walk onto point and take control of this. They can put pressure on that Ana as soon as they get stabilization. Yari gets taken out, the Ana is going to be cleaned up, and Anomaly is going to take this point.
Yeah, well played by them. I was a little worried just kind of leaving the Ana to just shoot from that far away, be able to land nades, but they were able to take the space very well. Risen using his cooldowns very well to just keep Super alive, who was just trying to focus down the ball, which can be such an irritating character to try and burst down. But we actually see Luke switch onto the Zen.
Think Salamander's preparing this like attack. Okay, the Blur does dive into the back line. We see a horse ult, but the horse does get taken out. Metal Snow takes out... Okay. This is going to be an interesting fight because... Oh, Break ult gets popped. I'm not exactly sure
normally really don't want to give up those points. I mean, the overhealth is really nice. That's going to be decaying now. But I don't really know... Nyan wasn't able to do very much with the nano from Metal Snow, so he just kind of stood there.
Both tanks are back on the fight, but we do see a ball ult zoning out some of the team. Looks like most of the balls did get eaten. There's a pile drive on... I forgot that hero's name.
Which one?
The one with the crossbow.
Oh, Freya!
Freya.
Yeah, no, that was good. I mean, we still see Anomaly have window. Pink Salamanders basically used everything that they could, but Anomaly was able to kind of round that out with the ults that they did use. Kura and us also on the Freya, so Freya v Freya, basically who can just spam more and put more into their bowler, but Super BH falling really low there.
I'm hoping that Anomaly doesn't actually get caught on the flat-footed because of Pink Salamander's...
Luke absolutely brutal with those volleys. Oh my goodness, you don't want to be caught on the end of that one. And Kura has realized that now by the fact that he was taken down so early.
I'll drive in. The Freya is going to be pushed out while the ball stays in, but the ball is on the back line off Anomaly. Going to be drawing a lot of support away from the tank. I wonder if that tank is going to be Orisa's going to be committing ult, but Zen Trank gets popped. Orisa does get melted by the Zen. Ball is very low, but will be still alive, able to put a lot of pressure in.
Luke being 1 HP, but Nyan actually switching over now to the Sojourn, just realizing that the Sojourn is just going to be able to farm rail so quickly off of that Orisa. Super BH going to be struggling now to just come in against a team that's just gonna bump him, boop him, and just farm damage off of him. So I don't know if a switch needs to be called or whether they just— oh!
There's a big pick!
Headshot!
Okay, they are 1 for 1 though. Metal Snow does get— there is no Lamb out. Blur comes in, takes out the BAP, but Blur gets punished himself for that. Kuragari taking advantage of that and taking out the railgun lady.
Sojourn.
Sojourn, I'm under pressure. I'm sorry. Bulla comes out, actually does get value on the enemy Freya, but with Super BH still alive, the tank pressure is just going to win them this fight.
Oh,
Luke nearly gets taken out.
Holy moly. And the whole team kind of scattering for this ult. Oh my goodness, Super BH is so
actually
low.
just uncontested on point, melting that tank. It looks like Pink Salamanders is going to just surround Anomaly and just take them out. It looks like they're just taking them out one by one.
Very, very well played by
Anomaly. Just comes back and just destroys them.
Yeah, they're saying, you know what, we just don't even need to, but it's fine. Like, we'll just take all the edges around the point, we will pepper in shots, and we will continue to hold our cap. Very, very well played by them.
I definitely thought that fight was going to be swinging the other way. Okay, Blur coming in for the stall. He looks like he's going to be getting pile drive, and he's going to get his ult and pop it soon. On point, one tank gets taken out, which does leave that.
That's a really, really nice trank.
And actually just saves the entire team.
Shame, poor Super BH. Every time he ults, yes, he gets one, but then he just gets burst down in return because these Zen orbs are deadly against the Orisa.
That and the Discord orb absolutely deals damage. Pink Salamanders are going to be providing a little bit of pressure on the backline. There's purple on tank. It looks like the orb is on tank. The BAP is going to be being able to keep Anomaly up just so that they can stay in this fight. They actually recap the point in overtime and then take it.
And literally just as I said, yeah, no, the team doesn't really need Super BH. He makes me eat my words and he gets a 3k. So good job.
Master curse, of course.
Of course. But yo, we see here that Risen is doing a decent amount of damage. I mean, the damage numbers are pretty even across the board, but we see Anomaly have so many nice ults coming into this fight where Pink Salamanders are still trying to build theirs up. COWZA actually switching over to the Genji, which just got absolutely destroyed by Break Shield.
Getting like disjointed quite a lot here, because both tanks are just in each other's backlines.
Yeah, you'd expect the ball to be in the backline, not so much the Orisa, but hey, here we are. This is the game we're casting.
Orisa is now the new dive tank. I don't know if you guys actually read the recent patch notes.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so we're gonna see here, I mean, Anomaly can come out with any number of ults. They should not take any trouble in actually fighting
like they're going to
this.
be popping Surge ult to see if they can take advantage of that. He does get one pick on the Zen, which is valuable, but he gets taken himself out by that honor. Kuragari taking out Blur. Kuragari taking out Nyan as well, and Drizzle, okay, just goes for the triple kill, absolutely goes insane, and tries to get a fourth.
Aw, that would have been a 4k Metal Snow, come on.
It's a 4k! I killed 4!
Yeah, not quite. He killed 3, but I mean, very, very well played by him. Really just taking the off angle. I mean, what's the team going to do?
I'm very glad to see that they didn't overcommit ults for that fight. Blur does come in with ball ult, but gets taken out immediately.
Yo, that was fast.
Nano does come out. We see a 2 ults coming out from Anomaly, but that was the last point. So I guess it's whoever has the best ult economy at the end. They kind
Yeah,
of just,
whoever can just throw 5 ults at the last fight. Oh, and
Anomaly
Risen
did have
getting
4
play of the
ults.
game. Yes, support mains rejoice.
Let's go. Yes, we're sleeping in the play of the game. We love it.
What?
No. If you're not taking a nap during your play of the game, is it a play of the game?
What did I just watch? Super got 3 kills in the kill feed and Bab just slept. Okay. It's good job, Overwatch. Good job, Overwatch. Oh, goodness gracious. But well done to Anomaly. That was really good. I mean, I thought they were going to struggle against Ball, but they really kind of pulled together, took the off angles that they needed to, didn't allow the Ball to really get as much value, really playing through their cooldown rotations well on the supports, which is obviously very important against a Ball or any sort of dive comp. So yeah, well done. They looked very, very strong.
I do like their change up of approach when it comes to the Pink Salamanders. They realized that Pink Salamanders does play a lot of agile heroes and a lot of momentum based heroes. So actually being able to play together and play and just basically outlast their opponents, I think worked in their favor.
I think so. And I mean, you saw what damage the Pharah ban actually did, because I mean, Trizzle was trying out a bunch of different characters, but he didn't look as comfortable on any of them as he does Pharah. So, I mean, Pharah obviously going to be back in the pool now. And Pink Salamanders decide to ban it, but I don't really see that happening. But yeah, I mean, their game plan is very, very clear from the second map. So going into the third map, I think Anomaly did very well to execute on what they needed their plan to be.
Well, the next map is going to be Route 66, chosen by Pink Salamanders. I do definitely think that there's going to be a wrecking ball on this map. I can't not see it.
Really? You think so? You don't think it's going to be more of like a monkey?
Just from what I've seen in the past with Pink Salamanders, I know that Blow is very good on ball.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, ball is nothing to sniff at on this map anyway, so he can definitely get a lot done. But I think if Anomaly then were to pull out some sort of dive, I think that would actually be stronger, because I just think there's a lot more opportunity for a team to have an objective and go onto it, whereas Ball on this sort of map sometimes can feel a bit more isolated, just trying to be a distraction more so than going in and getting kills, like if you were to play with a monkey, for example.
Yeah, and if you're able to distract the backline from the team, then, oh my word, first ban Pink Salamanders, they don't want coulda.
Understandable.
They
he
can't
was
have
being an
that coulda
absolute
fire.
menace, with all of those headshots on Hollywood. So I completely understand the Ash ban, especially also on this map. I mean, this map, a lot of high grounds, a lot of decently long sight lines, all the way through. So you can get a lot of value with Dynamite, with just a couple shots here and there, Coach Gun, just for movement. Ash just generally quite a good pick on Route 66, especially if you're playing some sort of spam composition.
I do wonder what Anomaly's response is going to be, because now they have Pharah back, and then oh my word,
that's an Anna.
Interesting. So I don't think Anomaly is going to be playing dive.
I mean, dive is still viable if you do the full commit dive with like the Kiri Lucio, for example, because now they can't take Lucio out the pool. So that's open for Anomaly to utilize and abuse. But I mean, Metal Snow's Anna is also scary. He was landing some very good sleeps, some very good nades. So evidently they don't want an Anna to be there to stop any sort of thing that's going through. And I mean, generally Anna gets played and she gets played well against dive. If you're playing a Brig Anna, you can really kind of stop the monkey from killing, doing those sorts of things. So Anomaly are saying, nope, get out, we don't want Nano, we don't want antis. So, I mean, two understandable picks from what we've seen so far in the 3 maps that we've watched.
I'm curious because I know Anomaly did used to run a lot of Ana dives. So I'm wondering what they're going to roll out with for this map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Super BH really sort of enjoy the hazard, which is more of like a pseudo dive tank, or, you know, not even, just a Sigma.
Okay.
Or a diva.
No, it's a diva.
I'm not gonna say anything until it gets to like 5 seconds before, because Super just keeps trolling me. So I'm just not looking at their team.
We do
but
have
I mean,
John Wack back on Lucio again.
yeah, I mean, that was understandable. No,
back on the
no,
fire,
see,
of
no,
course.
see, get baited. See, don't even
No.
comment on Anomaly.
Oh
Don't
my
comment on
goodness.
Anomaly. Don't comment.
No,
You can
okay.
get baited.
I did call the wrecking ball though.
You did. That is very true. And Trizzle and Nyan are back on their respective flyers. So we'll see what Pink Salamanders can kind of do here. Super BH looks like he was actually expecting this, immediately coming out on the Diva. So that was a good call by him.
Going into a slam. The Diva does get put down to half health and uses the defense matrix.
Oh,
but
and out of
Diva
mech
does
already.
get demeched. That pressure
Oh,
is
that was
absolutely
fast.
oppressive. The Freya and the Farah and the ball pressuring their backline is just too much to deal with for Anomaly. BTS comes into the deflect, making sure that they can't shoot. Does get punished because he has no more deflect, and it looks like Pink Salamanders just come out with a decisive victory on this initial attack.
Yeah, easy fight win for them. They didn't even look like they blinked. Luke playing the Alari, also providing a lot of extra damage and just poke onto the people who don't really want to be poked out. So we'll see if they can actually touch her properly.
Kuragari is building up ult very, very quickly. Then we might even see that get popped in this next fight to maybe even hold off.
Oh.
Kuragari putting out a lot of damage from the backline. Freya doesn't actually have that much of a drop off. Lure is going to be on point, just slamming it. Yari does get the kill on BTS, and it looks like they take another almost decisive victory. Kuragari does have his ult up ready. We're going to see Super BH ball. I have not seen this before.
No, but I think he's just decided he doesn't really want to just continually be forced out of mech, so he's just gonna switch it up.
I think also maybe putting more pressure on their backline might mean that Blur doesn't actually get the support that he needs to keep his continuous pressure up.
Yeah. I think it's a good shot from him. We'll see what he can do with that.
The teams are playing very spread out. There's lots of separate battles happening. Kuragari throws out his ult, gets Trizzle, gets Metal Snow as well. There is no Lamb. Blur is going to try and pressure that high ground to see if he can make something happen, but his own backline is being dived. Blur is going to be taking a lot of damage. Might get his taken out. Blur is being chased down by Super BH. Gets taken out. Gets pressured out himself by the Iari, and does not get taken out. He does not get punished for that, which means that he can go out, give his supports a little bit of ult charge. That would be great.
Yeah, that was very, very well played. Staying alive is super, super important in this sort of situation when these teams are going against each other in these sort of comps. So just being able to stay alive.
He has just killed 3 with
oh
one
my
rocket.
goodness.
Kuragari then gets Trizzle, and looks like Window was used from Pink Salamanders, which means they're not going to have that next fight, but they do have 4 other ults to use. Anomaly only has maybe 2, maybe a Brig ults to answer that, so I'm wondering what sort of a fight plan the Pink Salamanders are going to go for this next fight. The mines come out from Blur on that high ground, trying to deny it. Lamp gets used. Trizzle on payload is going to be pressured. Super BH is actually getting a lot of value diving their backline. Slams the Farah. The Farah goes down. It's just a cleanup now on Luke. Luke goes down from Kuragari. Kuragari actually got the Farah.
Oh, very, very well played from them. Able to Thank you. Able to really stabilize well and just kind of bring their fights together in order to capitalize off of the mistakes that their teammates are making.
COWZA came out with a nice Pharah ult, got one super BH. It's a lot harder to keep the offense when your own offense is shut down. BTS answers with his own Pharah ult, but doesn't seem to be able to get anyone. That healing barely keeping the Pharah alive. Anomaly has the ult advantage, but we need to see them pressure out and actually use that advantage.
Yeah, you'd like to see some very, very early ults in this fight.
Break ult does get popped.
Oh.
The shields are going to be useful in this next fight, but they are very low, and it looks like Kuragari and BTS get taken out with no supports. That's going to be with no DPS. It's going to be very hard to win a fight. Okay, so looks like these two teams are actually just like seeing who can actually dive each other's backlines the best. Blur actually gets staggered in that room. The pulse does come out on Super BH, but Super BH doesn't actually get taken out with that. His health pool is just too big. But Pink Salamanders is able to push the payload on this because they're not able to keep the pressure on the backline at the moment. You see, Blur is going to come in with a big ult, just try and get them out of that oppressive position. Pharah is going to be low, but not taken out, which means that she is still able to provide a lot of pressure on the backline. Anomaly is actually just playing way too grouped up. Trizzle is getting way too much value out of that. Ball comes in for a slam on the backline. The supports are driven back, which means the Super BH is actually just on support, on point with no other support. But is still some alive. Blur gets taken out. Super BH on max health is able to pressure that BAP window, which means he gets no value. Lamp comes out, but it's not going to be very useful for very long because at the moment it's just cleanup. I think the longer this fight goes on, the more in favor of Anomaly that this is going to be, because this fight just drawing out just means that Anomaly has spawn advantage and kind of just has like the better position. Trizzle comes in with the ult but doesn't get anyone.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird ult there.
I don't normally see ults like that from him. That could have been a fat finger.
I mean, it's possible because I mean you could see the team was kind of making their way out. So for him to ult in that scenario, unless he wanted to switch, doesn't really make much sense to me. But I mean, hey, see, look at that, called it. Yeah, so that makes sense why he just wanted to get it out. He didn't technically want it to go to waste, so now he switched on to the Genji, which makes a lot of sense. Just
Salamanders are going to go in for a more aggressive dive, it looks like. But Genji's going in alone, 1v3. The ball does rejoin, so they actually get a kill. BTS goes down. Blur gets a kill on the lamp. That's massive.
Oh.
But gets taken out.
Oh, that was very, very close. A nice ult from John Wack, which is not able to explode.
Trying to get them off point. I think if Anomaly comes out and uses their window early, and uses their window early very well, they're able to maybe possibly touch point.
They need to get rid of that pylon though. That pylon's providing a lot of healing.
Yeah, Liadiel does come out and hit 2. John Wack displaying some skill of wall riding in the backline.
Some skill.
Genji is low, gets taken out. That turret you were talking about gets taken out, but a window comes out for the Salamanders, providing a very oppressive fire and good healing for that. Blur does a good old spinny spin on point, but Super BH is going to do his own slam on point as well.
Somebody break the turret, please! It's
Somebody kill a ball! Why are the balls both alive?
Thank you, John Wack. He heard my calls.
Okay, Pink Salamanders is able to take out Super BH, which means there's going to be not much of a contest on this overtime. And with the overtime spawns, it's going to be very hard to recover from this. I think Pink
and the
Salamanders
pylon's
will
back up.
take this. And
well
who
played
says
to
you
them.
can't play Yari as an actual healer with pylon?
I mean, no, you definitely can, but it just has to be. As we can see, it's quite situational. I mean, John Wack having to switch off of the brig onto the Illari to match Luke, who is his brother. So it was a little bit of Illari on Illari violence there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, they're siblings. So earlier when
blood feud going on.
when John Wack booped Luke off of the map on Lijiang, I was like, no, there's brother on brother violence. Yeah, so it's a little bit of family feud here, but
You think there are birthright swords at risk in this battle?
Who knows? Who knows? I'll message them and ask them.
Yeah, it looks like Blur and Trizzle. It looks like Pink Salamanders are going for their like signature oppressive maneuver of just spamming down whatever they have in the back line, and then just being absolutely almost omnipresent on the enemy team, so that they just don't get a chance to breathe and stabilize themselves. And Super BH is going to be answering that with their dive comp.
Yeah, I like this option from them because, I mean, the whole point of Pink Salamanders is they just want to stand back, they want to shoot far, they just want to kind of be irritating and spammy up. Whereas Anomaly is going for a full commit because they're saying, you know what, we don't want this Illari, if they find out that there's an Illari or a BAP, we don't want this person to just exist in peace, so let's full send it on to them and take the space.
And Ball is such an annoying hero on point because he just spins around. It's quite hard to hit, and then he gets overhealth from 4 people being around him, and it's really annoying.
Yeah. Oh,
Luke
that was a
BTS
nice shot by Luke.
But BAP is supporting from afar, actually just keeping it alive. But Ball might be punished. Blur does get actually punished from that for diving a little bit too deep into the enemy team. I feel like he wasn't able to get the support he needed. Kuragati's good to go onto the flank and see if he can get some value and pressure out that high ground. Kuragati and Genji both diving in the back line. This is going to be very impressive. Taking out
very clean.
Taking out the Yari. It only left Tracer. This is basically cleanup at this point. I hope someone.
What a nice dive from them. Yo.
I know in my comp games there would be no one on point right now.
So true, and then you have to go back and just sit there. But I really like that from Anomaly, where BTS fan just diving in, taking the space, getting rid of the pylon, and then the rest of his team following in so that they can really just pressure it out. I mean, BTS fan does trade, but I mean, we see
might just get pushed out. He gets used. Blur going on point, trying to punish the monkey, but monkey does actually live.
Oh,
Pulse comes out, takes out Tracer on Tracer violence. We can't have this.
Oh, that was a very nice pulse. Catching, who did it catch? It caught Risen, I think. Who was then caught Super. Sorry, that was then 1 HP, and then that was just a cleanup. But I mean, we see here, John Wack has Beat and Risen has Kitsune, so this should be a very nice kind of fight along the point in order for them to take that space up again because they've been pushed back.
I think Salamanders is providing a little bit of disruptions to try and stop their plans from coming to fruition. It looks like people are not taking like decisive targets. Trizzle does get taken out. Kura goes in, gets a pulse on Nyan. Blur and Luke both punish the other tank, so they're up a tank, but Blur ultimate point to try and zone is going to stall time.
No, Risen.
I don't think Blur gets out of this. Blur gets out of this! What is going on? That monkey BTS does get punished for going in for a 1v4. We see a BAP window coming out, but
Metal Snow like, I am sick and tired of being pressured out here. I'm gonna window.
He just decides that no, this is the time I'm going to fight back.
I mean, I back it. I back
it too. We like when supports have rights.
That's very true. I'm very
He
worried
takes
about
a
Luke's
lot of
ult
damage
here.
before this. I don't think he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on their backline. He's going to jump in and probably press Monkey Ult. Pops the Monkey Ult. Iari Ult comes out to also add to that.
Nice
but
beat.
Monkey has so much damage. Beat comes out, saves a lot of HP. And Anomaly does what they do best in when they are able to stage and like properly gather up their pieces together, they can execute a very nice fight plan and take a decisive victory.
But that was a really nice stall from Blur. I mean, all Anomaly really have here are Pulse and Kitsune, and Pink Salamanders is definitely going to be able to touch and has Barrage.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the ball. That Barrage is going to be massive. I can feel it. I can feel it coming, and if Anomaly doesn't feel it coming, they're not going to have an answer for it. They have an answer for it.
Killed himself!
Oh my goodness! Nyan on point, fighting for his life. Pulses the monkey goes down. It looks like Blur is going to be on half HP. He's going to provide a lot of fire on point. BTS fan is trying to burn down
Where's
that
the
ball,
Kitsune?
but BTS is not going to be
Where is
able
the
to touch the
Kitsune?
point because of Blur's ult. Overtime is just going to burn out.
Oh no. That looked so good for Anomaly. I don't know. I don't understand why the Kitsune didn't come out sooner. That is such a good ult to be fighting point with.
Especially since they had an answer for the Pharah ult. The Pharah ult didn't pop off. Basically the only thing that Pink Salamanders had going into that fight was that Pharah ult, and they had an answer for it, and then the ults were built up during the fight. It became just a fight.
Yeah, completely. I mean, we saw that. According to the game support, that we enjoy seeing supports get played at the game because it just doesn't happen enough. We don't count last play of the game because that one was a little awkward with the snoozy time. But very, very well played to Pink Salamanders, who just, I mean, their hold just kind of seemed impenetrable. They pushed really well, and it just kind of seemed like Anomaly was struggling to make anything happen because they would spend so much time staging that by the time that they actually execute on their dive, that's great. They win that fight, they commit ults to it, but the cart has stayed basically in the same spot. So then they would have to go back to the cart, payload would push a little bit, and then they would have to retake another fight, but then this time Pink Salamanders had ults. So I think they just played it. Pink Salamanders just played it really well, where they were able to rotate enough so that Anomaly actually just couldn't get anything going on their attack.
And with Pink Salamander's composition, they're able to just engage and force their own distractions and build up ults, I think, a lot better. But if Anomaly had spent possibly 10 seconds less staging, I think that Pink Salamanders would have been a lot less oppressive on them.
Yes. Yeah, because they wouldn't have had as much time to kind of pepper them out and do what they wanted to do with their comp. But I mean, we can see here, we're going to map 5. We see how close this is. We see that on Suravasa, Anomaly beat them 3-0, and on Root, Salamanders beat them 0-3. So, I mean, both teams are picking their respective maps that they know that they're good on. And so Colosseo, I mean, you know, it's an Anomaly pick, but Pink Salamanders could be very comfortable on push maps. Push is all about those ult rotations, which we've seen played well from both teams at certain points, not consistently throughout. So we'll just have to see. The Tracer ban.
Yeah. I'm actually going to wonder, does that mean that they're going to try and use a more upfront attack and take less side angles?
Yeah, it does look like it, because, I mean, Anomaly, with the fact that they are first ban Tracer, it just seems like the support or just the team is kind of struggling on what to do with all of the sideways pressure, because they don't always want to be looking around them, they don't want to be checking. And I mean, maybe Korra is just enjoying playing other characters and doesn't necessarily want to be locked into a Tracer 1v1 having to duel and mark the Tracer the whole time. So this kind of gives them some other options to play on their DPS.
Definitely, but I think we'll be seeing an Ash out of Kuragari. There's quite a lot of good sidelines, and a good lot of places to be setting up for long angles so that they're able to pressure out and maybe even snipe out a couple of people.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, that Sojourn, I mean, sometimes even on Colosseo, you see the Widow angle come out because that main point, that main stretch in the very, very middle of... What is that thing called? Like, just like the inside is so nice for Widow because she can just look straight down the sideline and get some really good picks. And Pink Salamander's coming out with the BAP ban, which is interesting for me.
I think that this is an effort to try and get out that Arisa comp that was so like able to sustain through that their offense, because
that's
we
true,
know
yeah.
Pink Salamanders loves to put a lot of pressure almost consistently, and
Yeah.
BAP is able to just keep up with that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, so I'd actually like to just then see what the teams are going to pull out, because with the Orisa comp, it can also be played with a couple of other characters. I mean, if you go and watch OWCS, you can see Orisa's being played with Lucio Kiri, being played with Juno Brig. There's a whole lot of other different characters, but BAP at the moment, just especially against Freya, is just so good with that burst healing and the ability to lamp and give HP when lamp breaks, that he is just a very strong pick at the moment. So I understand why they would ban it. Doesn't seem like a particularly targeted ban specific to an individual, but more as the comp as a whole, as you were saying.
Yeah, but that does bring the question in, what is Anomaly going to out of their arsenal to actually answer to this oppressive comp that Pink Salamanders loves, which is Farah and Ball.
Yeah, because I mean, you can't play your stock standard Brawl against it. I mean, because we can see a lot of teams will play Junker Queen on this map, or I mean, even
Junker
Monkey or a Rhine or a Ram. But having a Farah just kind of sit on the outskirts of the edges of the, you know, the outside of the map where they remove those the glass walls. Yeah, the panes. Thank you. I was like, glass wall. It works.
It works.
But where that used to be glass, now a Farah can just sit and spam. And we're really wondering what Anomaly are going to do in this scenario, because that Farah is very irritating. Hey, and you called it Kura on the Ash.
Kura on the Ash. The BTS on that Sojourn, he does seem to have quite a terrifying Sojourn when it comes to pressuring Pink Salamander's backline. And we all know that when you're playing a dive comp like that and you don't have that backline to support you, your attack fizzles out.
Yes, I mean, this is kind of just it's a similar scenario where you're kind of trying to take slight off angles, but you're also trying to bunker down with your Orisa. Your Orisa needs to be absorbing a lot of pressure. And we're going to be looking to Kuragari, who is already already 1 HP. He's okay. He's
down
okay.
here, that fight is going to be down. Okay, the ball does get pressured out, but is causing a lot of distraction again. Anomaly is moving back to deal with the ball, and Salamander is going to take control of the bot. The Anomaly is put on the back foot. Freya putting in a lot of pressure from afar because her bolts are actually just insane. Blur putting out still that consistent pressure from Pink Salamanders, just keeping Anomaly on the back foot. BTS coming in with that Sojourn, showing it quite into it. The DPS are playing quite aggressively. It looks like they're trying to move on the back line. The horse has gone gold, used both abilities, which means that she is going to be a lot easier to kill now. Blur gets pressured out, and now Pink Salamanders is going to be giving up a little bit of space. But that does give Anomaly enough time to build up their abilities again.
Oh, good job from Kura to actually get that pick onto Trizzle, able to allow them to walk forward. I mean, Nine does get the return, but taking down Blur gives them all of the space in the world to kind of be unbothered as they walk up here waiting for his respawn to come through.
Yeah, Pink Salamanders aren't able to do anything without Blur in their backlines, like distracting them from actually doing what they're meant to be doing. We see that he does take a lot of attention away from the team. Super BH comes into the ult, but there's a Nano Fire to answer it, which absolutely destroys him. Kuda comes in with a double kill. This fight is in the air, but we are a tank up for Pink Salamanders. Juno is in the back line for Anomaly and will be taken out.
What a pesky hero to try and hit. Oh goodness, you see Naya and they're just flying up in the air just trying to hit that Juno.
It does mean that they are a little bit staggered for this next fight, which means there might be a couple of extra meters. Nyang gets taken out by BTS. BTS is going to apply a lot of pressure on this ball, is going to try and pressure him out even further. Blur is unable to apply pressure as he's just put on super low HP. He's gonna go out. Kuragari is looking for ghosts. Okay, Blur comes in with a nice ult, cutting off Anomaly's actually backline, but it looks like the horse is able to survive quite well without it. Chisel tries to come in for an angle, but gets picked off by BTS, and BTS gets taken out by Blur, but the horse is still alive, so, and on point. Brig ult gets popped for a little bit of sustain. Yari ult gets popped, which means that there's going to be a lot of damage coming out, a lot of burst damage, and Brig's not able to keep up with that.
Oh my goodness, that was a big ult fight. I mean,
messy fight.
That was so messy. I mean, I understand Curry using the barb, it was good. It was just a bit slightly off of the spot where he maybe would have wanted it to be. Oh, and taking him down really, really early. So, I mean, Anomaly just needs to back up here, and Pink Salamanders are going to get a bit of a walkthrough.
Anomaly is putting a lot of pressure on again. Super VH is coming in without the support of his team, but he's able to put a lot of pressure. Surprisingly,
that was clean.
Just pops it and gets one. Gets a second.
Get. Oh no!
Gets taken out himself. All is super low. An ult on the ball. That is interesting.
Ult.
But obviously the bot wasn't there, so Blur being there in the first place isn't stalling anything, isn't giving any value to Pink Salamanders. I feel like he just got staggered there at that point.
But I mean,
putting that pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have used so many ults. I mean, Nyan can come out here. You know, as I say that, like, now Anomaly just has to back up. It looks like they're just kind of
we shoot the sleeping ball and the ball gets an absolute slam.
Oh, that's unlucky. Do not wake sleeping targets, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't like it when you do that. Neither K nor I.
Yo, that Orisa is falling very, very low.
Blur is being pressured out, unable to contribute to that pressure, but Farah is still being oppressive in the sky, putting BTS on the back foot. BTS has to use slide to get out, but Blur and Farah both combo wombo and destroy him. Kuragari is going to be taken out in the back line, it looks like, unless...
Oh, no!
Oh!
They made you eat your words!
I should just stop talking.
That was really good peel. That was really, really good peel. I mean, Kura can now use ult this fight. I mean, you'd think there'd be a much bigger gap in space than there is, but you know, both teams have been kind of trading backwards and forwards the whole time. Super just needs help
Orisa has
with
used all of her abilities though, so she might be taken out soon. The Brig ult does get popped to keep them up and looks like they will be able to stabilize, but the suppressive fire from the Zen and the Farah and the ball all comboing puts Anomaly on the back foot again. The horse is purple and is taking a lot of damage, but has Fortify to obviously keep himself alive. And I think there was a Nano Farah coming out.
Yep.
Nano Farah is very good.
Nanafar doesn't even need barrage. Oh, that's asleep.
Kuragari going to be taken out on bots. And
yeah, so we just see here Pink Salamanders kind of just taking the initiative and using their ults first. And I really want to see Anomaly just come out, use the nano, use the bob, just really take the space, because you need to be able to take and hold space as a Orisa. That's the whole point of playing the calm.
Oh, but the Farah barrage does come out, and the horse eats a lot of damage, being such a big target, which means that Blur is actually unchecked, being able to put pressure on the backline, and Kuda being forced onto the back foot and possibly into spawn so he doesn't get staggered.
Oh, nice shot by him.
Could have got it taking out Nyan, which means this
Oh,
is
Metal Snow is one.
Metal
And
Snow
he got
gets taken out,
speared.
which means the sustain is going down. Ball is going to be not able to take an upfront fight in this.
Brother V, brother violence.
No!
Just had to say it. Just had to say it. Oh goodness! Every time it's either John Wack or Luke killing one another. I mean, we can see the Anomaly just seem to be kind of just keeping their ults. The only ult that I feel like I've seen in the last little while was Super, who's already 60 to another. So I just really want to see, like, guys, you need to use your ults. Come on. I mean, it's a bull ult, proactively.
Yeah, I do see that Anomaly has now nearly got 4 ults that they're holding on to. I feel like they could have used one of those ults in this fight to make it more decisive, to make it in their favor, because they are currently on the back foot. They need to be gaining additional space,
Exactly.
additional blockade length. I can't remember. I don't know what to call it.
Bot length. Let's just go with bot length.
Bot length, new terminology. Okay, I'm hoping that we see at least 2 ults come out of Anomaly, maybe for this next fight, so that they can start taking that bot into the enemy position. So BH is putting a lot of pressure onto Blur, but Blur is antied and low and gets taken out. This is the opportune moment for Anomaly to actually put a lot of pressure on their backline.
I have 5 ults.
Pink Salamanders is backed completely off, which means they're not going to be punished at all for that.
I mean, Blur on ball is going to be back very, very soon. But I mean, Anomaly holding on to 5 ults. What are you waiting for?
We see a Nano Farah coming out, and we know that's very, absolutely oppressive. Kuragari is going to be put down, but
he got the bomb out.
Coming back into the fight. He got the bomb out. But we see a lot of fights going on. This is very much an Overwatch game.
This feels a little bit like deathmatch. Come on, guys, focus the same things.
Super BH not quite able to get that kill and is going to be actually staggered himself.
Oh
my word. Oh, the V-bag! That is absolutely nasty! The brother violence is too bad! Can we end family violence, please?
Oh goodness, yeah. I mean, Anomaly used their ults. They weren't really able to get much, and we actually see Super now switching off to the ball of his own.
Super, I think, is going to try and apply his own pressure to their backline and see if they can maybe dislodge, like, the foundation that Pink Salamanders has been standing on for the majority of this fight.
I mean, and we're in overtime. I mean, it's kind of all or nothing here. Oh, that's a good anti.
Oh my word! But Super BH does go down with the spawner like times.
It's okay. It's okay. You've got John Whack. Just
John Whack is just in and out. Hey, we see 4 Anomaly players actually together. Trizzle gets taken out. Zen is flanking and might be able to be staggered. That is massive. We're going to possibly be seeing a 5v3 in the next fight. I don't think Blur is able to quite do a whole bunch when there's 5 people shooting at him at the same time. Super BH
Curran needs to kill Trizzle before he gets his ult off. And we see him looking, but he's taking a lot. Oh, and he goes down.
Oh, and there comes Trizzle with his signature Farah ult. And hitting so many direct hits. That is actually an accomplishment. And the Zen trance does come out. We're in overtime.
The trance for good measure. Just and Pink Salamanders take it. Very, very well played to them. Anomaly definitely gave them a run for it, but Pink Salamanders are showing that they are, even though their number says number 7, that they definitely should not be underestimated at this point in the tournament.
I think definitely seeing this Nano Farah just absolutely the direct hits from a Nano Farah. How much damage does that do?
A lot. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with a lot.
because it looks like you can one-shot people with a direct hit at that point.
Yeah, I think it's close for Squishy. So I mean, as we saw there, he didn't even need his barrage in order to get stuff done.
I think definitely what there is Anomaly just kind of held onto their ults a lot and weren't able to like use their ults to their advantage when they were on the front foot, when they had pink salamanders falling back on themselves a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so Scarlet, I'm gonna ask you now, who is your MVP for that match? Yes.
MVP for that match.
MVP, who was your MVP for that match?
Wow. You see,
Wow.
Well, you see, I like to answer these things with thinking involved. I like to think.
Okay.
I know it's very dangerous for me to do. I used to play main support.
Okay.
But I think Trizzle dealt an absolutely oppressive amount of damage and was able to keep a lot of insane pressure on them. So I think that Trizzle should be the MVP for that.
I do agree. I think that you could see that Pink Salamanders, a lot of their game plan kind of was just based around Trizzle, his engages, his disengages, his ults, etc. And I think that he did exceptionally well to really just pump in the damage, get the picks needed, stay alive, except in the Hollywood game where he had a lot of deaths. But hey, we don't talk about that. But I do completely agree with you. I think Trizzle is a very, very good pick for MVP. So that's who we are giving that to today. We are going to go to a short break as we get ready for the 8 p.m. game. So thank you guys for listening to our impromptu casting session. And we hope to catch you guys right back here at 8 o'clock.
Yes, goodbye.
Line of Snowstorm upper management. So
Yeah.
very, very well played from their side. And after that first point on Lijiang Tower where it was very even,
Yeah.
maybe Pepe Clowns figured out the strategy because Snowstorm never really brought it back. They never really stabilized in the map and in the series.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more of just the aggression from Snowstorm upper management, as we saw they were playing quite defensive, they were playing quite pokey, and Pepe Clown seemed to, as you said, have just kind of figured it out to just press the W key and just to send it. What are you supposed to do with Orion swinging in your face? What are you supposed to do with a Lucio full sending it into your backline? So, so very, very well played to them. That was a matchup.
So next question then is your player of the match.
About the small choke point and how much damage he can get out if he does manage to land that grenade. He's already 33% to a bomb, but GG are sitting with 4 ultimates of their own. This next fight,
I don't know if you saw exactly what Lavius had done there before just popping off completely. He placed a mine in front of his face.
It's Metal Snow going down as well. A very even team fight. Pepler is full HP, putting the pressure on. Boots off the map, gets into space. No, he's gonna hang on, but there's no way back from here, surely. I don't know this hero well enough to know if he can make it out of here, but I suspect, he's gonna have to shoot himself into the drink.
Oh my goodness. You get booped off by the Venture Joe, that must feel so bad. But huge barrage from Trizzle, but I think...
How can they look to pressure Rinku, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few...
That's a lot of damage reduction, and for he's going to pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the immortality field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the fat lady sings. And I don't hear any music. For reals, he's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For reals, he's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them, but it's 3 seconds left, and somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour.
As things get evened out percentage-wise, ready to start us off here. Bomb coming through from Vertigo as well.
Vertigo doesn't manage to find anybody with the bomb. I'm only coming with the kickback of the bomb, looking to see his doesn't manage to block it.
Teammates, but they haven't taken down enough yet in Glorious Blasters. The point is ticking up. Oh no! It is an Ajax here, unfortunately, for Apricornicus. So good on the Lucio.
It looks like Oinkin can kill up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boot! What are we
Oh, can he get back on it?
What? With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making
No ways, dude!
Oh my god,
What did we just witness?
Arsenal, 3 players on the point.
What a
And
save.
Nate, what a great save! You brilliant, brilliant man.
Oh
you and
my
your
God.
wonderful flowers.
Oh,
The mech. How did you get the mech back in time? That's
got ult as
amazing.
well.
SG Teddy managing to stop the Life Weaver's reign of healing as.
it's
amazing. This is
There's a price to being as forward thinking.
It's
as
jail.
It's jail. Yeah, we practice clairvoyance, so that's like a witch. Jail.
We're unfortunately fugitives from the law. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yes, no. COWZA supports criminals. Don't clip that.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit of a balancing act for Teachers Lounge here to survive without their Moira here. Make sure that
to the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So, I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession.
Now, and because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're going to hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah? Yeah? There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, something.
Consistent damage. Good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander's side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. But
Oh
my god,
my
play the game.
days.
It's play of the game. Tux,
That's play.
beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep this element. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Yeah, Overwatch.
This is...
Look at the Vanguard overclocked interaction.
Look, let's rate the Leiden overclock interaction first. Let's just get that now.
Overclock Darmster Leiden.
Easy. Leiden number 10.
Jesus
Straight up. Yeah.
I will say, any more here to come? They popped the Lucio ulti there. Not sure about that one. Seems a bit unnecessary as there were already 2 up here. There's a wall there boosting onto another wall. That's not how you're supposed to use that spell.
Well enough for that.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A duel won by the Red Tracer there. The Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage... Hello? Oh... Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play. Okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker. Gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the main skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank.
A bit low down, always try and hold the ult too long, but I think the ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. There's going to be
We're looking for a Reap ult here. We're going to be potentially looking for a Reap ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4, Magos go down. And Maveric's going to die. It's going to be a Reap ult here. He's going to get the pixel. That's huge.
We get to. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
At your same counter, Aurora knows exactly what he's doing, but now Thunderclap has a lot of ultis here, but it doesn't look like quite enough just yet. Phoenix was a great ulti there, just to make sure nobody goes down that doesn't need to go down, and Sally Emoji Pro cleaning up.
Monkey doing a whole lot of damage. The sustain just enough to give everybody a laugh, but oh no, it's a Nano Monkey! Out goes Panda, out goes Nate, and Chaos soon to follow. That's 3 down immediately in this team. Might make it 4! SG flops on an absolute tear, that's why you don't mess with an angry monkey.
No.
Walker's.
First defense here will be 80k, or rather 2CP. A little bit extra in the time bank, and Slade immediately gets a sweet headshot onto Lazy. That's a bad start. Once again, Lazy going down early for 80k. So
Consistent damage, good flank control. Not that there's much flank potential on the Salamander's side, but we always like a little bit more consistency. And also the Reinhardt switch.
Huge. That grab was everything. But
Oh
God,
my
play the game. It's play of the game. Tox,
That's play.
beautifully done there in the thick of the grabs and the earth shatters. A massive 5-man res to keep the Salamander. Smiley with a 4K res of his own. Just fights back. It's not quite as big, but it's big enough, and it gives Monarch the space that they need to keep fighting this back. Salamanders, Tox did so much, and Smiley says, no you. Uno reverse card.
That was absolutely disgusting. Somebody clip that. Overwatch 1 needs to be...
Overwatch.
Not just the ball who's constantly re-engaging.
Oh, huge. And I mean, you just see what Enigma's plan is. Oh my god, all 6 on the kill feed at once. Assassin JDB, no doubt, to won that team fight, and a little bit of a jig at the end of that one.
How can they look to pressure Binku, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground? Like, oh, I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few.
Backline of Snowstorm upper management. So
Yeah.
very, very well played from their side. And you know, after that first point on Lijiang Tower where it was very even,
Yeah.
maybe Pepe Clowns figured out the strategy, because Snowstorm never really brought it back. They never really stabilized in the map and in the series.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more of just the aggression from Snowstorm upper management, as we saw they were playing quite defensive, they were playing quite pokey, and I mean, Pepe Clown seems to, as you said, have just kind of figured it out to just press the W key and just to send it. I mean, what are you supposed to do with Orion swinging in your face? What are you supposed to do with a Lucio full sending it into your backline? So, so very, very well played to them. That was a matchup.
So next question then is your player of the match.
Absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh jeez, that focusing demons does so much damage against a lot of tanks, and sometimes it's just not expected, but just so well played to Ethereal Ducklings. Wow. With a very, very solid display. We see play of the game coming through from Trizzle, no doubt, from pretty early in the match, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there we go.
Which side? Are we talking attack or defense? Because I'll be honest, I couldn't quite tell. Like, because... I mean, what is that? That's 3? Oh.
in the front lines, putting in a ton of damage. Spun is taken down by the Coalescence. The nice thing about these compositions, Mori can build those ultis pretty quick, and she managed to put it to good use there. Bongo, take it down, big shatter, huge shatter, general sound. He doesn't really play Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter when your team's got your back like that. Nice follow-up from Team Oink and Yoink, or from the other.
Mario wins. Oh wait. Okay. Moyer, such a creature.
A bit low down, always try and hold their ult too long, but I think their ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. They're going to be
looking for a Reaper ult here. We're going to be potentially looking for a Reaper ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4. Magos go down. And Lambert's going to die. It's going to be a Reaper ult here. He's not going to get the pixel. That's huge.
We get to. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
Any more here to come? They pop the Lucio ulti there. Not sure about that one. Seems a bit unnecessary as there were already two up here. There's a wall there boosting onto another wall. That's not how you're supposed to use that spell. It's Metal Snow going down as well. A very even team fight, but Blur is full HP, putting the pressure on. Boost off the map, gets into space. No, he's gonna hang on, but there's no way back from here, surely. I don't know this hero well enough to know if he can make it out of here, but I suspect, yeah, he's gonna have to shoot himself into the drink.
Oh my goodness. You get booped off by the Venture Joe, that must feel so bad. But yeah, huge barrage from Trizzle, but I think...
It looks like we can clean up Tox!
Oh my god!
Tox with a triple boost! What are we
Oh, can he get back on it? What?
With the Tox! Oh my god!
Oh, it's actually insane!
Name and play Toxic Crocs, Toxin Socks, making...
No ways, dude!
Oh my god!
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Trouble's here. Venture here. Let's kick this off.
Never stood a chance. The objective is now active. Ready for battle.
We're in for a smooth ride, right? You leave a winner or in a car.
That was quick.
Hey. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Good to see you.
Let's put a stop to that.
You got in my way.
Play of the game.
There's fire. in a path. Meteor strike. I'm really feeling the heat. That was a close one.
Robots pushing.
Escort. Will anyone challenge me? We have the robot.
And I'm back.
We are pushing ahead. Join me. What is new?
Get top shape.
Approaching final destination.
Meteor strike! We're outnumbered.
60 seconds.
¿Qué tal?
Fall back! Fall back!
Somebody call. Apagando las luces.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
It's our last chance. Don't leave the robot.
Charles and Corpus.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark it. Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
The objective is mine. Огонь по готовности. Restoring balance. I'm on the objective. Thought they could keep me down. I'm on fire. Surge ready. My ultimate is ready. Not so fast. Drop the bomb. Let the kitsune guide you.
This ends now.
Shouldn't have left my range. Attack the objective.
Secure. Next, flashpoint.
Cutting through.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Come, my friend. Do something. Let the kitsune. Excavation initiation. I'm on fire. Continue for heal. What's that? That really helps.
Let's do it fast.
Огонь по готовности.
This ends now. That's 2.
Hey there everybody, your producer Mr. Peach over here. Thank you all so much for watching today's games. I'm sorry that the casting has been a bit off the roads, but we'll be trying to get as many casts as we can going tomorrow. Our first game will be starting at 12 p.m. and I will quickly confirm for you that the game at 12 tomorrow will be the upper bracket finals, so that will be Inglorious Blasters versus Pink Salamanders. Please join us tomorrow at 12 p.m. Otherwise, we hope you have a great evening further, and we'll see you then. Cheers, everybody.